Good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? I, I am still not the best, as you can probably, I don't know if you can see. Eyelids are swollen. I have never mourned someone that I don't know more than I have mourned Charlie Kirk, y'all. So I am still not in a good place, but I guess I'm better than I was yesterday. I don't know. Good morning, Jennifer. Hey, Jennifer. Good morning, Judy. And she has trivia. Yay. Defense attorney Jack Early maintained that Betty had been a psychologically abused wife and ex-wife, living in fear and driven to a desperate act of self-defense by Dan's brutality. Is he delusional too? This woman brought everything on herself. Absolutely everything. Well, not the affair. That was all Dan. But all of the. Like if she had just said, fine, move on. But the minute he moved out, she was like, oh no. We were still married. There was no talk about separation or divorce, or he just went someplace else. I don't know, like, who thinks that way? When somebody moves out, that means they don't want to be with you anymore. And oh, he kept lying about Linda. He kept saying, no, you weren't. Well, wives usually know the truth.
Did you think in July of 1986, when the court issued the bifurcation order and the order that you get counseling before you have visitation with the children, did you think that it was concerned about your interaction with the children?
Absolutely. Because it was based on nothing other than Dan Broderick's attorney's opinion of me and my actions and whatever. There was nobody else there.
In July 1986, you had already driven the car into the front door. You had already attempted to burn coral reef. You had already left these messages. You had already had these conversations with Danny and Rhett.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as soon as that's not evidence.
Stand on the basis of compound question.
Well, you indicated yourself that some of those messages were left on Memorial Day weekend, which was May of 1986. The bifurcation order was in July of 1986.
Are you sure?
Already. We're going to start already with the glitches. Good job, StreamYard. I know. And I know that this is somehow going to work into God's plan. I just keep trying to remind myself of that. All right, StreamYard.
It was 86 and not 87?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think that it was unreasonable for someone at that point, based on that type of conduct, to be concerned about your interaction with the children?
Dan's attorney to be concerned about my interaction
judge.
was totally inappropriate. Well, the judge had no one of any stature to tell him he was concerned about anything except Dan's attorney.
Well, you're not denying that those things occurred.
I'm not denying those things occurred.
And based on the fact that they did occur,
But did you
Was
hear?
it unreasonable for a judge?
Your Honor, objection. There was absolutely no hearing at that thing, and she knows that.
No, there was a hearing,
Oh
Judge.
my
That's not true.
God.
That's not the question.
Just rephrase the question. The judge was aware of those things occurred. And finish your own question.
The question is, did you think it was unreasonable for a judge to be concerned about your interaction with the children in July of 1986?
I think it was unreasonable for the judge to not have been informed of what happened to me and what was being done to me on a daily basis that might have precipitated someone acting like that.
What are you
And
doing?
you did have
They added a whole bunch of new stuff to StreamYard. I think that's why it was so glitchy yesterday. And apparently why it's going to be so glitchy today. It does this. It gets better. I start having like really good days, and then I sit down like, and 3 or 4 days in a row, it'll be, oh, we added this and we added that and we added this. And then I will have major glitching. It drives me crazy. I wish StreamYard would quit adding stuff that we don't need. It's insanity. I don't know who bought this software, but they need to quit. It was fine before they bought it, and they need to stop trying to make it better because it was fine before. And now everybody's having trouble with it. I don't understand what they're doing. It's bizarre. Quit trying to fix something that's not broken. And that is my rant for today.
an opportunity to be there at that hearing, and you called up and said you didn't want to be there.
I didn't say I didn't want to be there. I
You
said
said
I
you weren't-
could not get an attorney, that I had daily appointments with attorneys every single day, if you look at the diaries, before that day and after that day. I could not get a San Diego attorney to represent me, and I'd already been taken
you con-
advantage of because of the foreign notice.
You contacted Mr. Hargraves later that year. Did you do anything about going back into court to change the custody order?
Mr. Hargreaves wasn't on the job long enough to get there. He only was on the one
question
hearing.
was, when you contacted Mr. Hargraves and when he represented you between September and December of 1986, did you do anything about going
mean
back in?
November and
I'm gonna
December.
object. We've gone through this before.
She's on cross.
Overruled.
He only represented me November, December for the one court hearing of emergency support. We never progressed on to anything else. That was the only issue at hand then.
Besides leaving those messages on the answering machine, there were other things that you intentionally did to harass Dan Broderick. For example, taking his picture, correct? You followed him around at Kim's graduation and took his picture.
No, I don't have any pictures of Dan
Oh,
at
praise
Kim's
the
graduation
Lord.
at all.
You didn't take his picture and Linda's picture at the graduation.
No.
You did take his picture and his attorney's picture outside the courtroom when they
Yes.
showed up for hearings, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did, just once.
And you'd walk up and you'd put the camera in their face and take a picture of them,
I
didn't
took
you?
a picture of two men sitting on a bench, yes, and when I went in court,
Two men sitting on the bench?
sitting on a bench,
Are
yeah,
you talking about Dan Broderick?
and his attorney.
Okay, well, so you're not just two men sitting on the bench. You walked up in court while they were waiting for the hearing, and you took a photograph of them before going into court, correct?
From quite a distance, yeah, it wasn't harassing them or anything.
Well, they felt it was, didn't they? They said
I
something
thought it was
about it.
very funny that they wanted to seize my camera and seize the film. And in court that
Hey,
day,
Robbie.
by coincidence, I had Tricia Smith's file with me, my file on Tricia Smith.
Excuse me, Mrs. Broderick, that's not my question. You've answered the question, thank you. You thought that it was funny to take the...
Did she just say two guys sitting on a bench like it was just a couple of strangers she just snapped a picture of, and it was actually Dan and his lawyer? I have never in my life, I thought Amber Heard was bad. I have never in my life seen someone so delusional. Oh my goodness, this woman is cray-cray. I mean, I knew it before I watched the trial, but I guess I didn't realize to what extent this woman was delusional. Like, she's out there.
picture. Yes?
No, I didn't think it was funny. I took it for my files. All my files have a picture stapled on them. Tricia Smith's picture was in Tricia Smith's file.
And you needed to have a picture of Dan Broderick for your files?
I didn't need to have a picture of Dan Broderick. I needed a picture of Mr. Barry. I didn't have a picture of
Well, you
him.
had pictures of Dan at the children's soccer. He would come to the soccer games. You'd go up to him and you'd take pictures of them there.
I took
Maybe.
It wouldn't have been any big deal.
Referring to volume 8 of the trial testimony, page 26. Does it refresh your recollection that you indicate?
I took pictures of Dan at soccer games, it says. I took pictures of everybody everywhere. So
Well, you knew, I mean, Dan wasn't just everybody everywhere. You knew that it was harassing to him when he'd show up at a soccer game to walk up and take a picture of him, didn't you?
I didn't walk up and take a picture of him. I mean, if he was in some, I don't even know what pictures you're talking about, because I don't remember Dan at any soccer games. But if
Well,
Dan,
obviously, when you testified before that you took pictures of him at soccer games, obviously he had been to soccer games and you'd taken pictures
if he
of
said
him.
I took a picture of him at a soccer game, I must have taken a picture of him at a soccer
Someone that knows what they're doing needs to buy StreamYard. Buy it from these wackos that screwed it up. Okay, I'm going to go back just a little bit.
But if
Well,
Dan,
obviously, when you testified before that you took pictures of him at soccer games, obviously he had been to soccer games and you'd taken pictures
if he
of
said
him.
I took a picture of him at a soccer game, I must have taken a picture of him at a soccer game.
I'm not saying he said that. You said that, Mrs. Broderick.
Okay, what's the question?
Didn't you? That was harassing.
I don't
Soccer games.
consider that no, and I don't think he did either. It would have been outdoors. What would have been harassing about someone with a camera at a soccer game? It was probably a
When you-
video camera.
Oh, please.
When you went into his house at Cypress, you knew that there was a restraining order in effect, correct?
I didn't know, but he
Well-
led me to believe that the one from Coral Reef transferred over there.
Well, let's just talk then about after 1987, after you'd had contempt hearings. It was very clear to you at that point that there was a restraining order and you were not supposed to be in the house at Cypress, correct?
As a matter of fact, in 1987, there was no legal restraining order in effect. There wasn't.
After you were held in contempt, was it not made clear to you that there was a restraining order? The restraining orders were again placed into effect and the judge advised you of that.
In 1987, when I was found in contempt, there were no legal restraining orders in effect, but after he found me in contempt of non-existent restraining orders, then new ones were issued because they were made aware for the first time that there weren't any in effect, and they've been holding me in contempt of things that didn't exist.
Well, okay, well, let's assuming that that's your interpretation of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
The question was, there was no question in your mind after 1987 that there was a restraining order in effect and that you were not to be in Mr. Broderick's house.
Right.
And you didn't care. You never followed that restraining order. You went in whenever you wanted, correct? That's what you testified to.
I was over there a lot, yeah.
And you went in the house continually in violation of the restraining order.
Anything, I'd go to see lizards and snakes and...
You knew that there was an order of the court.
Right.
You knew that there was animosity. You knew that the court had made it very clear that you were not that or in the house, correct?
Right.
Did you think that you had a right to just violate restraining orders, or do you think everybody has a right to just violate them?
I just went in when the kids wanted me to see things and stuff.
So you just...
If he wanted to find him, he would have. Always felt like it.
You said you never touched anything when you went in the house. That's not true. You stole things from the house on several occasions, didn't you?
I removed that T-shirt in 1989.
People's Order is a letter that Linda wrote to Dan's parents. And you stole that letter. You went into his office and you stole the letter, didn't you?
Same day as the T-shirt, 1989.
Did you go into his office and look through his letter and steal it?
That was on the desk in where the
You wrote a letter and you rewrote the letter and sent it to Dan's parents, correct?
Uh-huh.
And is not the date at the top of this August 7th, 1988?
Well, that's when it is, and that's when it is.
So it was obviously at a different time than when you went in and you stole the T-shirt, correct?
No, I don't remember when I stole the T-shirt. I don't remember. That letter was announcing their wedding, so I didn't realize they announced their wedding that much earlier than the actual wedding.
So you went into your house and you found the letter and you stole it and you took it home and you rewrote it and you sent the rewritten, your version of the letter off to Dan.
I think I sent both versions off so they could see. I'm not sure.
And your purpose in doing that was to hurt Dan,
Was to tell the truth.
was to tell the truth. And by sending this letter that even you, I'm sure, would admit was not a very nice letter, to Dan's parents, did you not have the intent to hurt Dan by doing that?
I had the intent to protect myself, protect my children, and to tell the truth.
Okay. And so hurting and upsetting his parents was a way to do that?
If he was hiding behind colossal lies and hurting me and the children in the process, I guess that was my decision, yes.
And you knew that sending a letter like this would be extremely upsetting to his parents. There was no reason to send it other than to hurt or upset.
To know the truth.
Was there any reason to send that letter other than to hurt or upset somebody?
Yes, I've answered that. To tell the truth. If the truth hurts or upsets people, that's too bad.
You also went into the house and stole the wedding list. That was on another occasion, correct?
That was not in the house, it was on the front stairs.
Well, Lee testified that it was on a table inside the foyer there.
I don't think she did testify to that.
I object to that. Curious recollection will prevail. Yes, you stand.
You knew that the wedding list obviously didn't belong to you.
Obviously, yes. It was left on the front stoop for someone to come along and pick it up.
And you also
And I
thought,
came along and picked it up.
okay. And you also thought that that was funny. You thought it was funny to take the list.
I thought it was funny and I thought it was very useful to me. Legally.
Well, Jen, she's been up there for days. It's her second home now.
You also went in the house and took pictures of the house, correct? Did you walk around the house and take pictures of the house?
I don't remember.
You haven't admitted that before?
I take pictures all the time of everything. I don't specifically remember taking pictures of the house or why I would have done it unless there was something in the picture. For some reason, I take pictures of everything.
This list that you claim that he wrote about the
Coral Reef. September, October 85.
You went in the house the day after the wedding and ripped open that envelope from Linda's sister.
I was in the house the day after the wedding to pick Kim up to go to brunch. I didn't touch any envelope.
You didn't rip open any envelope that Linda David testified to?
No,
Nothing like that ever happened?
not that I know of. I was in the house and I met Dennis Broderick in the house and Larry Broderick and Kathy Broderick and everyone was there. And I took Kim to go to brunch and Kim was so sick she couldn't go, so we didn't go.
Your Honor, perhaps this would be a good point for a break.
Noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be recessed until 1:30. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. Have a nice lunch. Go ahead.
Isn't it true, Mrs. Broderick, that Judge Joseph said to you on May 4th, 1988, at one of these hearings, "I don't think that Mr. Broderick considers this court to be a friend of mine on a social basis. I know of no special relationship between us. I have seen him, as I have hundreds of other attorneys in San Diego County. One of the reasons that this case came to this court to begin with is I believe there have been challenges of other judges, and I felt that I could handle this case in a fair and appropriate manner." Didn't Judge Joseph tell that to you?
I don't remember him saying that, but that's completely opposite of what he did say the first time I met him in a courtroom.
Showing you what's been...
I'm not questioning if it's in there and that he said that, but that is not what he said the first time I ever laid eyes on Judge Anthony Joseph. He said he had worked many, many years on committees and things with Dan, worked very closely with him.
And this was in open court when in front of other people and...
It was never open court. No, I've never been in an open court. From day one, it was a sealed court.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute, but it was in a courtroom, you're saying that occurred?
Yes. And we walked down the center aisle, and he started saying, you know, "Hi, Dan, how are you? You know, to what do we owe the honor?" And then it got to the subject of him being a friend of Dan's. I wouldn't have known
You were
that.
represented by an attorney at the time, weren't you?
Yes.
And you had filed a challenge against Judge Murphy before you...
To what do we owe the honor? He would have, if he was the judge on the case, he would have had the case file in front of him and would have known that it was a case before him. He wouldn't have thought that he was the attorney on the case. What is she talking about?
Were sent to Judge Joseph, hadn't you?
One of my attorneys had. I don't know which one.
You also said that Judge Joseph was part of this vendetta against you, part of Dan Broderick's vendetta against you. Isn't it also true that he told you, feels that Mr. Broderick is filing these contempt proceedings somehow
Your
out
Honor,
of spite?
I'm going to object because this is improper.
Sustained.
What's the objection? Isn't it true that he told you that he did not believe that
Your
these...
Honor, it's an objection. This is irrelevant. What he said, she testified just as her belief.
Sustained.
Well, how can... Sidebar.
Yes. Go ahead.
I feel really bad for Wells because she's trying her best. Betty's lying like a snake, and Early keeps objecting because Wells is doing things she's not supposed to do, but she's trying to get things in because Betty keeps lying about them. So she's using improper impeachment, and she's testifying, and she's reading things that she's handing to Betty to like refresh her memory, but she's ending up reading them, so she's doing things incorrectly. But she's doing it because Betty's lying and not answering the questions. And then Early keeps objecting. I feel so bad for her. I really, really do.
Joseph ever tell you that it was not his belief that this was a personal vendetta by Mr. Broderick?
I don't remember him telling me that, but if you're in 1988, this is after I threatened him writing to complain to the Judicial Council.
Excuse me, Mrs. Broderick, if you could just answer the question. You indicated you don't remember him ever saying that, is that correct?
Right, but I understand why he would be at this stage, why he's making a record.
If you could look at the transcript of May 4th, 1988, page 60, this paragraph here, and read it to yourself to see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yeah.
And isn't it true that Judge Joseph told you that he did not believe these proceedings were being filed out of spite or anything akin to spite? The court did not share that view.
I think he's covering his ass and he's lying because by this point it was very obvious to the court, to myself, and to everyone else alive. That's exactly what Dan Broderick was doing.
And your testimony is that Judge Joseph was part of this vendetta and he was lying to you at each of these hearings and he was part of this whole conspiracy against you.
He wasn't lying to me. He was covering his bottom there because
Well, is
I had
that
already.
lying or not?
He's making a record in his own defense because I had already complained in writing that that's exactly what Dan Broderick was using the public courts and the
And was this
taxpayers'
be-
money for.
Was this because Judge Joseph had some personal vendetta against you?
No, but he was a friend of Dan's because that's what he told me he was.
And so you're saying that that Dan Broderick
Was misusing the public
bribed
court.
him? Dan Broderick
No, didn't need to.
just used his influence on Judge Joseph, and Judge Joseph is a crooked judge.
Your Honor, I'll
No.
object this argument.
It's the same.
Well, you're saying he's lying, he's covering his
I think there's a
bottom,
lot of influence
he's-
peddling going on that doesn't involve signatures or records or money at all. But
And the
it's
fact that
very
you were
real.
held in contempt didn't have anything to do with your conduct in violating the restraining orders?
They were, by that point, they were the most ridiculous, stupid contempts. Right, they had nothing to do with reality. It was just insanity. It wasn't hurting Dan Broderick or me or anybody else to not let Danny take the bishop's exam, which I believe is what that one was.
Well, let's just talk about the contempt hearings. Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 85, I have 3 posters actually, 85A, B, and C.
And their poster boards, calendars.
Yes, of calendars, 85A is 1987, 85B is 1988, and 85C is 1989.
All right, so marked.
The first contempt hearing evidence again was on April 2nd, 1987, correct?
Oh, that date, that's what.
Roger, if you could just answer my question. Was the first contempt hearing where evidence was taken before Judge Joseph on April 2nd, 1987?
I don't recall.
Okay.
If that's what you say, yes.
Put that one up in a minute. Let me show you the transcript of the hearing and see if your recollection is to the date. And I believe the court has already taken judicial notice of this date. April 2nd, 1987.
If that's what that says, yes.
And on that date, you were held in contempt on one count. You were found in contempt on one count. You were in jail with, correct?
You know, I'm not doing any of this, just me. You refresh
you
my
rem-
record, what the supposed count of contempt was at that point?
Do you remember before Judge Joseph and the fact that just
So she can't remember which one they're talking about.
time in jail and that sentence was suspended, you're not actually ordered to serve any time in jail? Is that not correct?
That's what the papers say, be correct.
And at that time, the judge warned you that if the conduct continued, that there would be jail time.
If you could just tell me what conduct we're referring to, maybe I'd remember more. Are we talking about 85 conduct, 86 conduct, 87 conduct? What was the contempt charge that time?
Your Honor, I have to have an instruction from the court that I
Well, Ms. Broderick,
Okay, well,
I
I
think what
can't-
she's saying, Ms. Wells, is she doesn't understand your question, so you can rephrase it so she can understand it.
At the first contempt hearing, is it not true that the judge warned you that if the conduct that leads to this type of contempt does not stop, the court will, based on its own judgment, not the judgment of Mr. Berry, to have jail time? I don't want to, ma'am. That's not my way. It's not the way I like to do things. Didn't Judge Joseph tell you that after that first contempt hearing?
I don't know. If you have it there, I guess he did.
I'll show you page 7 and 8. Does it refresh your recollection to look at the last paragraph through line 8 on the next page?
I see what it says, but I still don't know which contempt this is.
It doesn't matter which
Okay,
contempt it
fine.
was. It's the first contempt on April 2nd. And did he not tell you that if your conduct doesn't stop, and it was the phone calls?
Oh, it was? Well,
Yeah, me too, Jen.
It was the phone message that said, "Dear face, I'm not making one single cent of a payment on a car that has your name on it, or am I insuring it or anything, so you're in deep shit, buddy, and you've got bills piling up over here." Does that refer?
thinking about all the other contempts in 85 and 86 and 87, what happened to those?
The court has taken judicial notice of the first contempt hearings on April 2nd, 1987. There were no prior contempt hearings. And if you want to take a look at the papers that were filed January 14th, 1987, before that hearing, and at the allegation with respect to that message, does that refresh your recollection now?
Not particularly, but if this is what happened on that day, yes.
And it was very clear to you at that time that the court felt that this conduct was harassment.
Excuse me, can I see that paper again for just a second? That says Judge Murphy on it.
These are the papers that were...
But it was Joseph, but it has Judge Murphy's name. Is that how it goes? Okay, sorry. Okay.
It was made clear to you that that conduct was considered harassment by the judge, correct? And he told you that he felt, and he felt any reasonable person would feel, that this was harassing, annoying, and disturbing the peace of Mr. Broderick and other members of the household. He also told you I can't help but comment that it certainly has to be annoying and harassing to a parent to know that children are being exposed to that kind of characterization of the person with whom he is having a relationship. He also told you that if the conduct doesn't stop, that he didn't want to, but that he would impose jail time. Is that not correct?
Probably right.
Next hearing on May 8th, 1987, you were held in contempt on 6 counts, and at that time you were sentenced to 25 days in jail, correct?
That's what the papers say, yes. No, I don't remember all these. It seemed to me I had literally hundreds.
The boards over there that have the markings.
Your Honor, that misstates the evidence. We weren't allowed to put things that weren't in court records.
That's not true. Anything that was served on the defendant.
Anything that was served on the defendant, I think we've taken judicial notice of, and these dates, I believe, are on your exhibits, Mr. Early, is that not correct?
Your Honor,
Are you aware of another contempt hearing, Mr. Early, that precedes the April 2nd that I did not take judicial notice of?
there are contempt hearings that will continue that are not on here because...
Well, I'm talking about, was there another hearing at which any action was taken prior to April 2nd?
There was no
All right,
hearing
then
where there was an action.
All right, then that's enough. Go ahead.
After you were sentenced to that 25-day sentence to Las Colinas, it is true that within 6 days of that your attorney filed a motion with Judge Joseph to suspend 19 days of that sentence, correct?
If that's what the papers say, yes.
Well, you recall that you got out of jail early, that Tricia Smith
Right.
went to the court and made a request to let you out early, and the judge let you out early, correct?
I don't know how she did it, but yeah.
Well, do you recall writing a letter yourself to Judge Joseph in which you told him, I request that you release me from Las Colinas. I understand what you don't want me to do. I won't waste my time or anyone else's with these diversionary tactics. appreciate the time you've put in.
Those are not now.
Certainly.
I'm reading, Your Honor, from an order of the court.
Show it, Mr. Early.
We can have it marked.
No. I was wondering if I could see the letter, not the court order.
The letter written by the defendant?
If that's what you're referring to.
And you the letter.
The whole thing.
Let me have these marked, Your Honor.
People was 86.
86, Your Honor, would be the order of the court.
'87.
If you could take a look at this order, Mrs. Broderick, and the paragraph that is cited by the judge with respect to your request to be released from Las Colinas. Did you make that request? Yeah.
I wrote it, but it is now and has been my word. It was dictated to me by Trish Smith, and I actually refused to do it, but she made me do it. The rest of that letter is this very on the end of that letter. The beginning of that letter are my words.
Written in Elisabeth Broderick's handwriting.
One page.
It's one
Is
page.
there a date on there?
June 1st, 1987.
So, Mark,
Is that your handwriting, Mrs. Broderick?
4 over there. If I could see 1, 2, and this would take 2 and 3 are my thoughts to Judge Elisabeth at the time. These are not my thoughts, are not my words, but it is my handwriting.
So you're indicating that you did not want to get out of custody? You weren't making that request from Judge
Let's get the
Joseph?
other 3 pages of the letter, and that's the letter that says you can sentence me to 25 years in jail. I will never stop trying to talk to my children.
Judge Joseph never held you in contempt for talking to your children, did he?
He held me in contempt for attempting to talk to my children, and the
Mrs.
phone was
Broderick,
the only way.
to do with talking to
Wiggles driving the car into the house to speak to her children she knew weren't there. Dang, StreamYard, it was just getting good. Why? Oh, man. Yeah, she's had 2 parole hearings. The next one is in 2032. She'll be 80-something years old. She's never going to get out, though, because she's never going to admit what she did or that it was her fault. Everything's Dan's fault. She's not responsible for anything. They don't let people out that don't take responsibility for their actions. She's going to die in prison. I wonder if she's even going to live long enough to see her next parole hearing. I don't know, maybe she will, but still, they're not going to let her out.
Just that you left. I wish you would save your money sending perfectly normal, happy, healthy, wonderful children to psychiatrists when you and the maniacs. Did that have anything to do with talking to the children?
I don't particularly remember the messages. By this date in 1987, I was a ranting, raving, screaming, crazy person. I wanted a...
Well, you're still a crazy person.
Excuse me, I know you said that. My question was in response to your statement before about this contempt hearing, whether that message was one of the messages on which you were held in contempt.
I don't know particularly, but these are my thoughts, that he was sending me and the children to psychiatrists, and he would not submit himself to any sort of therapy or anything. And what was wrong with me and were the troubles that he was causing. If he would just give us a settlement and leave us alone, we wouldn't have to go to psychiatrists.
The messages that you were leaving on his machine had to do with him to talk to children, did they?
Most of them.
After you were released from custody, after you or your attorney indicated that you would waste anyone else's time with these diversionary tactics, that was June 2nd, 1987. It was June 21st, within 3 weeks, that you left the message that we've already talked about to Kathy Lee. June 27th, did call, already indicated you did, with the message, my God, did you say Kathy Lee? Anyway, this is a message for the, etc. That was left on June 21st, 1987, correct?
I wouldn't know what date that was left. All I know is the day I got out of jail, I was served with more contempt.
There were no more contempt hearings during 1987. The next one that was filed was in 1988, February 24th, where there was a hearing and you were found in contempt on 8 counts of contempt. Is that correct?
And there were no other, yeah. So now,
And those 8 counts of contempt, they weren't just phone messages. They were phone messages. They were sending vulgar postcards. They were writing threatening letters. There was the incident of forcing Dan off the road, was the way he described it, coming into the house. There were numerous instances on which you were found in contempt. Yes.
that included the dogs, yes. And I had just arrived home from a vacation, and he slammed me with papers again.
And at that hearing, the judge didn't sentence you or punish you in any way. He essentially suspended the sentence. He found you in contempt. He sentenced you to 25 days, which he suspended. He sentenced you to a $1,000 fine per count.
Which is $9,000 or $10,000.
It's $8,000. There were 8 counts.
Oh, okay, $8,000.
And to attorney's fees, and it was all suspended. At that time, everything was suspended. Nothing was done.
No, that's not correct. The money was a fine imposed that day.
But you were not ordered to pay it. It was suspended.
No, I don't think it was. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it was. I had to pay it. I had to pay it. Dan actually kept it out of my monthly money. That was so nice of him.
Well, perhaps you're mistaken and you're thinking about the May
No.
4th incident.
No, I'm not.
Isn't it true that on that hearing, on the February 24th hearing, that the judge had intended to sentence you to custody time, but that was the hearing that Dan Broderick requested that you not be sentenced to custody?
I believe that's the next one.
showing you the transcript that's marked February 24th, 1988. If you would read that paragraph, does that not refresh your recollection?
I know what page you're on.
107.
What is the question?
Does that refresh your recollection about the fact that the judge had intended to sentence you to custody, requested there be no custody, and that's why he suspended the sentence?
I'm too big in about the judge being frustrated.
Mrs. Broderick, if you could please read what you've been directed to read and answer the question.
What's the question? Does this refresh my recollection about what?
Does that refresh your recollection about whether or not this hearing on February 24th, 1988 was the one in which Judge Joseph had indicated he was going to sentence you to jail time, but Mr. Broderick requested that there be no jail?
I don't remember that. I'd have to read this more in context and get everything straight.
To you, I had every intention after reading the proposing the date had been suspended, that is the right to do. But I know less about your family than you do and Mr. Broderick does, and I hear Mr. Broderick saying to me that that's not going to help. It may even make things worse, and I don't want to do that. I do not want to make things worse.
I don't remember.
And did not sentence you to suspend.
Had to pay. Dan kept it out of my money at $2,000 a month, mandatory, sent to the city of San Diego for dropping the dogs off at his house.
Does he not say that the fines and the attorney's fees will be suspended?
StreamYard quit crashing at the good parts. I can't believe she just said, show me the real legal papers, because this can't be right.
Can we get the real legal papers? I had to pay that fine. Dan kept it out of my money at $2,000 a month, mandatory, sent to the city of San Diego for dropping the dogs off at his house.
Does he not say that the fine, any further violation of this court's order, which the court determines to be contempt, at this hearing, he suspended anything unless there were further violations of contempt. And it wasn't until May 4th, when there was a further violation of contempt, that he imposed that sentence.
Well, see, I don't remember it that way. I remember that in May 4th, then it was the $16,000 attorney's fees that were payable to Mr. Barry. But I think before May 4th happened, I had been paying at the rate of $2,000 a month, what I just said to you, to the city of San Diego, payable by Dan to the city of San Diego and taken out of my monthly money. That's what I remember. And I would have my monthly things to see if that's what in fact happened.
On May 4th, 1988, correct?
Yes.
Or was heard. And that had to do with a message that you left that started with, listen, you insane asshole. I'm not accepting rent by cab, which is unsafe with your office. Was that not, excuse me, just yes or no, was that not the message on which you were held in contempt on May 4th?
No, it wasn't.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit next in order?
88.
In order to show cause, great contempt by the hearing date of May 4th, 1988.
Somewhere.
I'm going to ask the court to take judicial notice of the fact that this was a declaration that was filed by Mr. Broderick with respect to that hearing.
Let me see it. You seen it, Mr. Earl?
What's that, Your Honor?
You've seen it. She wants me to take judicial notice that this is a declaration filed. Have you seen it?
I'm sure he has, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah.
All right, then I'll take judicial notice of it.
Judge Joseph never said at any of these hearings, and particularly at the February 24th hearing, never said, if you ever come back into court, you're going to jail, did he?
At the February 24th one, no, it would have been the last one. The very last time we were in his courtroom.
And he
I
said,
said to Dan,
if he ever brings you back into court, you're going to jail?
yes.
And is that somewhere in the transcript of that hearing?
I don't know if it's in the transcript or after it was over. But I know that the judge said to Dan, don't come back in here with these contempts and then surreptitiously argue that she shouldn't go to jail. The point of the contempt is to send someone to jail. So he told him not to come back.
There was another hearing after that. So obviously the judge wasn't upset about it at the February 24th hearing, was he?
That's not my recollection, and why my recollection is a mess is I was representing myself. I was an absolute nervous wreck. I didn't hear half of what went on.
Okay,
I didn't
assuming-
realize I had been entrapped on the 24th to what happened on the 4th. I never realized that happened.
That that's not your recollection. Let's just talk about what in fact happened on February 24th, 1988. That was the hearing, was it not, in which Mr. Broderick argued against custody?
It may be the same paragraph you already read last time, but I think that no, this isn't what the judge said. No.
This is not.
It's what he said that day, but he said
So sorry, guys. I wish they would fix this.
Dan Broderick argued against putting you in custody.
I don't know. This doesn't say Dan argued against putting him in custody. Mr. Brock saying to me that he's
If you
not
could please
going.
read it
Okay,
to
Your
yourself.
Honor. Your Honor.
Page 107.
It's not Broderick. Broderick.
I think it's the judge talking as to what Mr. Broderick told him through this once before.
Right, it's the
Right.
same paragraph.
You just read it.
But this is the hearing February 28th in which that request was made.
It was made then and it was made again on May 4th.
But it was made here, and you came back into court on May 4th, and you weren't sent to jail, were you?
The judge does not threaten in there, don't come back in this courtroom unless you want her to go to jail. That was his precise and accurate threat the last time. Don't come back in this courtroom unless you want her to go to jail. Specifically, that doesn't say that.
And can you point to me anywhere in the transcript of the May 4th hearing
No, I've never seen a transcript of the May 4th hearing, and I'm saying it could have been after the record was over, and he was just saying that to the person.
Or maybe I found a spot for the district attorney. So
Sure.
maybe-
Yeah. Counsel has a right to redirect. This is inappropriate.
Okay, I'll do it on redirect.
Fine. Either way. Show it to her now.
No, that's okay, I'll do it on redirect.
Filed for contempt after the May 4th, 1988. Correct?
So, yes.
Yes, was not. Is that
Right.
what you're saying? Okay, so June, July, August, September, October, November, December, there were no actions filed in contempt, there were no letters threatening contempt, correct?
I don't know about letters threatening contempt. I don't know.
Well, do you have any letters that were threatening contempt?
88 to me is a blur. I don't remember anything going on in 88.
You indicated that you kept the letters that Mr. Broderick was sending to you that you thought were threatening, correct?
I kept practically everything and threw it in a box.
Okay, were there any letters that were threatening to file contempt actions in 1988 after that hearing?
I don't know.
Were there any letters that were threatening contempt at any time during 1989? Were there any actions that were filed, contempt actions? that
I know
were
I did
filed?
not go to court on a contempt because I would have been thrown in jail and I would have remembered that. But insofar as him threatening, I don't remember.
You testified that after your separation, that you didn't have any friends to talk to about the divorce. That you weren't able to talk to any about the divorce.
1985?
Your testimony was that after
Oh.
the separation, you had no one to talk to about the divorce. Divorce wasn't something that you could talk about socially or with your friends. Isn't it true that you talked about your divorce on an ongoing manner with all of your friends?
On a social, flippant, surface level, yes. On a real level, no.
You never talked about it on a real level with Gail Ford, your frustrations with Gail Ford?
If Gail would be around the house when contempts would come, when papers would come, she was there when the picture came that day. So she would pick up little tidbits and stuff. But no, I never felt I had anyone I could go to and say, look at this problem, what can I do with it? I never went to anyone in that capacity. But Gail picked things up about what was happening. She'd walk into my house and I'd be sobbing hysterically.
Gail Ford was probably friends at the time, correct?
She was geographically the closest person because I lost all my other friends by being moved out of my neighborhood. So Gail was the only person I knew in that new neighborhood.
When you say you were moved out of your neighborhood, you remained in La Jolla, didn't you?
But you know what I mean, my neighbors, my street that I lived on for 10 years with kids and open door and coffees and
So
my friends were no longer there on an unexpected basis. These are friends that you don't write an invitation, come for coffee. They were just people in and out.
And isn't it true that people like Helen Picard came for coffee in and out all the time? People like Patty Monahan came
Helen
for coffee?
Picard and Patty Monahan did not resurface in my life until end of 87, beginning of 88, and they both testified to that. I didn't
So are
see
you
either of them
indicating-
for 5 or 6 years. They weren't there for 83, 84, 85, 86. 87, I believe, was their both of their testimony. But they
You-
came back in my life late 87.
So are you indicating then that you did have friends and people to talk to as of 1987?
At the end of 87, yeah. But I wouldn't have talked to them.
You didn't talk to them about your divorce?
I told them what was happening that day, but I didn't talk to them at a real level of look what's been going on here, besides which nobody wanted to listen.
Well, isn't it true that you lost some of your friends because that's all you would talk about was your divorce and about everything that was happening?
I lost most of my friends through moving out of the house, through losing the children, and through being cut off from the Bar Association social circle. So those were the three large categories of friends that I lost contact.
You're indicating that from moving to Coral Reef to your house in La Jolla Shores was a cause in losing your friends?
Just the kind of friends that are around every day and stuff. I wasn't going to call people and say, look what legal paper came today.
Didn't you continue to have contact with all of your friends in the investment club?
One morning, a month, 2 hours, we talked investments.
And you talked about your divorce?
Actually, the investment club in 87, 88 was at my home, and so they would see the boxes and boxes of papers. But no, we had to talk, we talked business. It was very structured. We did not sit around and talk about anyone's divorce.
So you're indicating at the investment club meetings that you didn't talk at all about your divorce. You tell the other women there what was going on in your divorce.
They would see the papers, and I did have to accept attorney phone calls during meetings sometimes. So I would miss the meetings because it was in my home.
The question was, Mrs. Broderick, to them about your divorce and what was going on in your divorce at these meetings.
Somewhat, but we didn't hold a meeting on it.
You should have friends, for example, Ann Dick was still a friend of yours. Judy Backus was still a friend of yours. Wilma Ingalls.
They're my friends, but I didn't really see them much. I didn't go out socially. I didn't call them up and do things. I'm thankful that they're still my friends, but I didn't really see them much.
Well, there wasn't anything that was preventing you from sharing any of your feelings with any of your friends if you had wanted to, was there?
Yes, my own personality. This was a very private kind of thing, and I couldn't go into detail with anyone it was not business anyway.
You couldn't go into any detail about your divorce and what was going on, and you kept all this stuff very private? Is that your testimony?
No, people were there and would see certain highlights. You know, people knew the highlights. People knew about banging the car into the door. Doesn't everyone now? People knew about the burning of the clothes and things. But they didn't know anything about what was going on. They couldn't help me.
Isn't it true that you were telling people consistently about all of these things that were going on? That, for example, say, isn't it warm outside? You'd start talking about the divorce.
If Candy McCarty saw me in the grocery store, that would have been once in 2 or 3 years. I didn't socialize with Candy McCarty, and I probably said, I'm really going through hell and I have to go to court and I can't get a settlement and something like that. But that's not filling her in on what went on for 6 years.
When you went out to Warner Springs, did you not sit down and talk to them about the divorce, little things that had been going on, people you didn't even know?
No, there was a lady who was there for the Notre Dame game in 1989, and she had 3 or 4 little children at the table with me, and I walked from the Notre Dame. My children are there, and I'm to make sure the restroom enough and stuff.
Is that the only time you were indicating that you talked to people at Warner Springs about your...
I did not talk about the legal stuff of the divorce. I mentioned that my husband at Notre Dame with my children, and he was remarried to his office girl, things like that.
Other than that time, which was in 1989, did you have any other conversations at the times you were out in Warner? You're saying that that's the only time.
Well, if I knew one, they wanted to know, who are you and what you're doing with your life and stuff. That's what I was doing with my life, was trying to get this divorce settled, but I can't think of any particular people. I didn't keep it a secret. It was the only thing going on in my life. But I didn't have the emotional support of anyone through the whole thing.
In fact...
Except Ronnie Brown.
Okay, you had Ronnie Brown. Ronnie Brown was a good friend, and you talked to her about it a lot.
I met
Diane
her.
Black. She was a good friend.
I met them in late 87, 88, I believe.
And you sent out that Christmas letter way back in 1987, where you certainly weren't keeping your problems private, were you?
I hate
No,
Christmas letters.
I think we're talking about the same things, but different things. I didn't keep the fact that I was going through an incredibly messy divorce private, but I didn't speak about particulars.
Purports to be a Christmas letter dated Christmas of 1987, you don't think that that's talking about your divorce or talking about any of the specifics of your divorce?
I don't know if it talks about legal specifics, but it describes the situation, yes. By Christmas of '87, I was shouting from the rooftops. I was desperately looking for help.
Well, okay, now I'm confused because you're either shouting from the rooftop and telling everybody about this, or you're talking to anybody, you're keeping it very private. Which is it?
The general picture, and I was looking for help. I've already testified. I called all sorts of agencies, including the district attorney. So I was talking in generalities, but insofar as close emotional support on a day-to-day basis, I didn't have any. And so it's the same thing but different things, if you understand that.
This picture that was sent to you, that you claim was sent to you in the December of 1986, which is a picture of Dan and the little yellow sticky attached to it. You claim that it was sent to you right before Christmas of...
I don't remember exactly when. November or December '86 is my recollection.
And it is true, obviously, that's not signed. It's not signed by Linda. It's true that anybody could have sent this.
Correct.
In fact, it says, the yellow sticky says, it must kill you to see the two happy together, correct?
Correct.
And letter to you, correct?
She's never denied it to me or anyone else that I know of. No, she's never admitted it, but she's never denied it.
You were aware through your children that she had denied ever sending that to you.
No? I know my attorney told Dan to make
Excuse me,
Linda cut it out.
Mrs.
Okay.
When you were sent this, how was it sent?
Remember now, in an envelope with a type outside and
Why didn't you keep the envelope?
It didn't occur to me to keep the envelope. I'm sorry. Maybe I did keep the envelope. I don't know.
You've
Stapled
indicated,
it.
this message that's on this, it must kill you to see these two happy together. You've indicated, well, that's typed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said the envelope was typed too, right?
I think that's why I knew it was anonymous, because there was no handwriting.
And you testified that you knew that Linda Kolkena didn't type.
Correct. I believe Gail Forbes came that day and opened it specifically. I know Gail wanted to destroy it. She started.
You wanted to do with it was send it out to everybody through Dan Broderick, correct?
I didn't have any of those thoughts before I got it. When I got it, I thought it was pretty tacky and awful of Linda to have done that. I didn't think Dan did it.
Well, a lot of people challenged you on whether or not Linda had actually sent this. A lot of your friends even say, how do you know Linda sent this to you?
Not a soul said that, no.
Not a soul?
Nope. It was pretty
On the record,
obvious.
what exhibit that is?
Yes, Your Honor. People's Exhibit,
It's defendant's exhibit.
Defendant's Exhibit, double Y, I believe.
All right, go ahead.
What you did was that you took this and you made it part of your Christmas letter, and you sent it out to all of Dan Broderick's friends, correct?
I sent it to Dan Broderick's friends. I
sent
don't
it to
even
your
know Dan's
friends?
Broderick friends. I sent it to certain people who knew us long-term in our marriage.
And the reason you did that is because you wanted people to dislike Linda.
The reason I actually did it is because her hairdo and my hairdo are so strikingly, we're so strikingly similar in those pictures, it's sick. That's why I did it.
But you've already...
I wouldn't have cared if they didn't like Linda. I certainly
You-
wasn't out looking for friends.
And you didn't like the fact that other people liked Linda, and you didn't want people to like Linda. And so you sent this out to everybody, telling them that Linda had sent that to you so that people would think, oh my goodness, what a horrible person Linda is.
No, that's all very convoluted. I didn't know anyone liked Linda. Anyway, no one came to me and told me they liked Linda.
Isn't it true that you testified last time, if other people knew she sent me this, they would not have thought this was the nice person that they thought she was?
Well, that's true.
So you obviously had a motive to send this out so that they wouldn't like them.
I know that Linda acted seriously sweet, innocent around one, and she was not seriously sweet or innocent in reality.
This had contact with a person.
Through the kids.
Okay.
Excuse me,
This
I was going to
indicates
fix that answer.
that this little yellow sticky says, "It must kill you to see these two together," and kill is in capital letters, correct?
Yes.
The rest of it is not. That's the way you wrote this diary entry. When you wrote, "There is no better reason in the world for someone to kill than to protect their home possession." The rest of it is not capitalized, but that word "kill" is capitalized, correct?
From that 2 years later.
Yikes, this is a scary woman.
Can I fix that answer about Linda?
She is unhinged.
You also indicated that you received some wrinkle cream ads at the time. Where are the wrinkle cream ads that you received?
I don't know where they are, but they're around somewhere because they were in an envelope and stuff. And I happened to see them on 2020 the other night, so somebody found them.
You have no idea where.
Oh, they were just newspaper things. They didn't have any writing.
Were they sent in envelopes?
She watched the 2020 episode that the jury wasn't allowed to watch.
Typed envelopes with no signature, no nothing.
And you didn't keep the envelopes?
I think I did. I know I wrote save for attorney on the last bunch that came in 1989. The first,
You kept them, you saved them, you put them in an envelope, save for attorney?
the 1989 bunch,
And you
not
don't
the
know what happened to those?
1986 bunch. I don't know what happened to the 1986 bunch. The 1989 bunch, I wrote on the envelope they came in, save for attorney in pencil.
When you testified about these wrinkle cream ads last time, you never said anything about them being in an envelope, in an envelope folder, did you?
The 1989 ones?
Either one, you never said anything about that.
If someone asked me, I would have said that, yes.
Well, you were asked about the wrinkle cream ads.
Did you
were
ask
sent?
me where they were and did them? Because I do remember saying I wrote
Did you show that envelope to me?
It was
That these
on my
wrinkle cream ads came in?
It was on my kitchen counter with all other, could have got a condo, it could have gotten moved to the storage garage.
When the wrinkle cream ads came in and they were in an envelope, and they had in a typed envelope, anonymous typed envelope, did you show them to anybody?
Who would I show them to? I lived alone.
Well, you
I didn't
showed
show-
everybody who came over to your house, you showed them this.
In
Everybody
nine-
that came over you showed, didn't you?
In 1986, 3 years earlier, if people were in my house the week that came and it was on the table, it was quite fantastic.
Didn't
that
you
came.
continue to show this to people in 1987 and 1988 and 1989? Whenever anybody would come over, this is what you pulled out to show them, didn't you?
No, I didn't have it on,
Well, you
I
pulled
didn't
this
keep
out-
it handy.
You pulled this out to show people, but you didn't pull out the wrinkle cream ads to show them?
It's in my diary what came and what dates it came, I believe. It's all in the diary.
My
I didn't
question
make-
is, did you show them to anybody else? Did anybody else see them?
Maybe Gail did. Ask Gail what she saw the day she saw that.
When you killed Linda Broderick on November 5th, 1999, were you still angry about that letter?
No, it's hard to say, it's just not, again, particularly, that was not particularly on my mind.
Did they have anything to do with your state of mind that morning?
That particular item, isolated as such, no.
Yeah, were you thinking about
No,
it
I
on
wasn't
November
thinking
5th,
about that item.
1989? Were
No.
you thinking about back 3 years later when you claim Linda sent this?
No. It
You
was
angry
just
about it?
it was just an accumulation of all the vicious, mean, evil, ratty things she had done. There were no particular.
Of all of the mean, ratty.
Angry is what I was in 1986. And scared and stressed is what I was in 1986. By 1987, I was terrorized, and a destroyed doesn't even come close to covering what was going on.
You indicated, you testified that You never used the word before you received this, in December of '86. You received this in December of '86, that's when Gail Forbes saw it. Gail Forbes used that word, and from then on you used the word, correct?
I heard Gail use the word, talking about someone at Great Carey that she thought was after her husband, and she said, that girl is a... And I knew it was a really bad word to use. And so I heard Gail say that. That's not in relation to this picture.
That's what you, isn't it true that you testified last time, that it was in relation to that picture, that when you received
Right.
that picture, Gail Forbes used that word, and that's the first time you ever used that word?
Gail Forbes looked at that picture and said, this girl is tried to destroy it. And from there, from that point on, Linda was forever the... But I had heard that word and used that word earlier.
And you had used it to refer to Linda.
I mean, I don't know.
Never used the word before you received that letter.
I didn't recall ever using the word cunt.
And it had to be pointed out to you that you had used it at least a year before, correct?
I would only use it in relation to Linda.
Okay, but that's not what you testified to last time, is it? You said you'd never used it before, you'd never even heard the word before, until Gail said it in relation to that letter.
Well, then I misspoke. I heard Gail use that word, and Gail admits that's where I heard that word from. And I thought it was on that exact day, but it was earlier. And I knew that that was the worst word you could use to a really foul female human person.
And you were using that word at least as far back as 1985 as well to describe Linda Kolkena.
Maybe. I don't recall such, but maybe.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit next in order?
89?
A bill from Adelaide's dated December 31st.
By now, the jury should know that when she says maybe, that means yes. She just won't say yes.
Showing you People's 89. Do you recognize that bill?
We went through this last time. I recognize the bill, but that stuff doesn't have anything to do with the bill.
What did on the bill?
I paid for these ugly flowers you sent me before you went off with your...
And you wrote that back in 1985, correct?
I don't know I got that bill.
Well, you sent this back to Dan Broderick because you didn't want to pay for the bill, right?
I don't know if I did that. It sounds like that's what I would have done.
Isn't
But I
that
don't
what
know
you're
when I
saying?
did it.
I do not want to pay for these ugly flowers
That's
you
what it
sent?
says, but
You
I don't
sent
know.
it back to Dan Broderick.
I don't know when he would have sent that bill to me that I could have sent it back.
May I have marked as People's 90, a letter dated January 24th, 1986?
So marked.
Do you recognize this letter that was sent to you from Mr. Broderick referring to that flower bill?
I guess so, yeah.
And that's dated January 24th, 1986. So within the next couple of weeks, he sent you back a letter indicating that the flowers were not the flowers that you were referring to, correct?
Yeah, I'm still not, we never straightened that one out.
What's not straightened out?
That bill never got straightened out because that letter says it's a pin hung on my front door and it wasn't. It wasn't a lot of
But
money.
there isn't any letter from Linda in December of 1985.
That's when I wrote that on that paper.
The flowers, you testified about some flowers that he sent you on November 6, 1985. Dear Bets, I know under the circumstances, I know the circumstances will make it a happy birthday this year, but I wanted you to know that the kid, was this something that you're indicating he was sending to you because he was intending to be cruel and vicious?
Yes.
For the record, what exhibit?
referring to Defendant's Exhibit II.
Thank you.
A normal birthday card wouldn't say, "I hope you feel better soon." It would just say, "Happy birthday."
Well, isn't it true that he had brought the kids over? He'd taken them out to buy presents for you, and he brought the kids over to give you the presents, and you wouldn't open up the door?
I don't know where you got that story from, but we've all been laughing a lot about it. Nothing like that ever happened.
Well, you indicated yourself that you weren't feeling very well in November of 1985. This was a month after you indicated that he had filed the divorce papers. You indicated that he had taken Linda to the Oktoberfest, and you indicated yourself that you were going crazy at that time, that you were upset, that you were anxious, that everything was falling apart.
I was very nervous, very scared, very threatened. I had been through a lot the previous 2 years, but I felt fine. There was
And he
nothing physically wrong with me. This was, let me lock you up, let me take care of you.
Was it saying?
Feel better soon. I was not sick.
And the flowers that he sent you on Christmas, Bets, I hope you have a Merry Christmas. Love, Dan. Was this intended to be vicious and cruel and mean?
Worse, that's the same Christmas he took the kids to Utah with his newly introduced secretary sleeping in a 2-bedroom condo, denied them any access to me, any Christmas decorations, any family tradition, and he has the nerve, and he's threatening me to get the furniture out of the house, throwing it away, and he's threatening me with contempt, and he's filed for divorce, he's moving to his man.
We already talked about that threatening letter about the furniture. You indicated that you did want the furniture, correct?
The furniture, we had one set of furniture. If Dan Broderick was moving to another house, I was not going to take beds and chairs away from my children and leave my children on the floor.
In 1985, before he went on his trip with Linda,
Didn't he have enough money to go out and buy new furniture for him? As much as you hated him, why didn't you just take all his furniture? You didn't give a crap about those kids, you just wanted money.
for the Christmas trip, you could have the kids Christmas. Asking you if you wanted the kids Christmas. And I have 91. The letter dated December 2nd, 1985.
So marked.
Did not send you a letter saying, I plan to go to Park City from December 21st to December 26th. Dear Beth, I would like to take the kids with me. On the other hand, if you would prefer to take them somewhere at my expense or want them to stay with you for Christmas, that will be all right with me.
It's not like 5 on a certain.
The time for making travel arrangements is rapidly running out, so please let me know of your plans by 5 p.m. on December 6th. If I don't hear from you by then, I will assume it's okay with you if I take the kids with me.
I got that letter after his deadline. So he can put December 2nd, 1985 on it, and he can put his deadline of December 6th, but it's a typical Dan Broderick funny to mail it late, and then I get it after deadline. And there was nothing I could do about it because, oh, you were warned.
In your diary of 1985, don't you indicate on December 3rd that you were informed of the ski trip with Linda?
That's what it says.
3 days before that letter
But that
was...
doesn't mean I was informed from that letter. I found out from the children.
The
about
fact
ski
of the matter is that you found out that he was going skiing with Linda for Christmas.
That letter doesn't say that.
Well, you said you knew that he was going skiing.
From the children.
Okay, you knew he was going skiing with Linda for Christmas. You didn't want him to go off and have a merry time with Linda skiing, and so you forced him to take the 4 kids with him.
No, he could have gone off and had a merry time with Linda. I wish he would have, but I needed a place to keep the kids and beds to put them in and a home to have them in so that I could have Christmas with them, and he wasn't offering me any of those things. I was still in
And
the
he had
empty
to offer
house.
those things before you take the kids for Christmas.
He didn't offer anything. He
Okay,
only
he
offered
had to
with
offer
that
something
deadline.
before you take them. Is that what
Hey,
you're
Jill.
saying? You had the opportunity to have them under some circumstances, didn't you?
Your Honor, objection.
No, not really.
States the evidence.
Overruled. You answer that.
No.
The same happened in December of 1986, where he sent you a letter telling describing how you had agreed that he was going to have Thanksgiving. You were going to have the kids for Christmas for 2 weeks, but you wouldn't take them because he wouldn't give you the $6,000 for the skiing trip, correct?
That's the $2,000 that he sent for the skiing trip. And that's when Hargreaves was on, and that's when I had no money, October, November, December, and that's...
And may I have marked as People's 93?
92.
92. The letter dated November 19th, 1986.
So marked.
Thank you. Do you recognize this letter referring to the arrangements for Christmas in 1986?
There's no copy to me on this letter, so I don't know if I've ever seen it. It's to Bill Hargreaves with a copy to Thomas Ashworth.
The first paragraph refers to the arrangements that had been made for Christmas of 1986. Does that refresh your recollection about the arrangements that had been
A few
made?
weeks ago. This is so typical Dan Broderick. It was agreed upon with whom? What is he talking about? I have agreed to contribute $2,000. He was not speaking to me. We hadn't agreed to anything. But he
Mr.
puts
Broderick, you just testified a little while before that he agreed to give you $2,000 and you didn't
through
think that
Mr.
was enough.
Hargreaves. Through Mr. Hargreaves, I was informed that I could take the kids skiing. My friend Mary Beth Woods and her husband and her 3 children were going skiing in Utah. We were going with them. I made the reservations and went ahead to plan for a ski trip. It wasn't until the very bitter end that $2,000 was all that came for the ski trip, and I couldn't do
Plus the
that.
$10,000 on November the 19th.
The $10,000 of the community property that I got was a regular support payment that is fully spoken for before it gets there. I
Okay.
could not take kids on a $10,000 ski trip with that money. That money was payment money, house payment money and things.
Okay.
You had a $10,000 house payment?
If I could just have marked as People's 93, an ex parte stipulation dated December, no, it was filed, dated December 9th.
7986.
Yes.
So marked.
If you could just identify this as the stipulation that you've referred to where Mr. Broderick agreed to pay $2,000 for the Christmas trip, as well as to send the additional $2,300 on the Campstead loan.
I was not a party to this. If my signature is not on it, I don't know about this thing. And I don't think I ever got that money anyway, because I didn't go skiing, so he didn't send the $2,000.
In 1988, you did have the kids for Christmas. You had them for the first week of Christmas vacation all the way up through Christmas morning, and then Mr. Broderick had them the following week, correct?
Yes, and I was going to court representing myself in a major trial the day after Christmas. I don't even remember the kids being...
So are you complaining that you had the kids for that week?
No, I'm
Christmas?
complaining that every Christmas I was in court or had things pending or trials coming, and whether I had the kids or not, it wasn't really much of a Christmas, that I was losing sleep and staying up all night trying to represent myself in a major trial that started the day after Christmas.
And for December of 1989 that was coming up, you knew also that you were going to have the kids for Christmas for the... In fact, Mr. Broderick had indicated you could have them for the full 2 weeks of Christmas vacation.
No, I don't know that he said that. In the court paper that I got in January of '89, I was supposed to have them for half of Christmas. And the letter that I read on November 5th informed me again that I would be in litigation over Christmas again. Because if he was going to file contempt and put me in court, we're in November, and here we go again. November, December, January.
The day before you killed Mr. Broderick on November the 4th, you were there when Danny had a conversation, when he called his dad to find out for sure what was going on for Christmas, and he'd informed Danny that he could have Christmas, that he was going to spend Christmas with you. Helen Picard was right there when Danny told you.
We had in writing a verdict that was given in January of 1989 that spelled those things out without question. I didn't need any phone call with anybody. Those
Okay,
things were
but
right in the verdict.
But the phone call just confirmed again that there wasn't going to be any problem with that he wasn't objecting to that there wasn't going to be any problem with Christmas of 1989.
There shouldn't have been. I had a verdict that gave me certain things. I don't know particularly what it said that year, but it was a verdict that said 1 year you, next year them.
Ms. Wells, might this be a good time to take the afternoon recess?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Please remember the admonition.
Thank you, Your Honor. With respect, Mrs. Broderick, to the warning that you indicated that Judge Joseph gave to you about going back to jail if you were found in contempt again, if you would take a look at the May 4th, 1988 contempt transcript, page 63, starting line 17, and read through the next page, line 7. If you just look at that, does that refresh? And Judge Joseph was indicating there to you that his first concern was for the children and the difficulty that was created for the children and not wanting the children to suffer, correct?
Yes.
And he was also indicating his frustration at the contempt hearings and at holding you in contempt and the continuing contempts.
Frustrated with the progress of the case, yes.
He indicated that he felt that you were obviously an intelligent person, you understand the orders, and no matter what your frustration level is, you must resist the impulse to make the same statements over again in any manner where they can be heard by Mr. Broderick or the children or anyone else who's a resident in that house.
Right.
And he indicated, I'd expect you to comply with these orders, and if you don't, you're going to be back here, and I'm going to make a decision. And no matter what the fact and the decision is, there were no other contempt actions filed against you after this, correct? I believe you've already testified to that.
Right, except the November 5th letter.
Now, you testified last week that you wanted Danny to take the bishop's exam. You were frustrated about the fact that he missed that exam, and you were angry at Mr. Broderick, and you said, quote, "Why are you doing this to your children? You've had your good education. Why are you doing this to the kids?"
Yes.
It is true that Francis Parker, the school that Danny was going to, is a very good school in San Diego.
Yes.
Correct? It's a very well-known private school.
Yes.
And so they were obviously getting a very good education at Francis Parker.
Right.
Danny had always gone to Francis Parker, correct?
Yes.
And it was close to where they lived in Marsden Hills.
Yes.
And he was doing very well there. He was getting good grades. During
Yes.
the time that he lived with Mr. Broderick, during those years, he was getting very good grades and being a good student.
Yes, Danny always got good grades.
And Rhett also went there with him as well.
Yes.
The school liked them both.
Uh-huh.
And the psychologists felt that that was one constant in their lives that was good for them and that they should stay at Francis Parker.
Well, I wouldn't have known what a psychologist thought at that time because they weren't telling me what they thought.
Okay. The fact that Danny did not go to Bishop's and stayed at Francis Parker obviously did not affect their ability to get a good education, correct? They were getting a good education at Francis Parker.
Yes.
Now, you also testified with respect to the children that there was an everyday, constant, ongoing problem with them having no food, no milk, no cereal in the morning.
That's what they would tell me, yes.
Now, is your testimony that in 1986, 1987, 1988, 1989, that this was a constant, everyday, ongoing problem that they had no food in the morning?
The breakfasts were an ongoing problem, yes.
In
There were
1980
times when it was a little better and it quieted down, but basically they would complain to me that the mornings especially, whether it was a weekend or a school morning, that there was no breakfast food in the house that they could fix themselves and there was no one there serving them.
In 1989 and 1988, when Sylvia Cavins was working there, are you indicating that they were complaining that there was no breakfast food?
I thought Sylvia was a good babysitter and she had maturity and stuff, but yes, they still complained to me about the specific breakfast foods and no milk and no cereal and no fruit. And
You had indicated that you had disagreements or you didn't like the various babysitters that Dan had over the years. You'd had problems with them. It is true, though, that for the last 2 years, or the 2 years prior to Mr. Broderick's death, Sylvia Cavins, housekeeper.
she was a mature person that had good judgment, and Dan treated Sylvia better than he had treated the real young girls he had earlier. And he respected when she requested a change or something, and she was okay. But
The fact of the matter is that there wasn't any problem then with the babysitters or the care that they were taking for at least 2 years prior to November the 5th of 1989.
the problem being that I didn't want my children having a babysitter. That was the last 2 years when I was determined I was going to get my children back.
You indicated that the babysitters, that Dan couldn't keep any of the babysitters because they couldn't stand him. Isn't it true that the babysitters all liked him very much? Or Sylvia Cavins liked him very much, Robin Tuua liked him very much, Linda David liked him very much, Marta Shaver liked him very much. They didn't quit because they didn't like Mr. Broderick.
Well, you didn't bring in the ones that didn't like Mr. Broderick. There were a whole bunch of other ones with other names and other times, and you're only dealing 87 beyond.
Okay.
There were
so
lots
we'll go-
that quit because
we'll
they
go
hated
backwards.
Dan.
Sylvia Cavins was there for the 2 years prior to November the 5th.
I'm not sure if it was a
1989.
full 2 years, but she was there for a while.
She indicated that she was hired in December of 1987, so 2 years less 1 month.
Okay.
And prior to her was Linda David, who was there for at least approximately a year. And prior to her was Robin Tuua, who was there for approximately a year. So the prior 4 years were those babysitters who there really weren't any problems with.
All I know was what the babysitters that I knew told me, that there were lots of problems, and they didn't like Dan, and he was cold to them, and he let them know he was never happy, and I had also the main one that complained to me.
Well, Marta Shaver was the first one.
First.
She was one of the first. She
one
was
of the
there for
first.
quite a while, correct?
I don't know how long she was there, but I think there was a girl with curly hair there before Marta.
Well, did you think that your kids were being starved, that they didn't have any food?
Back then, yes.
In 1989, in 1988, in 1987, is that what you're saying?
89, 88, 87.
Yeah, let's forget about years ago. Let's talk about the 2 or 3 years before.
As the
November
children
5th.
were older, they were always complaining to me that there was nothing in the house, and that's how Rhett got hit by a car, is he got on a bike to go up to a Jack in the Box to get French fries after school because he was starving and no one would give him a snack or something. So they would complain like that to me. I'm sure when Sylvia
Did you really
was
think
there,
that they were starving?
only what they told me. No,
I know,
didn't
but
think
did you really take it seriously? Did you really
Their
think they were
complaint-
starving, or did they want some junk food? Or
their
I mean, was-
complaint was there was dinner food for Dan. And when Dan came home for dinner, the family sat to a dinner. If Dan didn't, they were sent up University Avenue for food and dinner. And there was not snacks, not fruit. And remember, please, on Friday night or Sunday, and they were never there for lunch or mornings, even during vacation. And summers were a huge problem because the babysitters didn't come until later.
Was this something that you were thinking about on November the 5th, 1989, when you drove over to Dan Broderick's house?
Not specifically, no.
Did it have anything to do with your state of mind that morning and why you were angry?
Everything that took place for the previous messy years built up, but no, not that specifically.
And you have any, if there was a problem,
It's
it's
getting
certainly
better.
getting better.
Yes, definitely.
We've already talked a little bit about the attorneys that you hired. you had indicated that no one would represent you because they were afraid to go up against Dan Broderick. Obviously, that wasn't true with respect to Dan Jaffe. He was not afraid to go up against Dan Broderick, and he was willing to represent you, yes or no?
Sort of, not yes or no, as he has testified. He did not want to represent me because he was in LA. But
Did that have anything to do with being afraid to go up against Dan Broderick? He wasn't afraid to go up against Dan Broderick.
No, but he didn't
was
want to be bothered either. And he wasn't a San Diego lawyer.
Did Bill Glexman indicate that he was afraid to go up against Dan Broderick? He was willing to represent you, wasn't he?
But he wasn't a San Diego lawyer. That statement was made about San Diego lawyers.
Okay. Did Bill Hargraves indicate to you that he didn't want to represent you because he was afraid to go up against Dan Broderick? Obviously not, right? He represented you and he wasn't
He was
afraid to go up.
anxious to take this case and go up against Dan Broderick.
As
so
were
that he could
many,
make
many
himself
attorneys
famous.
in town, weren't they? It was
There were a
good
lot of
case.
incompetent attorneys that solicited this case at night at home and were dying to represent me in this case.
So only the incompetent ones wanted to represent you and all the competent ones wouldn't do it. Is that what you're saying?
That's how it worked out, yes.
Tricia Smith wasn't incompetent,
No, but I hadn't heard of her in the beginning.
but that's not what we're talking about. She was willing to take your case and she wasn't incompetent and she wasn't afraid of Dan
But I
Broderick,
hadn't heard
was
of
she?
her when I was looking for an attorney in 1985.
Okay, well, so then there wasn't a problem as of 1987 when you hired Tricia Smith, correct?
And she was in Del Mar. I was, looking for a San Diego city attorney, I didn't, she was in
Is
Del
that
Mar.
why you fired Tricia Smith, because she was in Del Mar?
No.
Okay.
I fired her because she couldn't get anywhere against Dan and it was a colossal waste of money.
The fact is, even Mr. Hargraves, when you talked to him about the fact that nobody would take the case, everybody was afraid to go up against Dan Broderick, he talked to you about the fact that that wasn't true, that there were 7,000 lawyers in San Diego, many of which would willingly take this case.
That's what I've said to you. There were lots of them that wanted to get involved with the case for the notoriety of Dan Broderick. Would have been a feather in Bill Hargreaves' cap. He wanted to be a participant in this case because of the mediation and stuff. It would have been a great feather in his cap.
What about B. Snyder, Rebecca Prater, Sandra Morris?
I'm sorry, Rebecca.
Prater, Prater. Those were all good, competent lawyers who would have taken the case, weren't they?
Well, I don't know how good they were then. Bea Snyder herself was going through a divorce and cried at the one appointment I had with her. I was referred to her as a wonderful attorney. She broke down in tears and cried about her own divorce at my appointment, and I thought, well, I guess she's not really in quite the shape to take on my case. So that's why I didn't hire her. And Tricia Smith ended up being in her own divorce during my case, too.
And what about Rebecca Prater and Sandra Morris and the other attorneys that were recommended to you? None of them quite fit the bill for what you wanted, did
None
they?
of them were like Dan Jaffe, correct. Dan Jaffe, and there was a man in North County, Hennenhofer. Hennenhofer would have been exactly the
attorney that you wanted. In February of 1988, you fired Tricia Smith.
Yes, in the courtroom in frustration. Excuse me, I don't think I fired her. I told her I didn't want her to represent me on that contempt order on one of those days, the second to last one.
Well, you also completely and irrevocably fired her from representing you in any way, shape, or form, didn't you?
No, I didn't. In fact, I wanted her to continue and represent me on the divorce, as did the judge in the courtroom that day. She was just not representing me for those contempts because I thought they were a waste of time and money.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 94? A letter dated January 18th, 1988.
So marked.
Did you not send a letter to Tricia Smith saying, "So much for your Ruth Roth idea. I have felt totally unrepresented by you since the summer of 1986. I have felt raped and robbed by your methods of extracting fees, always in advance of any services. I can no longer afford the emotional or financial strain of calling you my attorney."
I don't know if I ever sent her that letter.
Okay.
I know I wrote it because I was extremely I recognize my writing. I don't know if I ever sent it. I wrote a lot of things that I never sent.
Well, do you recall at that hearing in February of 1988, Tricia Smith telling the judge that she had just received a communication from Betty Broderick indicating in no uncertain terms that she did not want me to be her attorney for any purpose any longer?
I don't know if she's referring to this letter, but that was not the discussion as I recall it in the courtroom, if you'd read on.
If you would take a look at the transcript dated February 24th, 1988, page 1, the yellow portion, does that refresh your recollection about what Tricia Smith told the judge?
But so you have to read on for the discussion that ensued, is that I definitely wanted her to represent me on the divorce, but if that meant going into court on stupid waste of money contempts, I did not want to pay an attorney to waste time and money like that anymore.
Did she not tell the court that you had indicated to her, based on a communication, which presumably is that letter, in no uncertain terms that you did not want her to be her attorney for any purpose any longer?
That's what she said there, but
Okay.
if you keep reading on, it was agreed upon in court that she would continue representing me on the big picture divorce, and that something would be done, and that's the same hearing where she
She never
complained.
continued to represent you. You fired her.
No, I didn't fire her.
You don't say even in your own book that you fired her? When? I have fired Tricia Smith and the emotional and financial cost of having her anymore.
When is that?
This is the
When is it
reported
talking about?
book. I'm just asking you at any point, did you fire Tricia Smith?
No, I really didn't fire her. We had, in the courtroom, I was totally frustrated with what was happening, and the way that she took that check that we came up earlier, that there was a $221,000 check, and she took half of it or something, and so I was frustrated with Tricia Smith, but I didn't fire her, and I wanted her to stay on the case. And it's in these transcripts somewhere.
Did you say in your book, or
She was getting nowhere.
did you say, I have fired Tricia Smith?
That's what it says, but I don't know what time it is. After she left
Did you say,
town.
I can no longer afford the emotional or financial strain of calling you my lawyer?
Right.
Did you also say that you had fired her because you thought she was kissing up to Dan Broderick?
Oh, that's about the friendly letter she wrote to Dan without a copy to me. Dear Dan, I know you're getting this big check. If you'd send me this big check behind Betty's back, which wasn't printed in there, I will send you back your half within 24 hours, and I'll keep her half of this big check for my attorney's fees. I didn't even know that check was coming, and I was very upset that she did things like that behind my back.
And
Your
you
own attorney is
fired
not
her.
supposed to do that.
And you fired her, right?
No.
You felt she was kissing up
I
to Dan
wrote things like
Broderick.
this, that I was getting very upset that she was doing things behind my back, and she charged me over $30,000 at that point and never gave me an accounting of why I owed her $30,000. And still has never yet done that. It was $37,000, I think.
Did you not say in your book that now it was becoming more and more apparent that Tricia Smith was kissing up to Dan? By becoming a friend of Dan's, her career would be launched as one in the in crowd. Before taking this case, no one had ever heard of Tricia Smith.
That's true.
So her writing a letter to Dan Broderick about
Getting
the
money.
splitting of a community asset you felt was inappropriate.
The way she did it, and the way that she would not let my books for a moment reflect that I got that money in. She did it very improperly. In fact,
Okay.
illegally. I have no
You
way to
also-
prove I paid her all that money.
You also, at the time that you fired her, at least that she indicated in no uncertain terms, you had fired her on February 24th, 1988, that at the same time you fired Brian Brennig, who had been appointed as the appraiser on your behalf. You fired Ruth Roth, who had been appointed to mediate the case. You fired the accountant that she had had assisting on the case. You indicated that you wanted to handle this yourself. And had
Fed up with everything. I couldn't have fired Ruth Roth and Broderick and some accountant that has no name because I never hired those people.
But you knew that Tricia Smith had hired them on your behalf to represent you in this case. She was representing you. She'd hired an appraiser. She'd hired an accountant. She tried to get Ruth Roth to mediate. Everything was going along and moving forward,
Everything
and you
was
came
going
in
nowhere.
and fired them.
This is a year after I hired her. A 12-month calendar year. Nothing had been accomplished insofar as anything. A whole year later.
Right, but things were starting to be accomplished.
No.
Because these people, okay, good.
And Broderick never sent those records over, and this is
Does it
probably...
indicate, excuse me, on February 24th, 1988, line 15 through 19, you had also fired Brian?
That's what's there, but I couldn't have fired those people that I never hired.
At the time, you knew that the court had ordered Dan Broderick to pay the fees for these people. She'd gotten an order for
Right.
the court to pay, for Dan Broderick to pay $12,000 to Tricia Smith for her attorney's fees, $5,000 to Mr. Brennig to begin work,
Hey, Nichelle.
another $2,000 for depositions. This was money that the court was ordering Dan Broderick to pay, your expenses on the divorce, $5,000 to Tricia Smith's billing as justified. Aware of that, correct?
All I'm aware of, he was ordered to pay Ruth Roth, and then she ended up suing me because
Have marked as 95, head order, dated April 2nd, 1987.
So marked.
If you could take a look at that minute order, does it refresh your recollection about whether or not the court had ordered Dan Broderick to pay the fees for these people?
Yeah, but I don't know if he did.
Well, they got fired.
A year later. That's April 1987 order. Now you're talking about
Do you
1988.
remember Dan Broderick having to go into court after 1989 to get a return of the money, the $5,000 that he paid
That was never
for Mr.
used.
Brennig?
That was
It
never used.
used, that's right. But he paid it, hadn't he? He had to go to court to get
Paid
it
it
back.
to Tricia Smith? Didn't pay it to me? I don't know who he paid it to.
He paid it to the accountant that was going to be representing him.
But I'm not a party to that, so I wouldn't have known that.
You were present at the time that this order was made, weren't you?
Right, but I don't know if he paid, and who he paid, and I know he got it back in 1989. He requested it back.
You were angry at Tricia Smith's representation of you from the very beginning because you didn't feel she was aggressive enough against Dan Broderick, correct?
When I hired Tricia Smith, I had gone through the Hargreaves, Glucksman Christmas of the no support and trying to get emergency support and the reconsideration. And looking back in my diary, from the first I hired Tricia Smith, I was calling her every day. I was hysterical. I needed something settled in early of '87, and I got, as '87 the year went by, and I got more and more frustrated and more depressed and spent more and more money and nothing happened. I got extremely upset with frustration at Tricia Smith and the system and everything else.
You were
'87 was a
upset
very
because
bad year.
She wasn't being forceful enough,
Right, she
you
wasn't
were-
getting anything done.
but she wasn't being forceful enough with your words. She wasn't being
Whatever it
aggressive
takes to
enough.
get something done, she couldn't get anything done. Nothing.
And when she didn't return your calls, this is what was causing so much anxiety and distress.
Right? She was getting married, she went on a honeymoon, her friend had a baby, she took vacations, she was not returning my calls, and I was...
She had a life to live beyond representing you, is what you're saying.
Very much so, and I was a basket case before I even found her. So I was very, very nervous and desperate to get something settled before she even came on the job.
And you... Huh. You referred to the letters that she had sent to Mr. Broderick, and Mr. Broderick sent to her regarding the sale of the Fairbanks Ranch. May I have marked your honor as equals 90 in a series of 1, 2, 3 letters.
Well, all 3 letters marked 96?
Yes.
All right.
If you could just take a look at these letters and simply just identify them for me. Are these the letters that you're referring to, where she was writing to Mr. Broderick and he was writing back to her regarding how to split that?
Now, what's the question about this one?
Are these the letters that you're referring to? You indicated that you were angry about her letters to Dan Broderick, where he...
I've never
She
seen
was-
this letter before. All I knew was the one, this is a letter from Dan Broderick to Tricia Smith telling her about some check coming. All I was aware of was a letter from Tricia Smith to Dan Broderick, because I was never aware of this check coming at all. None of these letters are copied to me. And I didn't even know this check was coming until it was too late.
Well, then how was it that you were upset about her overly friendly letters to Mr.
When I went to her office and she was on vacation, I asked for the file and I saw this letter. The secretary gave me the file and I saw this letter with no copy to me, and I was absolutely flabbergasted. I had no idea about the money or anything.
So, for the record, you're referring, when you say I saw this letter, since we had several of them
At her
marked,
office.
you're referring to the letter that's dated August 18th, 1987, where it starts out, "Dear Mr. Broderick," and it ends, "Very truly yours, Tricia Smith."
The one I saw, yes.
That's the one that she was kissing up to Dan Broderick.
I thought she was doing things behind my back. She never told me this check was coming. And she obviously knew, since I had no idea the check was coming. And I did not approve of the way she handled her getting that check in her account and paying me back my half less what she said I owed her, when giving me no accounting whatever of how and why I owed her that much.
And you wrote a letter to Dan Broderick telling him, which is included here, telling him that you didn't want that to happen. You wanted the letter to be, or the check to be sent directly to you, correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
You wanted to report Mr. Jaffe to the State Bar for his handling of the case. You wanted to report Mr. Hargraves to the State Bar for his handling of the case. You wanted to report Tricia Smith to the State Bar for her handling of the case. Is that
No, only
correct?
Mr. Hargreaves.
Do you not indicate in your diary here requesting attorney disciplinary procedures on Mr. Jaffe for non-action, on Mr. Hargraves and Tricia Smith for non-action?
What's the question?
Did you not, were you not considering requesting attorney disciplinary procedures against each of the attorneys who represented you?
No, this doesn't say that at all.
Requesting attorney disciplinary procedures?
I don't know what that means.
Is that your handwriting?
Yeah, but I don't know what requesting attorney disciplinary procedures would mean, except the ask for the instructions to complain about somebody or something.
May I have this marked here on those people's exhibit?
97?
97.
We have a volume of the diary, does that cover?
Certainly.
I'm going to have to look. I don't have it at the top.
All right, just supply
It's
it to...
dated September 22nd, 1987.
Thank you.
obviously after 1980, January of 1989, when the divorce was over, you hired Mr. Hauslein, Herman Hauslein, to do the appeal, correct? And you hired Walter Mond to represent you for the seeking custody of the boys.
I hired Walter Mond. His friend was Herman Hauslein, and he referred me to him.
You hired both of those attorneys to represent you in 1989.
Yes.
So there wasn't anything that Mr. Broderick was doing to prevent you from being represented by an attorney at any time during 1989, was there?
No?
Okay. And you indicated that having to go to court was something that distressed you, that you did not want to have to do. It is true that Mr. Broderick offered to stipulate to the bifurcation so that you didn't have to go to court, correct? He sent you a letter explaining what that was.
Right, and I would not sign and agree to that. I would agree to any sort of a settlement or split of things. I would not agree to across-the-board divorce with no settlement. That would be
Well,
very foolish of me.
Didn't he send you a letter explaining that this was just a bifurcation of the divorce status and didn't have anything to do with settling the case one way or the other?
Correct? There wouldn't have been a reason in the world I would have signed that.
Because you had no desire at that point to get a divorce. You were not.
Oh, I had
going to
every
sign-
desire in the world to get a divorce, but a
In March-
divorce to me means community property support, children, visitation, custody, those sorts of things. A divorce doesn't mean an empty piece of paper and I get nothing.
People's 98, a letter dated March 31st, 1986.
So in her mind, she wasn't divorced until custody, child support, alimony, all that stuff was done. In her head, she wasn't divorced yet. Is that what she just said? Oh my God.
He did at least send you this letter explaining what a bifurcation was and asking you to stipulate to it, correct?
Yes, and I'm glad you showed me this because it's typical that it's such a...
Mrs. Broderick, if you could just identify, did he send you that letter?
Yes, dear Bets.
Is there something wrong with Dear Bets?
Yes. If you compare it to other legal threatening things, it's Dear Elizabeth. Dear Bets is what he says when he wants something real nice. Dear Bets, agree to this like a fool, and I'll leave you alone. And it's like, no. It doesn't on any other of the letters you have there.
December 2nd, 1985. Here's a letter. It says, Dear Bets.
Is this the one, get your furniture or else? Oh, see, this is another one, just like it. And you were refreshing my recollection. These letters look innocuous on face value, just like the one on November 5th is going to look innocuous. Those letters say all kinds of hidden messages to me, like, Dear Bets, I'm taking the kids for Christmas. That's a threatening letter. With his deadline, that I got it after the deadline, and look at that face value. No problem there to anyone else in this room, right? And that was a really ratty letter, Dear Bets.
Oh my God.
He did make a settlement proposal as well in May of 1986. He sent you a proposal attempting, making a proposal for settlement, correct?
A proposal that I could not decipher anything, and I had no attorney at the time. And I would never
May I have
agree to
marked this
anything.
People's 99. A document entitled Marital Settlement Proposal dated May 7th, 1986.
So marked.
If you could just identify for us, did he send you this marital proposal?
Right. Right.
Did you consider it a threat that he entitled this dear Bets as well?
Yes, because he wanted me to agree to it. By that point, it was like, oh no.
He did originally agree to mediate the case with Bill Hargraves. He came down for a meeting at Bill Hargraves' office, correct?
I was surprised he showed up. Yes, he did. He showed up.
And obviously, he didn't have to. There wasn't any court order that made him go there. He agreed to go there and show up. Okay?
Right.
He also agreed to arbitrate the case in 1987. When Tricia Smith was on the case, he wrote her a letter offering to arbitrate rather than go to a trial.
We did that.
He agreed to mediate the child custody issue with Ruth Roth, correct? He agreed to go to Ruth Roth, just like you were going to Ruth Roth to attempt to mediate the child custody dispute?
I thought that's what we agreed to in court and stuff, but then he wouldn't pay Ruth Roth, and that didn't work.
You're indicating that the mediation fell through with Ruth Roth because he wouldn't pay?
I know we didn't pay. I don't know the sequence, the exact sequence of events, but I know she ended up suing me and I had to go to court and show the judge.
That's because you were supposed to pay for your bills and he was supposed to pay for his bills.
No, that's why I won in court. No, the letters said that if he demanded that I participate in that he would have to pay the bills, and then he refused to pay. So I won that case in court, where I represented myself.
He tried to get a firm visitation schedule when you were having the problems, going back and forth, when it wasn't working out with the kids, trying to make the arrangements. He wrote you a letter trying to get you to tell him what weekends you wanted, what weeks you wanted, so that it could all be settled without having to use the kids, didn't he?
What time frame are you in?
In 1988. May I have marked your honor as People's 100? The letter dated May 11th, 1988.
So, Mark?
Do you recall this letter being sent to you, asking you to give a list of weekends or a list of weeks that you wanted to have the children so that it could be set, the schedule could be set, and there wouldn't be any misunderstanding?
This is a letter from his attorney, not from Dan. I don't remember this letter. If I read it, I might remember. By May of '88, when they weren't showing up at the mandatory settlement conferences and everything, I didn't even read. If I got this letter, I didn't even read it. And look, there's this here. But I wasn't agreeing to anything that they presented to me like that. I wanted a full
So even
settlement.
though they were offering to attempt to resolve the scheduling of visitation,
Right.
and giving you a schedule where you could request which weekends and which weeks you desired to spend with the boys, so that it would be set. You just
In May of
didn't want anything to do
'88,
with
that
it.
was much too late. Too little, too late, as the saying goes. It's 1988.
So you weren't willing to agree to any kind of visitation?
No, we were going to trial on this case.
Okay.
It was way beyond any kind of agreement. And I didn't have an attorney. I wasn't signing up for anything with them.
He did go to the court-ordered conciliation meetings. He went to 3 different ones where he was ordered to go to.
This is 1985.
1986 and 1987, 2 in 1986 and 1 in 1987. And you didn't appear at any of those, did you?
I didn't even know about those. I remember one, Mr. Jaffe's office called me like 9 o'clock in the morning and said, "You're supposed to be somewhere now." And I said, "I'm not going anywhere without an attorney." I wasn't presenting myself anywhere without an attorney.
You indicated that you were upset because he had canceled his deposition. It is true. Well, do you know how depositions are set, by the way?
No.
Okay. They just send you a notice and they say, by the way, your deposition is going to be set on such and such a date.
Send me a notice?
No, anybody.
I've never been noticed.
Well,
That's facts, not evidence.
staying, she doesn't know how they're set.
Know about whether or not you had an opportunity to set a date that's convenient or whether you're just noticed of a particular date.
All that I know about this is Tricia Smith told me that she had scheduled one with Dan, and she had a court report, and she was ready, and they were waiting for Dan, and he didn't show up, and he feigned ignorance of the date or something, and she was really annoyed. That's all I know about depositions.
You do know that whether or not he was available to take that deposition, whether or not he was in court, something else came up. The deposition was taken on 2087.
I know that she finally did. He finally showed up and went, but he did it while he knew I was in Hawaii, so I couldn't be there. That was the same trip I was supposed to take children on, and he was pre-noticed of those dates, and he showed up when I couldn't be there.
Well, your attorney was there, right? Tricia
Right.
Smith is the one who took the deposition.
Yes. But she would have rather had me there, I think.
And the deposition was taken on July 20th, 1987, in which Tricia Smith asked him about all of his finances, all of his declarations, all of his financial papers, all of his tax returns, all that stuff, back in 1987.
Yes.
And he specifically denied at that time that there were any hidden assets whatsoever. There is no hidden money or no hidden bank accounts. There are no hidden assets in any way, shape, or form. You can spend from now until doomsday looking. You won't find anything else. There is nothing else. I know respondent believes otherwise. She's mistaken. If there was anything else, I would have engaged in income tax fraud and probably a lot of other things. There is nothing else.
Except that we found at least those 2 bank accounts that he emptied, so he was obviously lying about those then.
Okay.
And
well,
whatever else there was that I wasn't lucky enough to uncover.
Those bank accounts those were part of the records. The only reason you knew about it, hadn't seen
They were
it
in
before.
bank records, not his records.
Right, and all of his bank records were turned over. When Tricia Smith did the deposition, he turned over all of his bank records, and you even indicated yourself that one of your friends was going through it when you were representing yourself, and they saw that, correct?
Yes,
So there
during the
wasn't-
trial in 1989.
Right, well, you were representing yourself at that time. By that time, you didn't have an attorney who was going through the records. You were going through them yourself,
But see-
and that's when you saw that there had been a transfer of money. There wasn't anything hidden about it. It was right there in the records,
But
correct?
see, you've already just shown me a supposed settlement offer that he was in a friendly tone making me that I wouldn't accept, and he doesn't mention that money missing in there.
It's on his bank records that were turned over as far back as 1987, correct?
I don't know that. Tricia Smith was complaining in 1988 that she had not received certain bank records. They could have been the ones that were turned over in late '88 to Tricia Smith, just before she got off the case.
And when you questioned him about it at the divorce trial, it came out. There wasn't anything that was being hidden. And he explained that there was a transfer of money from his savings account to his checking account so that he could pay $62,000 worth of state income tax for 1984. And he showed the documentation for doing that.
No, that's wrong. He said at court in the divorce trial that he emptied those accounts because his brother Larry needed $1 million.
Okay, if you would take a look at the divorce transcript, page 614, with respect to the question of the $80,000 withdrawal, you can read this page and see if that refreshes your recollection about what he said that $80,000 withdrawal was for.
But see, the money that I'm talking about earlier was withdrawn 2 days before he walked out in February of '85. So this is different money here. On May
You were
5th.
complaining about two withdrawals of money, and
Before he left.
Before he left.
Well, May 5th, 1985 isn't before he left.
Well, these are the only two, the $80,000 withdrawal and the $175,000 were the only two that you were complaining about, and he was explaining what happened to that money. Did he not explain that
These aren't the same monies. This says the reason I borrowed $62,000 that day from the corporation, this wasn't even, I don't think, corporation money, was so I could pay state income taxes. He testified in that trial that his brother Larry
Well-
needed $1 million.
Okay, we'll get to that. You complained about two. One was the $80,000 withdrawal, $80,000 withdrawal, which you said emptied an account. I'm asking you about that one right now. Does he not explain that he emptied that account to pay the taxes and paid the $62,000 worth of state taxes?
All I remember specifically was these withdrawals were before he walked out on February 28th. Right here, he says it's an $80,000 withdrawal that was made on May 5th of 1985. I think we're
So he
talking
was
about different withdrawals.
Okay.
This may be a pension fund withdrawal or a million other withdrawals.
With respect to the withdrawal of $175,000, he explained that he loaned that to his brother Larry, correct?
Let me see here. Is that what it says? He paid the loan on April 4th, 40 days later with interest, and Dan forgot. $177,590. That's one of them.
That's the $175,000 that you questioned about. And he showed the documentation that he made the loan to his brother on February 22nd. And the loan was repaid on April the 4th
But
with
he
interest.
never showed that anywhere.
Doesn't he show it and explain it right there and show the
Yeah,
documentation?
because he got caught. He showed it, but it never showed up anywhere before.
It was in the records, that's how you knew about it. It was in his bank records.
I don't think it went like that.
Well, how else did you know about it?
It showed withdrawals and closing accounts.
Right,
So
it
where
showed
would the
him-
money have come back in? What account?
This is what he shows you here. He's got a copy of the money market account statement for the month of April that showed where the money had been repaid.
Well, how would I know about that account? All I had were the bank statements that two things were closed right before he walked out.
Right,
He
and
never
you
admitted
confronted
that the
him
money-
with that, and he explained and showed the documentation
He explained
of
he
what had
forgot.
happened.
He explained he forgot, and now that the judge ordered him to come back after the lunch break and explain where that money went, that's his explanation of where the money
The
went.
judge didn't order him to.
Yes, he did.
You asked him to explain it, and he did.
We took a lunch break, and the judge ordered him to, during lunch, tell me where that money went,
Okay,
Mr.
and
Broderick,
he
and he
did,
came
didn't
back
he?
and did that.
Okay, and he explained where it was, and he explained, and he showed
Yeah.
You also testified that during the course of the divorce litigation that you appeared at several settlement conferences, but that there was only one conference where Judge Murphy ever talked to you, correct?
Yes.
And that Judge Murphy expressed that Dan was playing games and that he was very upset and ordered Jerry Berry to be there for that conference. That was your description of that.
The fifth one that I went to, yes.
Isn't it true, Mrs. Broderick, that there were at least three or four settlement conferences where you appeared before Judge Murphy, and where Judge Murphy talked to you and talked to either Mr. Berry or Dan and tried to settle the case?
After the day that you just spoke about, where he called Mr. Barry and said, come over here, then we had other meetings with Judge Murphy. But these mandatory settlement conferences were not in front of Judge Murphy. I don't know who they were in front of.
What you indicated, or at least the impression that I got when you testified, is that you showed up for all these hearings and then you only got one settlement conference in front of Judge Murphy. There was only one time that you got to talk to Judge Murphy and attempt to settle the case.
That was the last day, I believe, nominated this Dr. Des person to, are we in May of '88?
He had at least 3 or 4 different meetings with you where he was
After that day.
Okay, well, you didn't mention anything about those other settlement
that
conferences with Judge Murphy.
Well, it wasn't really named that. Judge Murphy appointed Dr. Des to talk to all of these psychiatrists or psychologists about the case, about the custody. Judge Murphy said it was his opinion that if we could just settle the custody, everything else would fall into place, and that sounded good to me. So he appointed this, do you want me to go on? He appointed this man named Dr. Des, who I never heard of, who was supposed to talk to all the psychologists involved in this case, not talk to Dan Broderick or Betty Broderick or the children. No
Okay.
principals.
Okay, stop for a second. Did you not have settlement, at least 3 or 4 settlement conferences attempting to settle not the child custody issue, but also the finances with Judge Murphy, where he was attempting to get that settled? And Dan Broderick was there,
No.
and/or his attorney was there.
No, when Judge Murphy took that last mandatory settlement conference, then Judge Murphy very kindly, more as a person than a judge, thought he'd do the children thing. But I don't remember Judge Murphy having anything to do with any money. And we
You don't
worked that
recall-
summer. We worked that summer, and I went right back into Judge Murphy just before school started in September '88. And I was devastated about what happened with Dr. Dess.
You
And I
don't
think
re-
that's the end of
okay.
Murphy.
We'll talk about Dr. Dess in a minute, but you don't recall attempting to settle the financial situation with Judge Murphy at all, telling him that you wanted $1 million cash, you wanted $25,000 a month, no credits for any property that had already been dispersed. That was it.
That's an offer that Tricia Smith put in writing in early '87 and sent to Dan's attorneys. So I would have stuck to that offer.
Okay.
But
And you weren't willing to compromise at all, were
Judge
you?
Murphy was not involved in the money at all. At that, we didn't get to that. We were doing the children with Judge Murphy. And then he said we'd get to the money after we did the children.
You complained about the fact that the court was sealed during the course of the divorce, that the courtrooms were closed, that the file was sealed.
Yes.
It is true, is it not, that at the first hearing that you had was in December of '86 when Mr. Hargraves was representing you. The hearing was not sealed and the file was not sealed. The only thing that was requested to be sealed were the financial documents of Dan Broderick.
No, I think Mr. Hargreaves agreed, and I was protesting to seal everything on that day, the first time I appeared in court in '86.
Isn't it true that Mr. Berry, who was representing at the time, requested to seal the file, and Mr. Hargraves, you indicated no, you didn't want to. Mr. Hargraves indicated no. Mr. Berry said, all I'm talking about are the financial documents. Obviously, Mr. Broderick had a lot of money. Obviously, he was filing declarations that indicated he had a lot of money. He had concerns about other people knowing how much money he had. The only request was to seal the financial documents, and the only agreement that Mr. Hargraves made was to seal the financial documents at that hearing.
No, he agreed to seal everything, or that was my understanding, that he sealed everything. If
That
you-
hearing was open. Anybody could have
It was
come
the
in.
very first one, so we had not agreed to seal it yet, and right away, in that first hearing, we sealed it. Yes, no one was present. I never had anyone I wanted to bring with me. I was just opposing it on the principle of the matter.
Well, you complained a lot that everything that was happening during the course of this divorce was behind closed doors in sealed
Yes.
courtrooms.
It became a problem like
Okay,
that.
was there anything that was happening behind closed doors or in sealed courtrooms in December of 1986 that you want to tell us about?
No, but I didn't think that there was any reason to have it all sealed up.
The contempt hearings were not sealed either. They were open, weren't they? You made a motion to open the hearings, and the judge ruled that they were open.
Gee, I don't know. Would I have an attorney that did that? Because I didn't do that. It was my understanding from the very first court thing when Hargreaves agreed to seal everything, that everything was sealed. And we never got it unsealed officially. A judge did allow my friend Ronnie Brown to come with me to several things for moral support, but that was in a violation of it being a technically sealed courtroom.
Excuse me, Your Honor, for just a moment.
Certainly.
Okay, do you recall Tricia Smith requesting at the April hearing in 1987 that the hearing be held open, and the court ordering that the hearing would be open?
Every time, what when I changed attorneys after Hargreaves, we argued to open the court every single time, but I don't know that it ever was.
Does it indicate that the court indicates on page 7 of this hearing, 70, excuse me, this hearing is open today?
Yes,
Okay.
but I don't know, what hearing is it?
The first contempt hearing in 88. 7. The settlement conferences that you had with Judge Murphy, those were also open. People could come in and listen to what was going on. There wasn't anything happening behind sealed, closed doors, was there?
Well, see, like that hearing there was a contempt hearing in Judge Joseph's courtroom in this courthouse.
Excuse me, Mrs. Broderick, I'm asking about the settlement conferences now. Those weren't closed. In fact, you had, as you indicated, you had Ronnie Brown, your friend, there. In fact, you had a man from Halt there. Do you remember a man from Halt sitting in on one of your settlement conferences and getting up in the middle of it and saying, there's nothing wrong going on here, and walking out?
No, the man never said that, but I do remember a conversation with the judge asking who the man was because it was a closed hearing and he wanted to know who he was. And when he found out who he was, he didn't throw him out.
At the divorce trial, there was a request to seal the hearing. At the time of the trial, there was a request by Mr. Broderick.
Every time we
close-
appeared in court, they wanted it sealed and I fought it every time.
Okay. And the request was based on several letters by the children's psychologist, letters written by Dr. Roth, by Dr. Sparta, by Dr. Audrey Taryn Phillips. Those were letters written by the children's psychologists who were requesting that the hearing be closed because of your conduct and how they felt that was going, the public dissemination of that would be harmful to the children.
Those letters started by a newspaper in that court, not by me, that they wanted this proceeding open. So all these lawyers came from other law firms and things and had this big fight about opening the courtroom.
No, I'm
And
not
those-
talking about the lawyers. I'm talking about the psychologists who were requesting the
Yes,
judge.
that's what I'm saying. Those letters were written as a response to that legal action brought by a newspaper, not by me, although I was in favor of having it open. And the dates on those letters should be late 88, early 89, during the trial.
Well, let me just ask you if these are the letters that you're referring to. May I have marked as People's 101, a series of 3 letters.
You want all 3 marked as 101?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so marked.
Indicating for the record, one written by Ruth Roth, one written by Steve Sparta, and one written by Audrey Taryn Phillips. Are these the letters that you're referring to?
I don't see a date on this one. See, I wouldn't have known these letters came to court. If these are the ones they used in court during the trial, these were letters written earlier when Dan threatened to sue the newspaper for going public with this story.
These are
In
letters
July
that were
of
written in
88.
July of 88, where there was an indication that the only person who would...
Well, I have an objection, because there's witnesses they can call as they're reading documents.
Sustained. Documents speak for themselves, best evidence.
Was there anything that went on during any of these hearings that you feel that everybody needs to know?
I think the nature of what went on here, by 1989, people needed to know.
Well, and there are transcripts of all these hearings. There are transcripts of the contempt hearings. There are transcripts of the divorce trial. You had
But nobody
friends.
could get the transcripts.
Well, we've got them right here. Is there anything that's happened?
They're sealed.
Now,
They're not sealed. They're not
They've
sealed
always
for
been
purposes
sealed
of this
before.
Okay,
trial.
just
for this trial,
this
Your Honor,
trial.
this is very misleading, and the district attorney knows it is.
No, just no speeches in front of the jury if you want to
Well,
approach
may
the
we approach the
bench.
bench?
Yes.
Mike?
Pull it. With my brains.
Yep.
Go ahead.
My question to you relates to your very constant and very loudly made claim during the course of this that things were happening in sealed courtrooms behind closed doors. And my question to you is there anything that happened in any of these hearings that you want people to know about?
I just thought it was a perversion of the legal system, of the what we believed is the justice system, that Dan would use the courts against me and keep me and the children from getting a fair settlement in a divorce that he wanted.
But there was that you want people to know that we're hiding from them. That's all sealed up, right?
It's all been all sealed up.
Okay.
Only you could get it because of the criminal thing. No one, insofar
But
as...
what was going on in sealed courtrooms that upsets you so much?
That I was being charged $10,000 for dropping dogs off, and that I was being kept from my children, and that there was no settlement, and there never would be a settlement, according to Dan's words. This will never be over until one of us is gone, in a public newspaper. That's not the way it's supposed to work. I'm supposed to get equal protection under the laws, and so are the children.
Dan's words were not that. Dan's words were, you want me, you want my money, you want my death or my ruination in this community. You want me destroyed and over and done with, and unless and until that happens, you are not going to be happy. That's what his words were to you.
I've never heard those words of Dan. All I know is what was printed in the newspaper is that the divorce trial would settle some minor differences, but Dan's words, this will never be over until one of us is gone. And that was a threat to me.
You cross-examined him at the divorce trial, correct?
Yes.
You had him on the stand for several days, as a matter of fact, correct?
I don't
Asking him
remember if it was
questions.
several days, but
And
yeah.
you don't recall him saying to you, your anger is the driving force, your anger and your hatred is the driving force of this proceeding and of the harm that our children have suffered?
That's what Dan would have liked everyone to believe. My driving force was to get a settlement and get him out of my life and have a life. And he was not going to give me that.
When he
Under any
said to you,
circumstances. That's why we were in court, trying to force him to a settlement.
and when he said to you, you want me, you want my ruination in this community, you want my death, you want me to destroy. You didn't deny that, did you? You
I
didn't
laughed.
say,
The court reporter could not take down my laughter. He was such an arrogant jerk. He wanted people to think that those are his attorney words, and that's not true at all. He knew I just wanted a settlement like I should have had and like the children should have had. And to be over and done with him, he was obviously a fool.
Your Honor, perhaps this would be an appropriate time for...
All right. We'll take our afternoon recess. Televised match set 4-5 tomorrow. But if we are a few minutes late, please be patient with me. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening.
Yesterday, Mrs. Broderick, you acknowledged that for Christmas of 1988 that you had the children the first week of Christmas through Christmas morning.
Yes, I think so.
And you indicated that that had, being in trial, the divorce trial did not start until after Christmas. The divorce trial did not start until December 27th, and was the week between Christmas.
But I know that I was totally involved with getting together an entire trial from these boxes and boxes of things that I had, and we didn't have a Christmas to speak of because of that.
Isn't it true that the divorce trial, though, was not until after Christmas and that you had
I
the
thought it was the
children.
day after Christmas, but if you say it was the 27th, it was right after Christmas, yes.
And you had the children for the week before Christmas up through Christmas Day.
I'm not sure of that. I don't remember ever having them on Christmas Day because I don't remember going to church.
Um,
Spike! What? Back up. You know that thing that I thought was Microsoft, and then Judy said no, it's hackers. Well, my computer has decided to tell me it is hackers. But apparently they're hacking into the Court TV website. They're not hacking into my computer, so that's good. Because I was getting a little worried there for a minute. They're hacking into the Court TV website. They are trying to get me to give them money, but they're not hacking into my computer, so that's the good thing. But the bad thing is, at least we were at the beginning of the video this time. It wasn't smack dab in the middle where I had to find where we were. So that's what happened that time, guys. Sorry. But Judy has a break update for us. So Karen Reed has received her Lexus back and it is currently being repaired. The phones are not being returned due to the Cosgrove Turtle Boy investigation per Cosgrove. Okie dokie. That still doesn't seem right, but I'm glad she got her car back. I don't know that I would want it back, though. I mean, I guess if she doesn't have money to buy a new car, she needs a car, but it would leave... It would be like, I would get PTSD, like, every time I got in that car for the rest of my life. Like, I would want to get rid of it as soon as possible. Maybe she'll trade it in for a new car, like, after it's repaired or whatever. I don't think I could ever drive that car again if it was me. I just don't think I could. Okay, guys, let's try this again. See, that's what I'm saying about this website. Shouldn't they have safeguards in place so people can't hack into their website? It's a very poorly done website. Horrible.
Yesterday, Mrs. Broderick, you acknowledged that for Christmas of 1988 that you had the children the first week of Christmas through Christmas morning, correct?
Yes, I think so.
And you indicated
Okay, I understand the risks. Quit telling me. It did it again. I understand the risks. Quit warning me. I'm not going to fall for the phishing. I want to watch this. I hate updates. It made me install the latest update. I hate updates for this reason. I know. Quit reminding me. They had to pull the whole dash out to get the black box or whatever. Man. Well, I knew, even though I thought it was Microsoft, I still knew it was something trying to get me to pay money for something I didn't need. I tell Travis that all the time because, like, he comes home and he's like, something popped up on my phone that my phone's full and I need to do something. And I'm like, no, it's not, Travis. That's somebody wanting you to give them money for a nap or something. Just ignore it. So I knew not to freak out about it, but I didn't realize it was a hacker until Judy told me. And now Chrome is telling me that it's a hack. It just did it. Oh, you can see it now. See, that's what it's doing. How do I tell it I don't care? I don't care. I want to watch it anyway. I hate updating Windows because then crap like this happens. Video.
yesterday, Mrs. Broderick, you acknowledged that that for Christmas of 1988, that you had the children the first week of Christmas through Christmas morning, correct?
Yes, I think so.
And you indicated that that had, being in trial, had interfered with your ability to be with the children. Isn't it true that the divorce trial did not start until after Christmas? The divorce trial did not start until December 27th, and was the week between Christmas and New Year's.
I'm not sure when I had the children before Christmas, but I know that I was totally involved with getting together an entire trial from these boxes and boxes of things that I had, and we didn't have a Christmas to speak of because of that.
Isn't it true that the divorce trial, though, was not until after Christmas, and that you had
I
the
thought it
children...
was the day after Christmas, but if you say
Well, I got it, and I clicked on details, and then I clicked on unsafe site, and it brought up that same weird, wonky looking Microsoft looking thing, and it closed everything again. So now I have to go back and open up Court TV again. Hopefully that'll make it stop. Because I'm not gonna let hackers make me stop streaming this trial, because even though I know the outcome, I still have to watch the rest of this trial now. Because she still has 3 more parts of testimony to go.
Yesterday, Mrs. Broderick, you acknowledged that for Christmas of 1988, that you had the children the first week of Christmas through Christmas morning, correct?
Yes, I think so.
And you indicated that that had, being in trial, had interfered with your ability to be with the children. Isn't it true that the divorce...
Come on.
divorce trial did not start until after Christmas. The divorce trial did not start until December 27th, and was the week between Christmas and New Year's.
I'm not sure when I had the children before Christmas, but I know that I was totally involved with getting together an entire trial from these boxes and boxes of things that I had, and we didn't have a Christmas to speak of because of that.
Isn't it true that the divorce trial, though, was not until after Christmas, and that you had
I
the
thought
children...
it was the day after Christmas, but if you say it was the 27th, it was right after Christmas, yes.
And you had the children for the week before Christmas up through Christmas Day.
I'm not sure of that. I don't remember ever having them on Christmas Day, because I don't remember going to church, and we definitely would have gone to church if I had the children on Christmas.
Did you have them the full week before Christmas, and any...
I don't
do you
recall.
that?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a diary entry dated 1988?
Yes, I was going to suggest that might remind me. Boys here at first week of vacation. Etc.
Does that refresh your recollection about the fact that you had them for the first week of Christmas vacation?
Right, that's what it says there.
And with respect to your indication that it was your desire to keep the divorce and your problems private, that you didn't like sharing those things with other people, it is true that this manuscript or this book that you wrote, that you did share that book with other people. You showed that book to other people, correct?
Yes, it wasn't an effort to keep anything private or secret. It was just a different level of speaking to people. It was not keeping anything secret.
That book described your feelings about your marriage from day one, from when you'd met Dan Broderick, all of the things that you felt about the marriage leading up to the separation, all the way through the representation of your attorneys. It was an accumulation of all of those things. Is that not correct?
I haven't read it in a real long time, maybe since I wrote. I haven't read it in a long time. I know it was that thing that I wrote on the ski trip because I was going to court on the contempts, and I thought I was going to kill myself, and I wanted the kids to know what happened because nobody was knowing what happened. Only Dan's version of what happened.
And you described your version of everything that happened, all of the details of that, correct?
From when we were married and when the kids were little and the moves and things like that, right? Not just the divorce.
And you showed people that book. For example, you showed the principal of Francis Parker that book one day. You gave it to him.
I didn't show it to him one day. He asked me if he heard about it. He asked me if he could see it, and I didn't have it with me when he asked me for it. And so I said I'd get it, and I went home. Several days later, I gave it to him.
Well, how
But
would he
asked
have
for
heard
it.
of that?
I don't know exactly how he heard of it.
And he specifically asked you if he could see it, and
But
you
no-
went home and got it to show it to him.
Yeah, no one else at Francis Parker had ever seen it, and I don't know how he heard about it.
With respect to your claim of that Dan attempted to serve you the divorce papers while you were at this bishop's luncheon, a luncheon for the bishop's school, it is true that you were never served with any divorce papers or any papers of any sort at the bishop's luncheons, correct?
Right. The note said attempted service at the bishop's luncheon, but
It is true
they
that
didn't
you were
find me.
never served
That's true.
at the bishop's
That's
luncheon.
correct. They couldn't find me, I guess.
Obviously, you were there at the bishop's luncheon, correct?
Right, and I just surmised that they couldn't find me because there were so many women.
But you also know that Dan had strenuously denied that to you, that he had never attempted to serve you at Bishop's.
No, he never
That
denied
he
it.
didn't even know that you were there.
He couldn't deny it. I had it in his own handwriting, and that's what it said, attempted service at the bishop's luncheon. He never denied it.
But that was his list of things that were the claims that you had been making over the years that he was rebutting at the time of the divorce trial. He said that he had no idea you were even at that bishop's luncheon. He didn't follow your whereabouts.
I don't know
Can you
what
testify
lies
to
he
that?
said at the divorce trial, among all the others, but we had in his handwriting his schedule of what I did on this day and what I did on that day, and on a certain day it said attempted service at the bishop's luncheon. That's all I know. So he couldn't have denied it because it was his handwriting.
You testified that you were upset about the fact that the divorce file had been lost or disappeared.
That's what I was told.
And have you admitted to anyone that you were the one that took this divorce file?
I would have no way of taking the divorce file. Of course not.
Well, you did check the divorce file out on several occasions, didn't you? You went down to the clerk's office and you checked it out.
In 1985, when I was sent there by Mr. Jeffy, was the only time I recall going down and seeing the file, and it upset me, and that's when I wrote on it. But I don't remember seeing the file again until Mr. Mond was on the case in 1989.
Did you not testify that there were at least 2 different occasions when you checked out the file and when you wrote on the file?
They may have been back-to-back days, right,
So-
against each other, but I just remember that Mr. Jaffe sent me down there to try and tell him what was in the file, and I wrote in the file, but I don't remember if it was 1 or 2 days in a row.
You went and you checked out the file, right? You had to check out the file from the clerk's office and you had to take it somewhere and sit down and look at it,
I don't
right?
think you're allowed to take them anywhere.
Well, where did you go in order to write on the
In
court
this
file?
building, there's a counter with people behind it, and you tell them your name and your case number, and they bring it to you, and I believe you have to stay in that room, which has a little counter like this where you stand up and can look at the file, and you bring it back. If you're allowed to remove them, I never knew that.
Okay, well, you did obviously take it somewhere so that you could write on the file, which you knew you were not allowed to do. You knew you weren't allowed to take a court file and write all over the court file. There were court documents, correct?
I didn't know for a fact you weren't allowed to do that, but I did it anyway because there were such lies and fabrications in there. All those things that you said earlier that I did that I never did, and I didn't want those in any court file because they weren't true.
And so you checked out the court file and you at least took it somewhere.
No,
so
I
that-
took it to the counter with it.
Somewhere in that room. That's a big room. There's lots of people in there. There's places to sit down so that you could write on the file. And you did write on the file, right?
I don't think there are places to sit down. I remember standing at a counter,
Okay.
and I corrected the file, is what I call it.
Yeah, you indicated you corrected the file like a school teacher would correct a file. Do you think that a school teacher would correct a file by writing bullshit all over it?
It was the manner that I corrected it. I didn't write in prose. I circled things and put arrows and said what was wrong with them. So that's what was wrong with that statement.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 102?
Oh my
A
God.
series of court documents.
It just keeps getting worse.
So marked,
A series of 3 court documents.
so marked.
If you could just identify the handwriting on this page, for example, where there are circles and the writing bullshit. Is that your handwriting? Ms. Broderick, if you could just look at the first page for me, please.
I don't know because it's so scribbled. That's not my usual handwriting. That's unintelligible
Oh,
practically.
my
So I don't know that that's
God.
exactly my handwriting.
So are you saying
If I
someone
find-
else checked, excuse me, are you saying someone else checked out this file and wrote bullshit all over
Your
it?
Honor, objection.
No.
Argumentative.
Oh, sustained.
Well, let's start with this page, please, ma'am. Did you write bullshit on that page?
I cannot identify that one particular word right now as my handwriting.
Are you saying you didn't do
Oh,
it?
but you
No,
know you
I
did
was
Are you
looking
admitting
for-
that you
Oh my
did?
God.
You just asked me if that was
Your
my
Honor, this is
handwriting.
argumentative. This can ask an answer.
Overruled. You can answer that.
You asked me if that was my handwriting, and I said I can't tell you that that one word is my handwriting. But
Okay,
if
my
I,
next question then is, did you write that?
But you know
I don't know if I wrote that particular one
You
word. I told you I
know
went
you
down there and I
wrote it.
corrected the file.
Are you suggesting that someone else wrote bullshit
Your
on
Honor,
it?
No.
That's
argumentative.
sustained as to that question.
it's not. Because she's lying. Judge.
If you could take a look at this page and please just answer the question, do you recognize that as your handwriting?
Yes, this is definitely my handwriting.
And on this next document, if you could take a
Yes.
look at each of those pages and identify those as your handwriting.
That is my handwriting, yes.
On each of those pages.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, but you can see it doesn't compare very well with that one word there.
You indicated that you were upset because the file basically showed only Dan's side of the story, that he had filed declarations. He'd filed declarations when he'd gotten attempted to get the restraining order, when he attempted to get the Elisabeth order, explaining what had happened and the things that you had done and the things that he was going through. And that you were upset because it just showed his side of the story and it didn't show your side of the story. And that's why you wrote all over this file, correct?
Right, most files are one side and then the other side response. Remember this response that nobody ever filed for me? I had not one sheet of paper in that file until late 1986 when I hired Mr. Hargreaves to file a one-page response. But I had nothing, no, I don't know what you would call it legally, no counterbalance to all of these allegations and
So-
things of Dan Broderick's. There was nothing of mine in there.
Obviously, it wasn't to Dan Broderick's benefit to steal the file and take away his side of the story.
Are we talking about 1985 or 1987 or not?
Well,
I
you're
don't think the
talking
file
about the file
disappeared.
disappearing and the suggestion being that Dan Broderick stole that file. If the file was filled with his side of the story, what was the benefit to him to steal that file?
Your Honor, I have an objection. There's no implications as to who stole the file.
There isn't?
No, the
Excuse
file.
me. The file was just missing, as I understand it, and was later found.
Are you suggesting that Dan Broderick had anything to do with the fact that the file was missing?
I don't know, but I know he didn't like that I corrected things, and as the
Well,
years
that
went
did-
by,
Excuse me, are you suggesting that he had anything to do with that file disappearing?
I wouldn't know. I have no idea.
Okay. So you're not suggesting that then? You're suggesting that it's possible that the file, since it was transferred from downtown to Claremont to Vista to the family court building, somewhere along the line, it got lost?
I thought it was coincidental that it got lost when national TV shows came to town looking for it. I thought that was a big coincidence.
And did you think that that would have been to your benefit for them to see the file with his side of the story in there and with your writings all over it, including the writings that you've just identified?
By the time it disappeared, there were lots of these contempts, et cetera, in that file, and it would have looked real bad for Dan Broderick of what was happening.
And the contempts that listed all of the phone messages that you were leaving and the language that you were using and all of the allegations of the things that you were doing, you're suggesting that that would have looked bad for Dan Broderick for people to have seen those things?
Right.
Okay. When you went to trial on the case, the actual trial, in December of 1988 in front of Judge Howitt, you testified that as you came into the courtroom every morning, that you saw Dan and his attorney, Jerry Berry, and Judge Howitt sitting in Judge Howitt's chambers drinking coffee and chatting together, correct?
Those are not my words. If you'd like me to repeat what I said, I'll repeat what I said.
What did
but I
you
didn't
say?
say that. Well, I would have to come in the public entrance that would be locked until a certain time when the public was allowed in, and when I'd come in, there'd be no one in the courtroom, and then this door would open. And once when that door opened, I saw Judge Ashworth back there talking to Judge Howitt, and I saw Judge Howitt and Jerry Berry and Dan Broderick enter through there, and then several other times during recesses and stuff, Gerald Berry would go into the judge's office and talk to the judge and stuff.
But you said that you saw them all together drinking coffee.
Dan doesn't drink coffee. I never said that. No, I didn't see anybody drinking coffee. I saw them in the judge's chambers.
Did you guys see that? Did that work?
Are you like a crazy person?
Chatting and being very friendly before they came through that door for a proceeding when I had to come through the door like every other citizen.
You didn't suggest at all that they were back in the judge's chambers drinking coffee and chatting together?
Maybe somebody had a coffee cup, but Dan Broderick wouldn't have ever been drinking coffee. I may have said that. Socializing is what I meant.
Okay, it was what you meant, but that's not what you said, was it? What you said is that they were all back there drinking coffee.
Maybe if someone had a coffee cup in their hand like they did, I would have thought someone was drinking coffee, but they weren't sitting down. I couldn't have seen into the office
Well,
through
that's
that
the
door.
point. When you were in the courtroom, there was no way you could have seen what was going on in Judge Howitt's chambers. You couldn't see his judge's chambers from the courtroom, could
Well,
you?
in the family court, you can.
In the family courtroom, you can. If you're in the courtroom, you can see down the hallway to where his chambers was.
It wasn't down the hall, it was right there.
Okay, and you looked somehow through the door into Judge Howitt's chambers, right
When
behind
one of the marshals
courtroom.
or something was opening the door and waiting for somebody to come in, I saw them in the judge's office, yes.
You saw who in the judge's?
Gerald Barry, Dan Broderick, and the judge.
And Judge Ashworth? All four of them together, you said?
No, I saw Judge Ashworth talking to Judge Howitt once, just before we started the court.
Okay, Judge Ashworth was a judge, right? He was a judge in that courtroom. Judge Howitt
He was
a
also
judge.
the attorney on this case, so
Right,
I
and he
thought
was a family court judge, and Judge Howitt was a family court judge, and you're saying that on one occasion, you saw them in the hallway talking, is that correct?
right outside the courtroom where I was sitting, yes.
Okay, did you hear what they were saying?
No.
Okay, did you have any idea whether they were talking about your case, or whether they were just saying, "Good morning, how are you this morning, Judge?"
Well, Judge Howitt said on the record that the other judges were asking him how it was going in there every day, meaning Judge Murphy and Judge Ashworth, and my brain kind of said, it's none of their business what's going on in here. This wasn't a group effort.
Didn't Judge Howitt tell you that he had no contact, no knowledge of Dan Broderick? He didn't know him personally, he hadn't had any contact with him, he didn't know anything about what was going on, and that's why he was chosen to take care of that case?
Right.
There were two psychiatrists or psychologists who testified at the trial regarding the child custody question, correct? There was Dr. Dess, who had been appointed by the court. There was Dr. Nelson, who you had hired to testify on your behalf.
Dr. Dess at that time was not appointed by the court.
Didn't you just
To
testify
testify.
yesterday that Judge Murphy was the one who had gotten involved and decided to ask Dr. Dess to talk to all of the psychologists and make a
In-
recommendation?
I think that was 1987 or 8, yes, but at the divorce
Was-
trial, he was hired by Dan and Mr. Barry to be their expert witness. He was not appointed by the court to be an expert witness.
When you were talking about Judge Murphy and the settlement conferences that you had, that had to have been in 1988, shortly
Okay.
before the trial, when he told you he was appointing
Correct.
Dr. Dess to make a recommendation. Dr. Dess was not hired by Dan Broderick. He was appointed by the court to make a recommendation.
At that time, by Judge Murphy, Thomas Murphy.
And you're
But
saying
in the
after
divorce trial, he was hired by, it's a totally different situation. He was hired and paid by Dan Broderick and Mr. Barry to be their expert against me in the trial.
Well, when Judge
can't-
Murphy had asked Dr. Dess to make a recommendation, to get involved, to be appointed by the court, to essentially decide what's right for the kids, and to talk to all of the psychologists who had dealt with the kids, he did that. He talked to the psychologists, and he made a recommendation to the court that you became aware of before the trial, correct?
He didn't do what he was supposed to do. But
Did he make
made
a
a recommendation
recommendation?
over the phone that said nothing more than custody to remain the same.
You were aware that he was making a recommendation that the custody should remain with Dan and that you should not, in fact, you should not even have visitation with the children unless it was supervised. That was his recommendation, correct?
No, his recommendation was just exactly what I told you, over the phone, written on a pink piece of paper, where he also gave recommendations for 2 other cases, and his only words were custody to remain the same. He was appointed to talk to all of these psychiatrists and psychologists. He did not do that, and I didn't find out until the divorce trial what happened.
Mrs. Broderick, he did make a, let's just go back to the fact that he did make a recommendation then before the trial, as far as you were aware, that custody should remain with Dan Broderick, based on his discussions with the psychologists that he had talked to,
Before the
correct?
trial?
Before the trial.
Yes, and
And you were very angry about that. Before, you had had some contact with him, you had talked with him, you had been very pleasant with him until you found out what his recommendation was going to be. And then you wrote him an extremely angry letter, correct?
no, that's not correct. Would you like to hear the real story?
Did you write him an angry letter after you received knowledge of what his recommendation was?
Absolutely. I was furious. He never contacted the only psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever, that represented me and my side of the story. He never contacted him, and he was court-ordered to contact him.
He was ordered
Was
to
my belief.
contact the psychologist who had dealt with the children.
No, he was court-ordered to contact all the psychiatrists and psychologists that had anything to do with this case, and we composed a list of those people in the court with Judge Murphy.
May I have marked your notice because 1033, the letter dated September 25th, 1988.
So marked.
If you could just identify this letter as the letter that you wrote to Dr. Dess.
Yes.
Okay. And that was written back in September of 1988, so it was clearly several months before the actual divorce trial.
It was after he didn't contact Dr. Nelson, and I was just furious because he was court-ordered to contact Dr. Nelson.
Dr. Nelson testified at the divorce trial. He testified on your behalf, so nobody was hiding Dr. Nelson from the judge, right?
What are we doing here?
I'm going to object to the question as argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained, just resolve the compound, just rephrase it.
Dr. Nelson did testify on your behalf at the divorce trial, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Dess testified as appointed by the court at the time of the trial.
That is not correctly
Okay,
stated.
Dr. Dess
no.
testified.
Yes.
And Dr. Dess recommended that you not have custody and that you not have visitation unless it was supervised.
At the divorce trial
At the
or back
divorce
then?
trial.
I don't remember what he recommended. I thought he
There
should have
was-
been thrown out as not having the knowledge or the capability to make any decisions on this family. He never met Dan or me or any of the children, and he never spoke to anyone who ever met me.
Okay. He did speak to Dr. Sparta, who had dealt with all 4 of the children. He did speak to Dr. Roth, who had dealt with some of the children. He did speak to Audrey Tarrant Phillips, who had talked with the children. He did speak to Mary Ann Phillips, I believe was her name, who had talked to the children and make a recommendation based on after talking to those, correct?
No, that's not really correct either.
Okay. When you wrote him this letter after you found out that he was recommending against custody, you indicated you were extremely angry, correct?
He didn't do what he was court ordered to do, and I didn't know
My question
why.
was, when you wrote him this letter, you were obviously very angry, right?
That he didn't even attempt to reach Dr. Nelson, so how could he have come to any decision?
Okay. Dr. Nelson, the only child that Dr. Nelson had seen at that time for any period of time was Lee, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
because
he
I
also-
couldn't get the boys to him, that's right.
And Dr. Dess had also talked to, I think her name was Marion Phillips, who had been treating Lee for quite a while, correct?
I'll tell you who Dr. Dess was not ordered to speak to, Linda Kolkena or Gerald Barry.
Okay.
And he
Mrs.
spent a lot
Broderick.
of time talking to those two people that prejudiced him against me without him ever talking to me or anyone who has ever met or seen me.
Okay. So he obviously expressed an opinion that you didn't agree with, and you put on a psychologist to express the opposite opinion, to give your side of the story at the time of the trial as well. Both sides were presented to the court, correct?
Supposedly.
And in this letter you wrote to Dr. Dess, you said to him, Mr. Broderick did not become what he is because he was married to a whiny weakling of a wife. He knew what I could do for him. He knew I was a better, stronger person than he. He picked the right girl to marry, but he picked the wrong girl to fuck.
Yes?
Yes? And what did you mean by that?
I meant exactly what it says.
Well, what were
wanted
you
me-
going to do about the fact that he picked the wrong girl to, in your
He wanted me to
words?
shrivel up and die and kill myself and not bother him about my children or about giving me any of my property or any of my money or any support.
And
Didn't
you had
want
no
me to
intention
bother
of doing
him.
that, did you? Because he'd picked the wrong girl to mess with, right?
I was not going to let him do that to me, no.
Okay. In fact, you told Dr. Dess that you had always been the perfect mother and the perfect wife, the super fine wife. There had never been any better, correct?
I always took orders well, and I did everything that Dan Broderick wanted me to do in the marriage and in the house and with the children, but I wasn't taking orders anymore.
You also indicated that you complained during the time of the trial that you were very sick, and you pleaded several times to take some days off, and the court refused. Isn't it true that the only time you mentioned anything to that effect was on December 29th, where you called in the morning, the session was put over until the afternoon, and when you showed up, the court asked, "Are you ready to go?" And you said, "Should the record reflect that I'm sick?" And the court said, "The record will reflect that you called this morning and indicated that you had a cold." You responded, "It's more like the chills. I have a sore throat and chills. But I'm anxious to get this over as quickly as possible, and so I'm here. Do you want to continue where we left off?" Answer, "Please." Is that not what happened with respect to your request of being sick?
That would have been one of the days, but there were 2 or 3 days, and I don't remember if it was in the morning or the afternoon or anything, and all the records will reflect that I was sick on the different days if you look for it. Also, the children crashed a car during that trial. It was a circus.
It was true that at least on this particular day that the court was indicating that it asked you if you wanted to go forward, and you were the one that said you were anxious to
On
go
that
forward.
particular day, that's what that says, yes. But there were other days when I didn't think I could even appear.
You talked about a confrontation that you had with Dan Broderick sometime in 1988, in November of 1988, where you went over to his house. This was the last time that you'd confronted him. You went over to his house, and he was outside of the house gardening, and his first reaction was to tell you to leave. There was a restraining order. You basically threatened that he told you he'd call the police if you didn't leave. You told him, "Go ahead, I'm not leaving. I'm coming back until we settle this." And so basically he said, okay, he didn't call the police. He said, "Come back tomorrow and we'll talk tomorrow," correct?
Yeah, because I was telling him, go ahead and arrest me. I'm coming back, and I'm coming back, and I'm coming back, and I
So
want this settled.
He threatened to call the police, and you basically called his bluff, and you said, go ahead, I'm coming back, and so he backed off, correct?
No, he
He
said,
didn't call the police that day, did he?
no.
Okay. And you didn't have to threaten him with a gun in order to get him not to call the police that day, did you?
No, I had the cellular phone with me that if he did call the police, that I have friends that I could reach.
And he did talk to you the next day, didn't he?
No.
You came back and you did talk to him. In fact, that was the conversation that you described to Sylvia Cavins, where you talked to him and you threatened that if he didn't give you $1 million in cash, which was what you'd been asking for all along, that you were going to kill him.
No.
That assumes facts and evidence and misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Did Ms. Cavins not testify that you had told her you had made a threat to Dan Broderick that if he didn't pay you $1 million, you were going to kill him?
I don't know if she said that. I mean, if she said that, it never happened.
Did you ever say that to Sylvia Cavins?
No, of course not.
So she's making that up?
I don't know where Sylvia fits into this calendar at all right now. The day I went to see Dan was a Sunday, and he told me he'd get back to me during that week, and it was a work week. So I didn't go back over there at all. He was supposed to call me and come to my house. We were supposed to work something out, and he didn't. And that's when I called the office and tried to get in touch with him, and he wouldn't take my calls.
And he never did call the police to report that you had violated the restraining order on that day, did he? Never did file a contempt action to report that you had violated the restraining order on that day?
No, he said we'd work something out.
One of the things that you had indicated over the years, in fact, that you said to Amy Wallace after these events, was that you felt that it was totally unfair because for 5 years, he, meaning Dan, had someone to sleep with, party with, have dinner with, and I'm standing there going, what about me? Do you remember making that statement to Amy
Yes,
Wallace?
I couldn't get on with my life until I got a settlement
What
in
about
any
Brad
regard.
Wright? Isn't it true that you had Brad Wright to party with and to have dinner with and to travel with and to sleep with?
I had friends, but I couldn't get on with my life until I had a settlement insofar as the children and myself and where I was going to live, the key things in my life.
Your comment was that he had someone to party with, have dinner with, and sleep with. And I'm standing here going, what about me? Isn't it true that you had Brad Wright to party with, which you did, to have dinner with, which you did, to travel with, which you did,
And I had
to
other
sleep with?
and I had other friends too. Yes,
Okay.
I had things, but that wasn't the definition of my life. I needed to build my life with my children.
We're talking about that one particular statement. You and you would never admit to people, you would never admit to your friends that you did have a relationship with Brad Wright.
Blah, 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 I can't talk. You needed to build your life with money. You keep saying settlement. Settlement. You can't move on without a settlement. That has nothing to do with your kids or who you sleep with. That is money. You crackhead.
That you did have an intimate relationship with him.
Admit to who?
To people, if your friends asked you, they saw you going out with him and dating him and being with him, and your friends, lots of them were just curious and asked you about it, and you completely denied having
I
an
didn't
intimate
ask any of my
relationship.
friends who they were sleeping with, and if any of them asked me, it was none of their business.
Well, but that's not what you said to them, was it? You didn't say, hey,
It's none of your business.
You said, for example, to Mary Williams, you said, no, I don't have a relationship with Brad Wright, he's gay.
What?
You didn't say that to
Never.
anyone? You did specifically deny having any intimate relationship with him, though. Rather than saying it's none of your business, you said, no, it didn't happen. It wasn't happening.
And Mary Williams was asking me how much money I got every month and everything at that same lunch, and I didn't have the guts to say, none of this is any of your business. So I didn't answer any of her questions about money or about Brad or about anything else. I was frankly aghast. It was none of her business. I was not a close friend of hers.
Well, when you were talking to Amy Wallace, when you wrote to her, we've already talked about, you wrote to her and called her willingly, week after week after week after these incidents occurred. She also asked you about your relationship with Brad Wright, and you specifically denied that you were intimate. I'm not the kind of person to be with someone and not be married, was your quote.
That's a true statement. I was never comfortable being in a relationship with someone I wasn't married to. I never had a relationship with anyone I wasn't married to. So I did not have the relationship
have
that
a
you want
relation-
people to think I had.
I'm not suggesting anything negative by the relationship, Mrs. Broderick. I'm just suggesting that you did have a full and complete and intimate relationship with Brad Wright, and you refused to acknowledge that to anyone, because if you did, then people wouldn't feel quite so sorry for you anymore.
No, Brad and I are friends. We're friends. Good friends, and that's it. And if anybody wants to read anything else into that, we're not getting married and, you know, all that stuff that
You
you
were
asked
also
Maria.
lovers, though, too, weren't you?
Occasionally.
And you specifically denied that when you were asked the question by Amy Wallace.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask an answer.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
And asked an answer sustained.
Well, when the children asked you about it, when Kim, for example, or Lee asked you, how come you're so mad that Dad has Linda when you have Brad?
Right.
Your response was, how can you equate the two? Brad doesn't support me.
That's right. I absolutely flew off the handle when Kim Broderick said that to me. Just like, you know, let's call this off. Let's call it even. Dan's got Linda, you've got Brad. See ya. I was like, wait a minute. Brad has nothing to do with anything.
Because Brad couldn't support you.
It had nothing to do with me needing a settlement of my life and my children. Brad had nothing to do with it. Dan Broderick having a girlfriend and me having Brad as a friend in my house had nothing to do with it.
All right, it did have something to do with you having some emotional support during that period of time, though, didn't it?
It had to do with me, thank God, having one friend that I went to movies and went to dinner with and had a friend. But it was a casual relationship and he would come and go, and I did not dump all of these problems on him. It was none of his business either. My problems with my divorce and my children, why dump them on him?
When you were in jail shortly after these incidents, you wrote several letters to Brad. For example, I have lots of time to think and dream in here. I've had lots of time to smile and remember all the incredibly wonderful things we've done together. And then you went on to list them.
That's a thank you note to Brad, who's been just the most wonderful person in the whole world through so much shit, you can't believe it, and he's still a good, wonderful, and that's a formal thank you note. Thank you and thank God you're a wonderful person.
Your Honor, perhaps it'd be appropriate for the witness to compose herself.
Your Honor.
There, I'm composed.
You're okay?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Mary.
Dan and Linda did get married in April of 1989, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware of the impending marriage for some period of time.
For it seems like practically a year, yes.
And you were very interested in the details of the marriage. You were,
I did not know any details of the marriage except that there were chocolate-covered strawberries. As Rhett told me. I didn't know any details of the marriage.
you didn't ask the children about the details of the marriage.
The children didn't know.
What the I didn't know any details of the marriage except there were chocolate-covered strawberries. That's a detail of the marriage? That they ate chocolate-covered strawberries? What the fudge? Are you kidding me? That's considered a detail of the marriage.
Are you like a crazy person?
Either.
The housekeepers, did you talk to Helen Picard about being upset, about the type of dress that Linda was wearing, that you had heard she was wearing a strapless wedding dress, and you thought that was totally inappropriate?
I had no idea what kind of dress Linda was wearing, and why would Helen Picard had no idea. Helen Picard was not friends of Dan or Linda or really even mine.
My question, though, was, did you tell Helen Picard that Linda was wearing a strapless wedding dress and that you thought that was real tacky and classless?
Nobody ever told me that, and that is not even the truth. I don't think she did wear a strapless wedding dress.
And so you would have never said anything like that to Helen Picard?
Absolutely not. And there's not even anything close to that about the wedding dress or details of the wedding. Helen Picard is lying through her teeth about everything.
Just like Gail Forbes is too, right?
Unfortunately, not about all the things. Gail Forbes and I were friends, and she did live close to me. But unfortunately, she's making up a lot of things to try and get me convicted, yes.
prior to the wedding, you had made direct threats to kill Dan Broderick. You had told, for example, Sylvia Cavins that you were practicing with your gun and that you were going to put 3-4 bullets through his head.
That never happened. I never said that to anybody. I was not practicing with my gun. That's a fact. And I didn't say those things to Sylvia Cavins.
So Sylvia
And she's
Cavins,
changed it several times.
she's never changed the fact that you told her before the wedding that you were going to shoot Dan Broderick in the head at the wedding, has she? She said that from the very beginning, that you made the statement that you were going to shoot Dan Broderick through the head. In fact, that's how Dan started to become concerned about the fact that you had bought a gun and that you were making threats to kill him.
When Dan and Linda announced,
Sustained.
Did you ever tell Sylvia Cavins that you were going to shoot Dan Broderick at the wedding? Yes
no,
or
but I'm sure Linda Kolkena did. When
Okay.
Dan and Linda announced
Excuse me,
their
you've
marriage,
You've answered the question. Did you tell Kim on several occasions that you were going to kill Dan and or Linda at the wedding?
no, I never told anybody. But Dan and Linda told people for a full year, including Michael Campbell, that they hired. But they told everyone, family and friends, from the day they planned this marriage a year earlier, that I was going to come with a machine gun and kill everyone at the wedding and put bullets through her head and everything. And I laughed about it. I said she had a soap opera mentality. But I never told anybody I was going to kill anybody at the wedding.
So Dan and Linda just made this whole thing up so that they could hire security guards at their wedding.
They made this up.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
But Dan and Linda did hire security guards for protection at their wedding, correct?
Objection calls for conclusion speculation.
Overruled, you can answer that if you know.
I know
Yes.
what they told the
Yes
children.
or no? Did they hire security guards, as far as you know, at the wedding?
I knew they told the children the day they announced they were getting married that they were going to hire security guards a year later at the wedding. And because I was coming with a machine gun and going to kill everybody, and they were going to hire helicopters and everything. And it was all very exciting. And the children thought it was just wonderful.
You knew that there was a security guard that had been hired to follow you that day.
I only know now. I
You
wouldn't have
didn't.
known.
You weren't aware of him at that particular day that he was.
I was
following
aware
you.
of some weird person in a blue pickup following me everywhere, but I didn't know who he was.
You also made threats. You told people when you heard that Dan Broderick had proposed to Linda, that he had. There was a little article in the paper that he had gotten down on one knee and proposed to Linda. You told people, by the time I get through with him, he'll be down on both knees. Did you make that statement?
Actually, I thought it was the day of an investment club meeting, and it was very funny. And I said that Dan Broderick on the floor of a bar doing anything was not a newsworthy subject, so I didn't see why it was in the newspaper. And then I called his office to talk to him and tell him that, but he wasn't there, as a joke. And so Bob Valgi, who I don't know, answered the phone, and I said, tell him that.
You told him, by the time I get through with him, tell him he'll be down on both knees.
Right,
And you thought that was funny.
I did. I
Just
still think
like
it's funny.
Stealing the wedding list was funny. Just like calling Linda a cunt was funny. All these things were funny to you.
Well, not funny, ha-ha, but I did get my little digs in, yes, my little tiny digs.
And you would accept that people perhaps on the receiving end of those things would not necessarily think they were so funny.
Meaning who, Bob Valgi?
Yes, for example.
I don't know him. I don't know if he thinks it was funny. I thought it was real funny.
It is true that by the time of the wedding, you had bought a gun, and you had shown the gun to your children.
I bought the gun the day that Linda broke into my house, and I
Mrs.
showed the
Broderick?
gun immediately to my children when I brought it home, which was not that day.
And so is it true that before the wedding, you had bought a gun and you had shown the children the gun?
Absolutely, yes.
And are you now saying that you were never a marksman, you were never a good shooter, you were never someone who shot guns as a hobby when you were in college?
I never shot a gun in college, no.
Did you
In
ever-
eighth grade, in grammar school, a priest named Father McHale.
Yes, I know. You've testified
That's
to
it.
that. We've heard
That's it.
Did you ever tell Gail Forbes, as she described, that you were a marksman in college and that you had won awards for shooting in college?
Absolutely not. She could have heard school. I could have said that I shot guns in school and thought it was fun. She could have heard college. I could have said I shot guns when I was in school. I could have said that, because I was in school.
Do you recall the incident that she describes when
No.
you were passing by a rifle range in
No, I
in
don't ever
Berkeley?
remember passing by a rifle range in Berkeley. I wouldn't have known it was a rifle range. I don't remember that particular thing, but if we were passing by and she said, "That's a rifle range," I said, "Oh, that was fun. I used to do that in school." But it wasn't college.
But you also told her that you were a marksman and that you had won awards.
Well, they
for
give you
shooting.
paper certificates. Yes, everyone was a marksman. Kim has a certificate saying she was a marksman from summer camp, and Kim doesn't remember shooting the gun.
You made the same statement to Maria Peralta in jail, that you had been a marksman and that you had been a good shot.
I don't remember saying anything to Maria Peralta in jail at all.
Do you remember telling Brian Forbes that you had bought a .357 Magnum and that you were going to shoot Dan Broderick's balls off?
I know he says I said that, but that's not true, and I never said that. I don't even know what a .357 Magnum is. I've never
Well, you've
seen a
heard of,
350.
everybody's heard of .357 Magnums, haven't they? I mean, that's...
Well, Brian Forbes said that I said it was like Dirty Harry had. I've never seen Dirty Harry. I don't know what Dirty Harry had.
Do you recall the incident of going over to his house when you had just acquired your Jaguar to give him a ride in the Jaguar and telling him that you hated Dan Broderick and that you were going to shoot his balls off? Did you
No.
say that?
No, I remember him coming for a ride in the car.
But you never said anything to that effect.
I may have said something sort of like that, but it wasn't like that.
Did you tell Melanie Fuller that you had bought a gun and that you were taking shooting classes with the gun?
Melanie is my friend that had a gun first, and so I
Miss
thought it was a good
Broderick?
idea.
If you could just answer my question.
Okay. What's the question?
Did you tell Melanie Fuller that you had bought a gun and that you were taking shooting classes with the gun?
When I took the shooting classes was 1986, and I didn't buy a gun there, but Melanie would have known about that.
Did you tell her that you had bought a gun?
I don't know if Melanie knew, because after she got married, I wasn't that friendly with her. I don't know if she knew that I bought the gun, but she wouldn't have known that I was taking shooting classes with the gun that I bought, because I didn't take shooting classes with the gun that I bought.
Well, my question is just, did you tell her that you had bought a gun and that you were taking shooting classes?
I know I told her about the shooting classes in '86. I'm not sure if I made a point of telling her when I bought the gun. I'm not sure if I think she knew I had a gun.
And she knew you had a gun, that you had bought the gun
I'm
in
not sure.
1989? Did you buy a gun in 1986?
No.
You wouldn't have told her that you bought a gun in 1986.
No, in fact, Melanie had a friend with a shooting range, and she wanted me to go there. It was in the house, in the Prince's house, and we would have had to use her gun because I didn't have a gun.
Did you tell Patty Monahan that you'd bought a gun back then?
No, Patty Monahan, like Melanie, must have heard that I signed up for these 2 classes because I was looking for friends to do things with, and I thought they might want to go.
Patty Monahan testified that you had told her that you had bought a gun. Did you tell her that?
No, but she heard that I was taking these classes and must have assumed I had a gun,
Well,
which
when
you
you
didn't
took-
need to take these classes.
You took those classes. You're talking about the class that you took with Steve France, the gentleman who testified?
It was an
to your court?
introductory thing.
And
Yes.
that was the class where the first time you all shot the gun, the reason his attention was drawn to you was because you were such a good shot and you were shooting every one of them through the bullseye, right?
I thought it was that I looked so good. I didn't know that it was, I had never heard that before.
Were you not
I thought he wanted to meet me, which is what it appeared to me.
Were you
When I
not
found out
shoot-
he was an attorney, I wasn't interested.
Were you not shooting every one of those bullets right through the bullseye, and didn't he
Of course
comment?
not. Are you kidding? I couldn't do that. Nobody could do that. It was the first time I'd ever shot a handgun, and I was standing long, like a rifle shot, and I didn't get them all through the bullseye, not even close.
And so Mr. France is lying when he said that he turned and he saw that you got them all through the center cluster of the target?
I don't think he said that. He knows that that's practically impossible to do. I don't think he said that he thought that I was good because I was hitting the thing, but I don't think he said I got them all in the center of the target or anything. In fact, that's not even close to true. I was doing everything wrong.
Did you tell Connie Cassidy, one of Kim's friends, that you had a gun and that you'd been practicing with the gun?
No, I don't remember telling Connie Cassidy that. I think Kim knew. That I had a gun? I know Kim knew I had a
Did
gun.
you tell Connie Cassidy that you'd been practicing with the gun?
No. I don't remember any specific conversations with Connie.
Did you ever make threats to kill Dan or Linda Broderick in front of Connie Cassidy?
I don't know. Connie was a friend of Kim's over a long period of time. I don't know what she would have heard. You know, I wouldn't have been talking to her, but I wouldn't be surprised if she overheard me say, "That son of a bitch, I'm going to kill him."
With respect to the hearing on March 14th of 1989, after you stole the wedding list, Mr. Berry did go into court to attempt to get an order from the court to have you return the wedding list, correct?
Among a lot of other things, yeah.
Well, the reason, the precipitation, what brought that hearing on was the fact that you had gone and stolen the wedding list, right?
I removed the wedding list from the front steps of the house. Nobody needed to go to court to ask for the wedding list back. All they had to do was ask for the wedding list back. They could have it back.
Just
No
like
big
all they
deal.
had to do was ask you to stop calling Dan and Linda the bad names, and that would stop too?
No.
Okay.
I had a copy. I made a copy of the wedding list. I didn't need it, and they didn't need it either.
Well, they did request from the judge that you return the wedding list. You had taken it, whether you want to call it stealing or not, you had taken the wedding list,
And I'd be happy to give it back, no problem.
and you'd be happy to give it back, no problem. You
Right.
said at that hearing, you admitted at the hearing that you definitely had the list, right?
I thought I had the list, but when I got home that day is the day Maria told me that Linda removed stuff from my house.
We're at the hearing,
Right.
which was after that. You went to the hearing
Just
that
minutes after
afternoon. And at that hearing, you told the judge, I have the stupid list and I got a lot of laughs out of it, right?
I thought I had it, but I didn't know if Linda had removed it,
Okay.
because that's what she was looking for.
If you would take a look at the transcript of the March 14th hearing, page 7.
I had the stupid list, and I got a lot of laughs out of it. I thought I had the list.
So
I
you
didn't
did
have
say-
it on my person. I
did
thought I
s-
had it at home.
You didn't say, I think I have it, I don't know where it is. You said, I have the stupid list and I got a lot of laughs out of it, correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay, and the judge ordered you at that time to return the list
Right,
the next day.
right.
And they ordered you to not contact anybody on the list. There was a concern that you were going to be contacting people on that list, and there was a request by the court that you not do that as well.
No, I argued that. I said, I'm not contacting people on this list. They're longtime friends of mine as well. So what we agreed upon was I wouldn't contact anyone I didn't know on the list. Well, why would I contact anyone I didn't know anyway?
Okay. And so you agreed not to contact any people that you
That I didn't know.
didn't know. And you were angry about being at that hearing. You were angry
I
that the
was
judge had
furious.
ordered you to return the wedding list.
No, I was angry about Linda breaking into my house. I was angry at someone calling my work 4 and 5 times that morning and hanging up. I was angry about the 4-hour notice, dirty pool bullshit on my machine again. If they can call work 4 or 5 times to find out if I'm there and hang up, they could have given the 4-hour notice at work.
Which is what they did. They attempted to give you the 4-hour notice at work and then attempted to leave a message at your home, too, to give you the 4-hour notice.
Excuse me? What?
Didn't they attempt to contact you at school to give you your 4-hour notice?
I don't know. All I know is someone put a 4-hour notice on the answering machine and then called work a bunch of times and hung up.
Well, obviously you got some notice about the hearing because you went down to court for the hearing.
When I got home, Maria, I went home early. I left work over an hour early and ran home thinking there's something wrong. Why would somebody be hanging up? There's something wrong here. So I went home and sure enough, it was the 4-hour thing. I had 10 minutes to get to court and I flew down to court.
Okay.
And was informed that Linda would have been in the house too, which I told the judge on the transcript that day.
You, on the transcript of the 14th?
Yes. I was crying and I was very upset and I said that Linda had just been in my house and he said, Mrs. Broderick, you have the full whatever of the court to get restraining orders against her. And I said, oh, why bother?
When he ordered you to return the list, he ordered you to return the list by the next day,
And I did.
and you did not.
No, I did.
You did not return.
The full whatever of the court? What's the whatever? Well, apparently she never exercised the full whatever of the court.
the list the next day, did you?
If
Who
I
did
was-
you return the list to?
I believe I brought it to the courtroom and handed it to the marshal
To the marshal there in Judge Howitt's courtroom?
in an envelope, yeah. Eddie was his name.
And so how is it that you would have said, after the list was not returned to the court as far as they knew, and you had another hearing on the 31st, how is it that you would have said you had no idea where the list was?
I don't know, but there is a definite answer for this. I don't know. You're taking little things out of context and stuff. If we read stuff through, there's logical, truthful answers for all this stuff.
Well, on March 17th, you were ordered to return the list on the 14th by the 15th.
Right.
According to the court, you never returned the list because on the 17th, when it still hadn't been returned, that's when the court suspended any support payments because you had not returned the wedding list, correct?
That's not my recollection of it at all.
May I have marked, Your Honor, as People's Notes to Order?
104.
The minute order dated March 17th,
What year?
1989.
So mark.
If you take a look at that minute order and the paragraph describing it at the bottom, does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you'd returned the wedding list?
I don't know that I've ever seen this paper before, and this is not what happened, and I don't know who wrote that. I returned it the next day to the man in an envelope. I don't know what that is, and that's not the way it went about the money either.
According to there was no suspension of your support payment until this hearing on March 17th,
No, that's
when
not
you
right.
hadn't returned the wedding list.
No, that's not right.
When was it suspended?
When I reported to court on the 14th is when I hit the locked door and the hearing was over with Mr. Barry and Judge Howitt, and I couldn't get into the courtroom. And they had decided at that time that the kids would be court-ordered to go to the wedding, that I would not contact anyone on the wedding list, that the $16,000 a month would be suspended until further notice.
And Mrs. Broderick,
other
you then
things,
went
and
into
that
the
was done.
courtroom. You went into the courtroom and you had your hearing. And the judge said, and you admitted that you had the list, and the judge said, okay, all we want is for you to return the list by tomorrow.
And
You
I
didn't
did.
return the list.
No, I
And
did.
that's when the court ordered the suspension of your support payments.
I don't know what happened with that paper, but I didn't have the courage to not follow a court order. I brought that thing in exactly like I was supposed
When
to.
you didn't bring it back, and you didn't bring it back, they finally had another hearing on March 31st, right?
I don't know.
Did you go to court on March 31st?
Does it say I was there?
Showing you a transcript of March 31st, 1989. You just indicate, does it indicate your name there, Mrs. Broderick?
Yes.
And the court asking you some questions about the wedding list?
I don't know. Let me look at it.
Isn't it true that the court asked you what happened to it? And
No,
you
didn't
said,
let me look at it.
well, I'm going to tell you right here. Isn't it true that you said, well, I assume maybe his girlfriend got it. If not, my daughter could have gotten it, who broke into the house the day after I was here. Or maybe he got it himself, who brought the two boys to myself the third and fourth day, and they all came in my house those days. But somebody has got the list, but it's not me, and the wedding invitations have gone out, is my understanding. I have no idea where the stupid list is. Now, can you explain why you would say to the court on March 31st, I have no idea where the stupid list is, if on March 15th you had come back to the court and given the list to the marshal?
What we're talking about here, I think, are copies of the list. I had my own copy machine, remember? And the first thing I did on that list is make, in fact, I made copies of it, of the copies at point.
Is there any discussion about copies here? The first question to you is, well, the first thing I'm concerned about is the wedding list. Do you have it? No, I don't have it. It's gone. What happened to it? I have no idea where the stupid list is.
At that point, I didn't know where the stupid list
You
was.
knew that you brought it back to the marshal, the court, the
That's
next
what I
day.
thought.
And you never said that to the judge? Judge, I was here on the 15th and I gave back the wedding list?
Well, let's see the rest of the thing. I mean, I don't know what we're talking about here. I'm just telling you what happened, the way I know what happened. I don't really know what this is here. I don't know what they're talking about. This is a partial transcript of something. I don't know what it is.
It's the entire transcript of the hearing. And do you ever say in that hearing,
I don't remember, what was this hearing called
Do you
for?
not say, I have no idea where the stupid list is?
Right. By that point, I didn't have any idea where the stupid list was.
Well, you knew that.
I still don't know what happened to it.
And does the court also not say, because you wouldn't admit having the list, you didn't know where it was, that the spousal support will be reinstated? You basically gave up.
I'm not with you on this. I don't.
Does the court say spousal support will be reinstated?
Reinstated from when was it taken away?
From when he suspended it on the 17th because you hadn't returned the list.
But see, it's my recollection that on the 14th, it was reinstated right away. I didn't understand that it was ever taken away, literally.
Well, you testified before that they went into court and they took,
Right.
and they terminated your support payments again.
And then when the doors opened and I came in, it was all straightened out,
Okay,
I thought.
okay. So your support payments never were suspended then in March of
Just
1989?
momentarily until they discovered I was there and we came in and we argued it again and I don't think, no, after I argued it, I don't think they ever were taken away. So
Okay.
that's why I don't understand why it's reinstated.
Well, because it had been suspended on the 17th. When you had the court order, the minute order says it had been suspended on the 17th. The fact of the matter is, whether it was temporarily suspended or not, you were paid your support in March, and you were paid your support in April,
Right.
and May, and June, and you never missed a support payment at
Right.
any time during 1989.
Right.
Even though you made the statement on direct examination that you told your friends, they're going to pull it right out from underneath me.
They did, in fact,
Okay.
for a while until I, by luck, showed up and straightened it
And it
out.
had nothing to do with your conduct whatsoever of stealing the wedding list.
Yes, it did, but that was the tool they were going to use whenever I didn't do what they wanted me to do, was to pull out the monthly money. I knew that's what he'd do from January '89, when that was the only thing I got in the divorce.
So when you went
Was a
over and
check
stole
that
the
he
wedding
wouldn't
list,
tell
you
me.
knew that's what he was going to do?
No, I thought he'd come over to my house and ask for it back, and I'd give it back. That's what I thought he'd do. Or at least call and say he wanted it back or something. I didn't know we'd end up in court.
Well, he'd talked to you on many occasions in the past, and your conversations never were fruitful, were they? In fact, he had told you from years past that if you were going to have communications, he preferred if you'd write to him because you could not talk together without something happening.
Oh, that was true since 1985.
Right. Okay.
Good place to take a morning recess as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes until 10:45. Please remember the admonition.
The hearing that we've been talking about on March 31st of 1989, I circled the first one on the 14th. The next one was on the 31st, and for the record, Your Honor, I think equals 85C.
All right?
That was the last time that you were in court before November the 5th of 1989, correct?
I wasn't in court on November 5th, '89. That was the last time I was in court.
Right.
Last time I was in court.
There were no, you didn't have to go to court in April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. You didn't go to court, have any hearings in court after the March 31st hearing of 1989, correct?
I went to court with Walter Mond for something, but I don't remember what, and Kathleen Cafaro was there. I don't remember what.
Was that the time in August when you had not returned Rhett and you sent Rhett off to Lake Tahoe?
No, I don't think I don't remember. I had to go to court once with Walter Mond, but it wasn't a hearing. I don't know what it was. I don't think we had a
The only things that
court hearing.
happened after March 31st of 1989 were things in court that you had generated. You had filed an appeal, you had filed a motion for custody of the children. Those are the things that you were generating, correct?
I hired Walter Mond right after the verdict to get custody of the children in February of '89.
Right. And there was a problem in August which Kathy Cafaro testified to, in which you had read, you did not return him at the end of the visitation, and you sent him off. First you sent him to Lake Tahoe, and then you sent him to New York, correct?
I believe Dan knew about Lake Tahoe. That was with an attorney's family, and I really think Dan knew about that. But then Rhett got back from Lake Tahoe early, and Danny was still in Sun Valley, Idaho. I think that's how it went. Danny was somewhere else. Rhett did not want to go to Mission Hills by himself and stay with a maid. He wanted to stay with me. If he stayed with me, I'd get in trouble. So he went to New York to see my parents.
And this was something that Dan didn't know about, and that's why he asked Kathy Cafaro to contact Walter Mond in order to try and get Rhett back.
Yeah, Rhett was hiding behind furniture and grabbing my skirt like a 2-year-old, and he would not go back with Dan. He was not going back there alone. He was not going back.
Okay. You indicated that he wanted to spend the time with you, that's why you didn't want to send him back, and yet you sent him off to New York.
Because we were always scared to death of police coming to our door, and Rhett was a nervous
Did any
wreck.
police come to your door at any time in 1989?
Whenever the boys ran away from Dan or refused
Mrs.
to go
Broderick,
back.
did any police come to your door in 1989? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
Did any police come to your door in April, May, June, July, August? Even in August, when you sent Rhett off in violation of the court order, did any police come to your door? Yes or no?
Not concerning Rhett, no.
And you didn't call up Walter Mond and tell Walter Mond to contact Kathy Cafaro, to contact Dan Broderick, and ask if you could send him off to New York. You just went ahead and did it, correct?
Oh, right. Dan wouldn't have agreed to it.
Okay, and so you intentionally violated the court order, knowing there was a court order. You just went ahead and did what you wanted to do.
I
Yes
always
or no?
protected my kids more than obeyed the court order, correct?
Okay. And at that last hearing on March 31st, when it was made clear that you did not have the wedding list anymore, there was also the issue of Kathy Lee and the fact that you had kicked Kathy Lee out of the house, and therefore Dan was requesting to not have to pay child support anymore, correct? The court ordered at that time that he didn't have to pay child support because Kathy Lee had moved back into Dan's house.
The day that the verdict came down in January, I
Mrs.
said she
Broderick?
had moved out.
Okay, and on the hearing of March 31st, since she had moved out back in January, that was when the court also ordered that Dan needn't pay child support anymore because Kathy Lee was living with Dan, correct?
I don't remember if she was living with Dan at that time, but I know I never received the court-ordered support because by the time the verdict came, she was no longer living with me.
Right. You kicked her out of the house and you told the court that it wasn't worth $1,500 to you to hassle with her anymore.
It wasn't worth $3 million to me to hassle with her anymore. The day that I had the argument with her is
Okay.
what I said to her.
Now, on that, you testified too that Dan was switching the visitation at a whim, that he just switched his visitation at a whim was your word.
That's right.
Isn't it true that there were only 2 times when he requested to switch a visitation in the year of 1989 after there was an order? And the first one was at that March 31st hearing where you were already in court, where he requested from the judge to have the boys on the weekend that he was getting married.
Right?
Okay, so he didn't just keep the boys when he wasn't supposed to. He didn't violate the court orders. He went into the court when you were there, when you were represented, and asked if he could switch the weekend so that he could have the boys for the weekend he was getting married, and you could have them for another weekend.
And he was
correct?
never denied anything he ever asked for. But I didn't feel the equal ability to go into court and get anything I wanted ever.
Well, okay, we'll talk about that. That you didn't think that it was unreasonable for him to request to have the children on the weekend that he was getting married, did you?
I thought he was court ordering the children to attend his wedding,
Well, you-
especially the older ones.
It was explained to you at the hearing that nobody was making any court orders about who was to go to the wedding. He was simply requesting to have them for the weekend, and the court made that order, gave you the opportunity to have any other weekend you wanted, and you waived it, didn't you?
I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't think it was proper that the children be ordered to the wedding when they were so ambivalent about going.
Did the court not say there will be no court order telling him the kids have to go to the wedding? There will be a court order changing the visitation that weekend, that he will have the weekend as his, and you will have another weekend of your choice. And you answered, okay. Then it was asked of you, is there a specific date that you would want in exchange? And you said, no, I'll just waive my weekend for now, correct?
I don't remember how it came out. if that's what it says there. I think I did get the kids when he was on honeymoon. I don't remember.
If you take a look at page 13, isn't it clear from reading either here or here that the court was not ordering the kids to go to the wedding? It was simply giving Dan Broderick that weekend, and you were given the opportunity to have another weekend.
Right, but ordering the kids to be in his house was the same as ordering them to the wedding, because the wedding was in his house.
No weekend was taken away from you. You had an opportunity to have another weekend, and in fact, you waived having another weekend, correct?
I don't remember how it went. I think I ended up with the kids over the honeymoon. What they meant to me was, do I have a specific date that I want to change for? And I had no specific date. I had no plans for any specific reason that I would trade him for.
Okay, and so you said at the time, I'll waive it. I don't want another
I didn't
weekend.
have a specific reason or date to change anything.
The only other time that he requested for a change in the visitation was when you went into court in September to have the children when Dan and Linda went to Greece, for the week of Greece. And at that time, he requested that he have the boys for the weekend that he went to Notre Dame, correct?
I guess so. I wasn't there. I think that's the one.
Okay, well, you knew that your attorney was going into court to make that request, that you have the kids for that weekend.
Right.
Okay, you'd filed a motion, you'd filed a declaration.
My attorney did. Right.
Well, that was on your behalf,
Right.
correct?
I was only involved by telephone at this time.
So you weren't
I
going
think-
to any of those hearings at that time?
No, I wish I had been there. Then we wouldn't have had the problem that arose. He
Well-
told me I shouldn't be there, otherwise I would have been there.
You indicated that at that hearing, well, one, again, it was a request by Dan Broderick to simply switch weekends. He didn't want to take an extra weekend, to take a weekend from you. He wanted to simply switch weekends. He asked the court for permission so that he could have the boys on the weekend he went to Notre Dame, and you could have another weekend, correct?
Right, but I had similar reasons why he shouldn't have been able to do that, for the same reason. I had plans on a certain weekend that I couldn't have the boys, and he got it in his favor without any input from me.
And you testified that it was because of that switch, that it wrecked your weekend to go to Acapulco that you had already planned.
Well,
Right.
it upset it.
Okay. You testified, you acknowledged that the weekend of the 5th, the weekend that you had the boys, the weekend that you went over and killed Dan and Linda Broderick, that was your weekend. You had the boys under the court order for that weekend.
right.
The weekend before that, on the 29th, was the weekend that you went to Acapulco.
Right.
That was always never your weekend. That was always Dan and Linda's weekend.
Correct, that's
Correct.
why I made the plan.
And that's why you made the plans to go to Acapulco.
Right.
And when the two weekends were changed in September, when Walter Mond went in to change those weekends, it had nothing to do with that weekend of October the 29th. It was two previous weekends that were switched, wasn't it?
I have not, I lost it completely. I don't know what you're talking about.
Anytime she doesn't want to answer, I don't know.
Does it not say in this order, the petitioner shall have visitation and custody of the minor children from 6 p.m. on October 20th through 6 p.m. on October 22nd, in that this is the regular scheduled time for respondent's visitation. Respondent shall have substituted visitation from 6 p.m. on October 13th through 6 p.m. on October 15th. So the weekends that had been changed were the two weekends before. These two weekends here were the weekends that had been switched, and it had nothing to do with wrecking your plans for Acapulco.
I'm
Do you want to
totally...
take a look at that order?
Okay, keep working on this. Show me which weekends, who had what where, and I'll show you exactly what happened.
You've already testified, Mrs. Broderick, and it's in the court order, that you had the boys under the court order on the weekend of the 5th, the weekend that you killed Dan.
That was my weekend, with no argument, no question. Nobody tried to change that weekend.
And the weekend before was the weekend that you went to Acapulco, and nobody tried to change that weekend either. The only switch of weekends were the two weekends before that, where you had no plans. Nothing was done to wreck your plans for Acapulco. Take a look at the order here.
Petitioner shall visit. When would I have seen this order? I mean,
Doesn't matter when you saw the order. The fact is that you
That's in
testified
Rancho, 6
that
p.m.
they wrecked your plans for Acapulco because they switched the weekends on you. And the fact of the matter is, they never switched those weekends. They switched the 2 weekends before, and you had them. You knew when they went to South Bend, and you knew when you had them the weekend before.
I'm not agreeing with the thing you say because I'm not following you at all. All I know is what I know, what happened.
Excuse me, okay, let's start with this. You had the weekend on November the 5th. You're following me there, right?
Right.
You didn't have the weekend on November the 29th, correct?
Right.
And that
That's
was
why
the
we
trip
made
of
the
Acapulco,
plans. Right.
And nothing was done to change that weekend, was there?
No, I could have had the boys that weekend instead of the one before.
But you had made plans to go to Acapulco on that weekend.
Okay,
And so that weekend wasn't changed. Nothing was done with that weekend.
see them now.
Nothing messed up your plans for Acapulco. The 2 weekends before, under this court order, were the ones that were changed. And there was no problem with anybody messing up your prearranged plans or messing up your ability to have the children, was there?
yes, there was.
And where, on what weekend was that?
I don't understand what this says here or what you're
Okay.
doing. I don't understand
Let
which
me ask
weekend
you-
was in and which, if you would
Okay.
tell me on which weekend on the calendar that I had the boys before this happened, can you
Okay.
know that? Do you know that?
Petitioner shall have visitation in the custody of the minor children from 6 p.m. on October 20th until 6 p.m. on October 22nd.
And that's Dan
And that's this week.
taking my weekend.
I need a break. I can't believe Early has not objected yet. Because this is usually when he objects. When she starts this, I don't understand what you're talking about. This is usually when Early objects. I just needed a small break from her voice. Okay.
That should have been my weekend, see? Right? Right.
No,
The
October
20th should
29th.
have been my weekend.
You were the petitioner at this point.
See, I don't even know that. Okay, now what's going on here?
Okay, the question is, and you've already testified, that there was no doubt about the November 5th weekend and there was no doubt about the weekend before.
According to the court order of January 89,
Okay.
that
And your
set the
plans had
weekends.
already been set for October 29th for Acapulco.
Right.
Okay, and nothing was done to change that. Nothing was done under this order, was there, to change the weekend of October the 29th? Yes or no?
I don't know if we followed that order. I don't know what happened to the weekend of the 13th and the 14th and the 15th. I'm
Was
totally
anything
confused.
done under this order that was signed September the 22nd? Order of the court,
with
Frederick
that
Castro,
voice?
judge. Was anything done to change the weekend of October the 29th?
I don't know, because I don't know what happened on the weekend of the 13th. I don't know whose weekend that
Was
was. You're
anything
saying they
done to
changed the
change-
20th and moved it forward to the 13th, 14th? Is that what that's saying?
All I'm asking you is, was anything done to change the
I
weekend of
don't
the 29th?
know. I don't know what that's saying. I don't know what happened.
You can't read the words?
But I don't know if we did that. Just because it says that there doesn't mean that's what happened.
She is so delusional. Good Lord. How did they not go for an insanity defense with this woman?
It was after the hearing on March 14th, when obviously you knew that Dan and Linda were getting married. You had stolen the wedding list only a day or two before. You had, at least other people have testified, that you had threatened to kill Dan and Linda at the wedding. It was after you had gone to that court hearing where you basically said that you were very angry that they had brought you to court. You felt that you were humiliated because they were ordering you to return the wedding list. It was right after you left that court hearing that you went directly to Weiser's gun store and bought the gun, correct?
Exactly.
Now, when you bought the gun, you said that you bought 3 boxes of bullets.
I think, yes, that's my recollection.
Okay, and one was the hydroshock bullets, one was the target bullets, and then you bought another box of what kind of bullets?
I remember them as being cheap, medium, and good. That's the way I remembered them. Some were called retreads or reloads or something, and one were brand new, regular target shooting bullets, and the other ones were the ones you would use for self-defense protection.
And you shot a whole box of those bullets the day that you bought the
Yes,
gun?
yes.
Okay. How many bullets are
I'm
you
not
talking
sure if I
about?
shot the cheapest ones or the medium ones. I don't know. If they come in,
10, 15, 50?
I think it was the same kind of a box as the other ones are here.
50 shot box?
If that's what's in there, it looked the same size.
And when you picked up the gun, did you load it with the hydroshock bullets?
No, I don't know. I don't know if that's the same gun that I picked up.
No,
or
I'm not talking about whether or not it's the same gun you shot, but when you went back and you picked up the gun after the waiting period, you picked up the gun and you said that the gun was loaded the day that you left that shop when you picked up the gun.
Yes, that's what.
Did you load it, or did
because
the
I didn't
people
load
there
it
at
at
the shop
home.
load it?
I don't remember who loaded. I think the man did, but I wouldn't say that I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
But it was loaded and ready to go when I left the shop
Okay, so you knew that it was loaded with hydroshock bullets when you left the shop.
with the good bullets, right?
Okay. And you took the gun home, the loaded gun, and you put it somewhere in your closet when you got it home.
I put it in my nightstand, I put it in my closet, and I put it in a dresser. I moved it around. I wasn't comfortable with any of those places.
Okay, and you indicated that you were concerned about safety. You were so concerned about safety of the gun that you showed it to the boys and you explained it to them, and that you showed it to Maria and you explained it to her. Now, you heard her testify that she had never seen the gun or knew anything about the gun until she came upon it accidentally once going through your lingerie drawer.
And I particularly remember pointedly showing Maria that gun and saying in English, "Maria, this is real," as well as I could say in English. I don't know how to do Spanish at all. "This is real." I just didn't want her to happen upon it in a drawer and think it was a toy or something.
But her testimony was that's how
she didn't
saw the
remember
gun. So she didn't remember you sitting her down and showing her a gun.
I didn't
and
say I
telling
sat her
that-
down. I think we were in our bedroom, and I pointedly wanted to tell Maria, the girls, and the boys that there was now a real gun in the house. That if you see this thing, this is not a toy. This is a real thing.
And you said it with that amount of sincerity and seriousness to Maria, and she didn't remember that ever occurring.
I honestly thought I educated Maria to the fact that if you come upon this in a drawer anywhere, know that it is real and don't touch it.
When you showed the gun to the boys and you were explaining to them that this was a real gun, did you take the gun out and show it to them?
The gun out.
You take the gun out of the case. It was in a case, right?
I don't remember if I let them touch it. I know they saw the gun, so the case must have been open, and I probably held it. I don't know if I let the boys hold it.
Well, okay, the gun comes in a case. Do you recall when you were showing the boys the gun and explaining it to them, did you take the gun out and show it to them?
I'm not sure the gun would have been in the case the day I showed it to them, because when it was in my nightstand and in the dresser, it was not in the case.
Okay, so at some point you separated the case from the gun.
The case was made to hang in a closet. So that was my first thing, is to hide it among the clothes in a closet in that case. And then after I moved it out of the closet, I didn't use the case anymore.
So you took the gun all by itself and you put the gun in your drawer in your bedroom.
Right, right next to the bed.
And when you were showing the boys this gun, is it from that drawer? Did you take it out of the drawer and show the boys this gun to tell them this was a real gun?
I don't remember if it was in the drawer at that time. I don't remember where it was, but
Where were you
I
when you-
showed the boys
Where were you when you explained this to the boys?
in the house, but I don't remember what room or anything.
And when you took the gun out to show them that this was a gun and you talked to them about how
They were not supposed to touch it.
not supposed to touch it and how dangerous it was still loaded. You had a loaded gun that you were showing these two boys and talking about safety, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, after you showed the boys this gun, Danny was so concerned about the fact that you were going to use this gun to kill his father that he stole it, that he grabbed it, he took it, and he ran outside to try and hide it from you, didn't he?
He took the gun case outside. I don't remember if the gun was in the case at that time, but Danny thought the gun was in the case at that time. So that told me that he wasn't scared by the fact, don't touch that gun, because he thought it was in there. I don't know if it was in there.
But he was so concerned about what you were going to do with that gun that he took the gun case with the gun in it, or maybe the gun case without it.
He touched the gun.
Did he
Well-
touch the gun, or did he touch the gun case?
He touched the gun case, but he thought he had the gun in there.
Okay, so he took the gun case. He'd obviously seen the gun case. He knew it had the gun in it. He took the gun case and he took it out of the house. He ran out of the house crying because he was afraid of what you were going to do with this gun, didn't he?
That's what he said.
And after Danny took the gun out of the house and tried to hide it, you took it away from him. And where'd you put it?
Again, I don't remember if the gun was in the case or not, so I don't remember where I put it. But that's the same day I had the gun in my pocket when Dan came to the house. It's the same day.
Well, you testified before that it was after Danny ran out with the gun that you didn't keep it in the closet anymore, and that's when you put it in your drawer.
See, I don't remember where the gun was. It was moved around 3 different places. I don't know specifically that day, but I don't know where I put it.
And so after
But I know I had it in my pocket.
After Danny took the gun away, after you knew that he was terrified of this gun, and after you knew, I think your words this time around were that he was fascinated with this gun, you still kept the gun in the lingerie drawer of your house, correct?
No, I don't know.
That's where Maria found it. That's where Maria came upon it. It was kept there in the lingerie drawer of your house.
At times, it was kept there, but not usually when the boys were in the house. See, Maria would be there on weekdays. The boys would be there on the weekend, so.
Okay. And so where was it on the weekends then when the boys would come to the house?
On the weekends in the summer when the boys were there, we were away on a trip, so the gun was home and the boys were with me. When the boys were home is when I started putting it in my purse and keeping it with me or locking it in the car. They didn't know it was in the purse. No one ever saw it in the purse.
No one ever saw the gun in your purse?
Not that I know of.
This was the purse that you carried around with you that had all of your stuff in it. You had a big purse that had a lot of stuff in it, right?
Yes, which is exactly why I did not really carry it around with me.
Okay. You put the gun, again, indicating that you knew how fascinated Danny was in this gun. You kept the gun in the house, whether you put it in your lingerie drawer, whether you put it in your purse. You still kept it there, and you kept it loaded, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's what you're testifying to, anyway.
What?
That you kept the gun loaded.
The gun was always loaded from the day that I bought it. I never unloaded it and loaded it again.
And when the boys would come over to the house on the weekends to spend time with you, knowing again the danger that a gun presented and knowing the danger that a loaded gun presented, your decision was to keep it with you and to keep it with your purse.
Yes.
And you carried the purse, well, that weekend, that Friday when they came over, when you went to pick them up at school. Did you have the gun in your purse when you went to pick them up at school?
Yes.
Yes?
And the purse usually stayed in the car. It didn't come out of the car with me places.
And when was it that you had taken the gun out of from wherever it was and put the gun in your purse that weekend?
I don't remember.
Well, it was a Friday before you went to pick up the boys.
Right.
When on Friday did you make the conscious decision to go get that gun and put it in your purse?
Yeah, I didn't make that decision on Friday. I don't know when I...
Well, how long had you been carrying the gun around in your purse?
I don't know. The gun was in the purse the weekend I went to Acapulco also. And that's the story that I came out of my house and the gun was never under the seat of Brad's car ever. The purse was in the Suburban with the gun. I was leaving my house to go in a car with someone else, and I had to get my purse out of the Suburban. And when I got the purse out of the Suburban, I remembered the gun was in it. So that's when I put the gun under the seat of the Suburban, locked the Suburban, and went to Acapulco with my purse.
You testified before that the only reason you put the gun in your purse was because you knew the boys were coming over to visit. And that was the safest place you thought it could be, was in your purse.
Right.
And so why, Mrs. Broderick, would you have it in your purse on the weekend that you went to Acapulco when you knew you weren't going to have the boys?
But see, I don't remember putting it in for that weekend either. It seemed that it was in the purse for a while because I was moving, and I had these teenage boys helping me move, and we were moving dresser drawers. I was moving between places, and I didn't want anyone to find that gun in a dresser drawer or anything, so it just stayed in the car in the purse. It stayed, that's where it stayed.
Well, that's not what you testified to before, though, was it? You testified that whenever the boys would come over, that you would specifically go get the gun and put it in your purse because you thought that was the safest place to be.
Whenever the boys were coming and it wasn't in my purse, I put it in my purse for those reasons.
Okay, and now you're saying that you sort of constantly carried this gun in your purse?
Your Honor,
No.
I object, that's argument.
So when was it that you recall that you put the gun in the purse before this weekend
I
of
don't-
November the 5th?
what I recall about the gun is the Acapulco weekend. So when I came back from Acapulco, if we are working backwards, but I don't remember this, you would think that I took the gun out from under the seat of the car and put it back in the purse.
Did you have a license to carry a concealed weapon?
No.
Okay.
I had a permit for the gun, but
And you carried that gun with you in your...
She flew on her broom, Marty. That's how she got to Acapulco. She flew on her broom.
purse wherever you drove and driving to the airport? Is that what you said? You
no, it
left
didn't go to the airport. It stayed under the seat of the car in my driveway in the Suburban. I went in someone else's car.
And when you came back, then you took the gun out
I
of the
must have,
purse?
yeah.
And you put it
No, took
back
it out
in,
from under the seat of the car and put it back in the purse.
and left the gun in your purse for that whole week before the weekend of
Right,
Friday?
because of all the moving and everything. Again, I don't particularly remember doing that, but restructuring it backwards, that's how it probably went.
And you were busy doing all of this moving and doing all of these things and being distracted with all of this stuff.
Right.
And you felt the safest place for this gun, this loaded gun, was to be in your purse.
Yep.
When you went shopping with Lee on that Friday and you went to Nordstrom's,
Wait,
did you have the gun in your purse as you were shopping?
Did she just say she left it under the seat of the Suburban when she went to Acapulco? Am I saying that right? Acapulco?
The weekend of
Right,
Friday?
because of all the moving and everything. Again, I don't particularly remember doing that, but restructuring it backwards, that's how it probably went.
And you were busy doing all of this moving and doing all of these things and being distracted with all of this stuff.
Right.
And you felt the safest place for this gun, this loaded gun, was to be in your purse.
Yep.
When you went shopping with Lee on that Friday and you went to Nordstrom's, did you have the gun in your purse as you were shopping?
First off, I don't think I did go shopping with Lee on Friday. I think she's wrong because of all the other things that you've told me I did on Friday. I don't know where we would have had time to go shopping.
Well, Mrs. Broderick, I haven't told you you did anything on Friday.
Well, last year you did. You told me all these things I did on Friday, and I couldn't have humanly possibly been at real estate appointments and tax appointments and shopping at Nordstrom and picking the boys up and with Maria in the house all at the same time. It's just physically not possible.
Okay, I didn't back it up far enough. I did hear her right, Judy. I thought that's what she said. That she drove to the airport with someone else and she put the gun under the seat in the Suburban. And then rode with somebody else to the airport. That's not smart. What if someone had broken into the car while she was gone?
You didn't pick up the boys until after school. You didn't get the boys until
2:40.
after school, correct?
Right.
And you heard Lee testified that earlier in the morning and over the lunch hour, you went shopping with Lee.
Right, but that's
In
what Lee
fact,
said.
That's what Lee said. That's what she recalled it specifically because you were very angry about the letter that you had received.
Well, see-
And she said, Mom, let's not talk about it. Let's just go shopping. That was the Friday before November the 5th, correct?
I'm not sure because my recollection of that morning was the appointment with Mary Dietz. And I'm restructuring that from dates of appointments on calendars and things.
Did you go
I
shopping
spent that
with...
morning, I don't remember. It
Okay,
wouldn't
well,
have
did
been
you
a
go
big
shopping
deal.
with her the day before on Thursday?
I could have.
Okay, and did you carry the gun around, the loaded gun around in your purse when you were shopping with Lee?
No, anyone will tell you that when I went shopping, and we probably went to Nordstrom's. That's probably where we were, because that's the only place we used to go. I would take the credit card in my pocket for wherever we were going. If it was a food place, I'd take a MasterCard. If it was Nordstrom, I'd take my Nordstrom plastic card and not carry the purse because, as you've already said, it was very bulky and very heavy, and I didn't carry it.
All right, just back to the shopping with Lee, just so that it's clear. She testified, as you heard, that you went shopping on that day, and
Anybody who is a mom knows that's a lie. I didn't even have my own kids. I had a goddaughter, I had nieces, I had stepdaughters, and I had a mom purse. Any mom knows that's a lie. You have to carry a giant purse when you have kids. You have to carry stuff that they might need that they didn't think to bring. And then you have to have a big enough purse to carry stuff that they want you to hold for them. Because for some reason, kids never have enough room to hold everything they bring with them. You have to bring a purse.
That you were angry about receiving that letter, and that you claimed that your dad's trying to put me back in jail again. You were complaining about that letter on Friday. You heard her testify to that, correct?
I don't think that's exactly what she testified to. There were at least two letters that week that came, and I think she's mixed up that I was upset about the other letter that came earlier.
Her specific statement was that you were referring to, your dad is trying to put me back in jail again. There was no other letter that referred to anything about jail, was
Right,
there?
I know she said that, but I think on that actual day I was upset about mail. I don't know if she would have known about that last letter.
So Lee is mistaken about her
I don't know.
testimony with respect to that.
I'm totally confused about that whole weekend. We're practically in the weekend now. With everyone trying to reconstruct everything, I don't know.
The fact of the matter is that you didn't just keep that gun in your purse for safety reasons whenever the boys came over, correct? You took the gun out and you put it in your pocket when Dan was coming over to pick the boys up.
That was the exact same day that you described earlier, where Danny took the gun because he said he was afraid that I was going to use it to kill his father. And to prove to him that I wasn't going to use it to kill his father, I had it in my pocket when Dan came to the house. And Dan came in the house and walked all around the house and took the boys and left. And as they were driving away, I said, see, I took it out of my pocket, said, see, here's the gun. I'm not going to kill your dad with the gun.
So that's your explanation for that.
For that one day.
For the time that Danny, as he's driving away, after Dan has come to pick him up, you're standing on the doorway showing him the gun like this, and he's
It
sobbing.
wasn't in the doorway, it was in the street. He wasn't sobbing
He
at all.
wasn't sobbing
He
to
was
his
smiling.
father?
Danny, no. He wasn't sobbing at all.
So you had this loaded gun in your pocket when Dan came over, and you were showing this loaded gun to your son and as he was driving away.
Right.
You had that gun in your pocket on more than that one occasion when Dan came over, didn't you? You testified that you put it in your pocket every time Dan came over.
After that day, I had it in my pocket, I think, one more time, but there were not a lot of other times that Dan came over. When the boys were
Did you
around,
not tell Dr. Goldsband that whenever Dan came over, you put the gun in your pocket?
yes, but Dan didn't come over. I don't remember Dan coming over very much. What
The
month are
last-
we
you
kind of
admitted
in?
that pardon me?
What month is this supposedly happening in?
We're talking about in September and October leading up to November 5th of 1989. The last several times that Dan came over to pick up the boys, you had the gun in your pocket.
I just remember twice.
There was another time when you had the gun in the pocket. When you took the gun out, you put it in the pocket. Danny didn't steal it from you. Danny went up and he wrapped his arms around you because he was so concerned that you were going to shoot his dad.
No, that's all that one time.
And he stole it from you then? He reached it out of your pocket and ran away?
No.
Well, when was the time that he stole it from you?
You mean when he had the case out on the front lawn and he
Yes.
thought he had the gun? That was in the morning of a day. And in the afternoon at 5 o'clock when Dan came is the second half of that. It's all the same day.
He found out about the gun. He was concerned about the gun when you told him about it back in March when you bought it before the wedding. That's when he took the gun case, and that's when he ran out.
No, it isn't. I mean, it's the same day. I don't know when the day was, but it's the same day. I mean, I don't know when the day was. You're saying it's September, October?
No, I'm saying that there were definitely two different instances. I'm saying
No,
when he first
it was
found
the
out
same
about
day.
the gun,
No, it was the same day.
before the wedding, he was upset about the fact that you bought the gun before the wedding. When you told him about it, he cried about it to his friend Matt Curry, didn't he? That his mother had bought a gun and he was concerned about the fact that you were going to kill his father.
Are you asking me that?
Yes.
How would I have known that? I don't know that. I mean, I never heard that except from you.
When you picked up the boys on Friday, you had the gun in your purse and the purse was in your car.
I think so, yes.
And then you went to a football game that night with Danny and Rhett. Danny was playing football. You had the gun with you at that time.
At the school, it would have been in the car.
You went out to dinner with them. You also had the gun with you at that time.
Would have been in the car.
And your purpose of carrying this gun around during this whole period of time was just for safety purposes.
I didn't know where else to put it, that I could keep my eye on it as well as that, yes.
You didn't have any thought of any place else where you could have locked that gun up where it would have been safe.
I was putting a floor safe in the condo. It had already been installed, but it wasn't locked down, and it wasn't fully installed yet. But the hole was dug, and there was going to be a floor safe in the master bedroom closet of the condo. And when I moved there, I would have locked it in there, but I never moved
And was there
there.
any particular reason why you didn't take the bullets out of the gun while you were carrying it around and so concerned about safety?
It just didn't, no, it didn't occur to me at all.
The next day on Saturday, when you went grocery shopping and when you went to a soccer game with Rhett and when you went to get haircuts, you were carrying that gun around in your purse?
Probably not. It was probably in the car, which is where it just was.
It is true, you've indicated that you filed a motion for custody of the boys in September of 1989, correct?
I think it was filed before then. I know Mr. Mond went to court in September, but I think the motion was filed a lot earlier, but I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Sometime over that summer, you filed a motion, or Mr. Mond filed a motion on your behalf.
The only point of hiring him in February of '89 was to get custody of the boys during that summer, yes.
And Dan Broderick had not filed any opposition to that motion, correct?
I don't know.
You were not aware of him filing any opposition to that motion, correct?
I don't know.
Well, Mr. Mond was forwarding any letters or any correspondence he had to you, correct? That's why you had the letters that you've already identified. He would forward those to you.
All I know is on this hearing that I was expecting to happen was put off. I don't know why.
You knew that Mr. Broderick had not filed any opposition to that motion. He'd filed opposition before to motions, and he hadn't filed any opposition to this one. And you knew that, correct?
I wasn't informed of that. I don't know. All I know is September was supposed to happen for this custody fight. September came and went, and nothing happened.
Well, you knew he was
put off
taking
till October.
He was taking the depositions of the doctors. He was taking the deposition of Dr. DeVos. He was taking the deposition of
But that-
Dr. Nelson. You were aware of that.
That was done before the September hearing, I believe.
That was done in October. The two
Oh.
depositions of those doctors were taken in October.
Well, I didn't remember that. I didn't know why September was put off. And he could have taken them before the September hearing if he wanted.
Obviously, there was no need for him to have taken the depositions of these doctors if he was opposing the motion. He didn't need to do that. In fact, if he had control of everybody in the legal system, he didn't need to do anything like that, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, it's clear that he was not opposing your motion at that point.
No, it's clear to me that he was. If he was going along with it, why would he have to take depositions of doctors?
Why would he have to do anything if he controlled the legal system and all he had to do was walk in and tell them what to do and they'd do it?
Sustained.
Well, isn't that essentially what you said Dan Broderick's done all along? He's controlled everybody, there's all this influence peddling, and he just tells them what to do it and they do it.
Dan Broderick was...
Sustained.
You knew that Dan's attorney, Kathy Cafaro, and Walter Mond were negotiating to transfer custody to you.
I know that's why I hired Walter Mond, was
And you
to do
knew
that.
that that was occurring because there were letters being sent back and forth and those letters were being forwarded.
I knew completely the opposite. I knew that September didn't happen, October didn't happen, and that Dan and his employee, Kathleen Cafaro, were doing everything in their power to keep a custody hearing from happening. This was not a person who was going to agree to custody because there was nothing keeping him from agreeing to it.
Well, there was nothing keeping them from writing letters back and forth and talking about how to work out the deal then either, was there?
They were fighting back and forth. They were not trying to work out any deal. They were causing more trouble and more fights and raising issues. There was nothing keeping Dan from just giving me the boys on any moment he decided to. We didn't need to go to court. We didn't need to fight over anything.
You knew you complained, well, let me back that up. It was your position after you were arrested on this case at the bail review. It was your position taken by your attorney that Dan Broderick was getting ready to turn custody over to you. Didn't he make that representation?
Who was
in
my
your-
attorney at that time?
At that time, it was Mark Wolf. And did he not say in open court, it's my understanding from talking to the attorney who represented her at the time that they were very close to changing custody of her children from Dan Broderick to Mrs. Broderick around the time that this incident took place?
No, I have an
I don't
objection.
know.
This is just what I talked about is improper. And I would ask the motion that the answer be, that the question be stricken.
Stricken.
Did you have any conversations with strike that.
Oh, I know why. Because she thinks she's getting away with something. That's why she's smirking. That smirk is ha ha.
You complained about the fact that Dan Broderick...
track, or I fooled her, or I got her off track, or something. I don't know exactly what's going through her head, but it's something like that. Because she has no reason to be grinning right now. I think she is that delusional that she actually thinks she's doing a good job up there.
Broderick would never talk to you and that he avoided you all the time, correct? Were you aware of the fact that the psychologist, or even your psychologist, Dr. DeVos or Dr. Nelson, were recommending to him that he tried to avoid contact with you, to try to avoid confrontations?
And he, that.
Even though he tried to avoid a confrontation, you would consistently force confrontations with him. For example, there was a time when he came over to pick up the boys when you jumped into the car and you wouldn't get out of the car, correct?
In 1986?
I-
In 1986, I did that once because he would not talk to me, and he had a car with a back seat, and I opened up, I got in it. I said, go ahead, drive away, I'm coming with you. You're going to talk to me. Because he'd usually just drive away, and he wouldn't listen to a thing I said.
And was that the time that you pulled the antenna off his car?
No, different years, different cars, different everything.
Well, that
The
happened back in
had a-
1986, didn't it, when you pulled the
The
antenna?
Jaguar had a back seat. I don't remember when he got the Jaguar. I'm talking about a blue Jaguar that had a back seat. The antenna is supposedly on the red Corvette, and I don't know when he got rid of one and got the other.
May I have Mark Renner's people's next in order?
105.
A letter that's dated July 11th, 1986.
Lamar.
If you would simply read the sentence that the sentence that's yellowed out there. Does that refresh your recollection about when it was that you pulled the antenna off of the car?
You want to read this now?
Just to yourself, to see if that refreshes your recollection about...
That doesn't bother me. You know what bothers me is that people like her adapt, and she is living... Yeah, I'm sure she wants out of prison, but I'm sure that prison is terrible, but I bet you after all these years, she is adapted. She has her own little routine. She has her friends. Like, she is probably living a good life. Like, I'm not saying anywhere near as good of a life as she had before, but Dan and Linda have no life now. You know, they don't get to see their kids. They don't get to watch TV. They don't get to have food. They don't get to have a tablet. They don't, all these things that she gets in prison. You know, I don't know if she sees her kids, but at least she gets to write letters to them, phone calls, whatever. Dan and Linda don't get any of that. Linda was how old? She was still young. She didn't even have any kids yet, you know? It's not fair. That's why I am pro death penalty, because when you kill somebody, they have nothing left. The person goes to prison, they still have a life. If you kill somebody, they have nothing, yet you get to live. And yeah, it's not a good life. It's not the same life you had before, but it's still a life. You still get to see your kids, talk to your kids, get pictures of you, know what their life turns out to be. The person that you killed, they'll never know what happened to their kids, how their kids, and you know what I mean? It's not fair. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
That was in approximately July of 1986.
Yes, and I know he said those things, and I didn't do those things. It's another one of his bullshit letters.
Okay, well, you already admitted that you did pull the antenna off.
Yes,
of his
but
car.
not at that time, and that's not what happened. I didn't try to break the rear window of his car. That's just garbage.
Well, so was there another time that you pulled the antenna off the car?
I don't know. There was one time way early on with a red Corvette. I don't even know. Does that say a Corvette? I don't know when he switched cars. And the time I got in the back seat was not in the back seat of a red Corvette. There is no back seat in a red Corvette.
And it was in this letter that he asked you, in the future, I would appreciate it if you would communicate with me in writing, correct?
That is another one of his totally hateful fuck you letters, and I never read them, and I'm surprised you have a copy of it. I used to tear them up. It's a horrible letter. It's total threats and intimidating language, and I told you this, and didn't you do that? It's a lawyer letter. Drives me crazy, those things, and that's why he does it. That one doesn't say Dear Bets, does it?
This one answers the questions that you had about where the kids were. And he
Oh, I'm
provides
sure
the
it's very,
answers
very
to that.
proper. He
And
always
he
wrote very,
did
very proper legal
He
letters.
did stop calling you Bets after this letter, didn't he? After
Whenever I got a letter like that, it did not say Dear Bets.
It didn't after July of 1986, after again.
Oh, no, it changed back and forth. Remember 1988, they wanted me to agree to some visitation schedule. That was back to Dear Bets.
No, but that was a letter that was sent to you by Mr. Berry, Mrs. Broderick.
Letters from Dan that are Dear Bets at that time.
When was the last time that you had physical contact with Mr. Broderick before November the 5th of 1989?
I don't remember because of all the mix-ups of all the custody changes the weeks before. I don't remember.
Well, when did you have any conversation with him, any physical face-to-face discussion with him before November the 5th?
I have absolutely no idea. If you can,
Was it any time in October?
if I can think of any reason why I would have had to speak to him, or any event, or any place that we were where we had a discussion about something, I might be able to remember, but I cannot. I have no idea when the last time was that I spoke to him about anything.
Okay, so there was no particular event that comes to mind at this time, anyway, of you having any conversation personally with Dan Broderick during the month of October, during the month of September, during the month of August, during the month of July.
I don't remember.
If there was any contact whatsoever, it was him coming over to pick up the boys, correct?
I don't remember because Hawaii was in there, and the Tahoe thing was in there, and New York was in there, and Rhett was in there, and I don't remember. That's all the end of the summer, and when I was in Canada with the boys and stuff. I don't remember when the previous time was, because I can't put a reason or a place on it.
Well, the last specific confrontation that you can think of that you've testified to then was back in 1988 when you went over to his house to confront him and try to get him to talk to you, and when he threatened to call the police and then he didn't. Is that the last time you remember?
I don't think it was that far. No, I don't think it was that far away.
Do you remember any
don't.
other particular incident when you had it out with him, when you had a confrontation with him?
Didn't these things with the gun in my pocket happen after that?
He didn't come into the house. He stayed outside the house and honked the horn for the boys. The kids testified that that's how he would pick up the kids. Didn't you testify to that?
Sometimes that's
He
what
would call
do.
ahead of time. He'd call from his car phone so that there wouldn't have to be a problem, so the kids would be ready, and so that all he had to do was to honk outside so they could come out.
Yeah, but the day that I had the gun in my pocket and everything, Dan came into my house because the children were in the backyard in the swimming pool and they would not go out front. And he had to come in and go on the deck and yell down to the swimming pool that he was there and they better get out of the swimming pool. And then he went in the room with them and helped them get their stuff up.
Okay, and when was this incident?
After I had the gun.
So sometime after March of 1989, was it in
Probably
April?
after April. I don't remember. I don't think I picked the gun up until much after the day that I bought it.
When was the last time that you'd had any physical contact with Linda Kolkena?
Gee, years, I don't know. I don't remember
Hadn't
any
been any
physical
time in
contact.
1989, hadn't been any time in 1988.
No, I saw her on St. Patrick's Day in 1983, and I saw her at the office in 1985. But
Anytime
after that,
that there were no other contacts between the two of you.
not that I can remember.
I can have just 1 minute now.
Certainly.
It is true, you acknowledge that you knew that Dan and Linda just wanted to be left alone. They wanted to be left alone by you. Yes or no?
Dan always wanted to be left alone by me, yes.
Okay. And it is true that you told Linda David sometime in October when the kids were getting ready to go to South Bend that you knew that wasn't going to happen, that you were going to continue to make his life a living hell.
I had no power to bother Dan Broderick's life in any capacity in a courtroom or in life at all. His
You
life,
had no power to bother him in any capacity? You weren't bothering him at all during any of this time?
if I was alive, I was bothering him because I wanted a settlement of this case.
Making those phone calls didn't bother him at all? Didn't you admit yourself that you knew he hated those? That you knew he hated it when you called up and you said those things?
They were to answering machines. He didn't have to put that answering machine on to bother me.
In fact, he tried to take the answering machine off, and you argued against it. You had a fit. You said that he was trying to prevent you from getting messages to the kids. You forced him to put the answering machine back on, didn't you?
I've never forced Dan Broderick to do
You
anything.
demanded that he put the answering machine back on,
No.
because otherwise you couldn't get your messages through to the kids.
In 1986, when he was locking up the telephone and only the answering machine was operable, if he had taken the answering machine off, there would have been no phone number, no phone, no nothing. So I think you might be referring to something back then.
When he tried to take the answering machine off at the very beginning because you were leaving these horrible messages, and you demanded that he put it back because he was interfering with your contact with the children.
Right, because implied there is the answering machine and no phone at all available
And he
to
tried
anyone.
to do it again back during those contempts. He tried to take the phone in 1987. He tried to take the answering machine off again. And again you complained that then you wouldn't be able to leave messages for the children.
It wasn't just the answering machine. He was volunteering to disconnect the phone and the answering machine entirely, and that was not to keep me from calling anyone ever. It wasn't just the answering machine.
Did you not make that statement to Linda David that you were going to continue to make his life a living hell, or you were going to murder him?
No, I never made that statement. Sorry.
So Linda David is making that up?
Yes?
Did you not tell Robin Tuua that you had a gun in your glove compartment?
Do you want me to tell you what happened on that day?
My question was, did you tell Robin Tuua that day when you were angry that you had a gun in your glove compartment?
Of course not. I'd never had a gun in the glove compartment of my car. Never. I didn't have. That's in, I think, 86 or 87. There was no gun to speak of. I was driving up to the house to drop off one of my children, and this maniac comes screaming out of the house that she has waving a restraining order, saying she's already called the police, and yelling at my child to get out of my car, that the police are coming to arrest your mother. I thought she was crazy. And I told her stop screaming, and there was nothing wrong with me dropping the kid off at the house. But she had called the police.
She didn't call the police until after you threatened to go get the gun in the glove compartment.
What gun? No. She
Well, you
called
were
the
telling
police.
people back in 1986 that you'd bought a gun, weren't you? You told Melanie Fuller that you bought a gun back in 1986.
No. Melanie
What was
knows
the
for a
gun that
fact
was-
that I didn't, because she had one and I didn't.
What was the gun that was in the condo that was seen by Carolyn Oliver?
Nobody ever saw a gun in any condo I don't know what anybody's talking about. As a joke, we were going to tell you we sold it to some man in China and send you looking for it. There's never been another gun.
When you bought the condo on Morning Way, which was during the summer of 1989, you've already described that you were having problems with your decorator, Carolyn Oliver. She was helping you decorate the condo, correct?
I didn't even know Carolyn Oliver. She was a friend of Helen Picard's that Helen sent over to rip me off, is what it turned out. And this woman stole thousands of dollars from me and never did anything to decorate my house. Not a single thing.
Okay. But you did hire Carolyn Oliver as a decorator during that period of time, correct?
She was sent to my house to help me decorate. I don't
What do you
remember.
mean she was sent to your house?
Helen Picard sent her to my house.
She recommended the decorator to you, and you
Well, I
called
didn't
up
need a
Carolyn
decorator.
Oliver. Well, did you call up Carolyn Oliver and ask her to help you or to hire her? You mean she just came over and knocked on your door and said, I'm here to be your decorator whether you like it or not?
No, she said she was a decorator and she could do these things faster and better for me than I could myself. And I said, great idea, because I'm moving. But I didn't know her and I didn't solicit her at all. I never saw her.
And
from
she continued to work for you over the whole summer? And it was against your will that she was working for
never
you?
did anything for me except send some man who tore the place apart. And I gave her checks as deposits for carpet and wood flooring that I picked out, that she didn't pick out. She ended up stealing all my money and not delivering on anything. And it has nothing to do with whether there was a gun in the condo or
Isn't
not.
it true that while she was at the condo, working at the condo, and while you were there, that she saw a gun in the desk? That the desk drawer was open there and she asked you about it?
No, absolutely, totally, completely impossible. There was never a gun in any desk drawer in a condo or anywhere else.
There was never any instance where she thought she saw a gun and she asked you about, is that a gun, or why is that gun there, or what is
She's
it?
a friend of Helen Picard's. Maybe that explains it. Because nothing like that ever happened with anybody, ever.
Your Honor, I don't have too much left, but perhaps this would be a good time to break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Broderick, before lunch, we were talking about this particular order that I had showed you with respect to switching weekends. Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 106 an order of the court dated September 22nd, 1989.
I see that. Certainly.
If you could just indicate, is this the order that we were referring to? We were talking about an order and it hadn't been marked or identified for the record. Is that the order that we were referring to when we were talking about the switch of dates?
Yes, but I don't agree that that's what it said.
And you had indicated that you had put your house on the market sometime over the summer, correct? The house on Calle de Cielo?
I think we're more into the fall. As I recall, I closed on the condo in October I'm not sure. I think I closed on it in October or late September, and I didn't put the house on the market until after that.
All right. May I have marked as People's Exhibit 107, what purports to be a real estate ad on the house at Calle de Cielo?
So marked.
If you could just take a look at that, and can you identify that for us? Was that an ad that was put out for your house when it was on the market?
Yes, it is.
And you have already testified that you had the children, you had the boys at least, almost the entire summer of 1989. You said that the boys were at my home the entire summer.
No, I saw them a lot. In June, in June, they were at a camp in the Bishop's School in La Jolla. One of them got out at noon, and the other one got out at 3 or 4. Sylvia, the maid at that time, did not want to drive from Mission Hills to La Jolla at noon, and back to Mission Hills, and then back to La Jolla at 3 o'clock, and then back to Mission Hills. So she drove them. They didn't live with me. She drove them to Bishop's. I went and picked the one up at noon, and then I went back and picked the one up at 3 o'clock and went back to my house. And then she came by, whenever we decided, she came by later and picked them up. So I saw them every day.
All right, but apparently you previously testified that during the summer, the boys were at my house the entire summer.
Except for the weeks that Dan, maybe 10 days, I don't know how many days, that Dan went to Hawaii. The boys were at my house most of that summer, yes.
Most of the summer of 1989, correct?
Yes, but they didn't sleep there, but they were there.
Now, you also indicated that on that weekend of November the 5th, that there were several specific things that you were upset about, you were depressed about, and listed them for us when you testified. One of them was your financial situation, that your financial situation was in a state of flux, and that Dan was keeping money out of my checks again. Do you recall testifying to that?
While I had, yes,
Okay.
yes.
If I could have marked, Your Honor, as People's Exhibit 108, a series of check registers, series of 3 check registers. And if I could show you the one,
So marked.
thank you, that is marked on the outside number 2 for the dates of August 89 through November of 1989. Is this your check register?
Yes,
And does it have the deposit record on there in the first page?
yes,
And does it indicate that you deposited $16,000 on November 2nd of 1989?
yes. Oh, you're going back, it's okay. Sure.
Does it indicate that you deposited $16,000 on October 2nd, excuse me, October 3rd of
Right.
1989? $15,000 on September 6th of 1989?
Yeah?
That you deposited $16,000 on September 5th of 1989?
Yes.
And that you deposited $16,000 on August 7th of 1989? And those were all based on checks that Dan Broderick had sent you for support during that period of time, correct? If you could also identify this next check register that's labeled number 1, does this appear to be your check register with the deposits between March of 89 and August of 89?
Yes. August is missing, but there's September 3rd.
Okay, March of 89 through, there's a deposit, the last deposit is September of 89, correct?
Right.
And the last one, if you could identify, is this your check register for the period of January of 89 through March of 89?
Yes.
When you testified last time, you testified that although you made $16,000 deposits in your check register, that those weren't based on checks that were sent to you by Dan Broderick, didn't you?
I had a system with my accountant that no matter what Dan sent me, I would put $16,000 even in the account for accounting purposes.
Well, when you look at the check register for, that we just looked at, the first one that's for January to June of 89, there is even $16,000 deposit in there, is there?
Are you sure? Well, these might be different accounts, you know.
My question is, that the last time that you testified...
Yes, this is a different account.
About the one that's identified as number 1.
Yes, this is what I called the household account.
Okay, and there are lots of deposits on there that aren't $16,000, correct?
There are additional deposits to a $16,000 deposit on the first of the month.
The last time when you testified and you were shown your register, you acknowledged that you deposited $16,000, but you said those weren't based on checks from Dan, didn't you?
They were not necessarily, yes, exactly based on checks from Dan.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 109, Your Honor, a series of just 4 checks.
Is she making less sense? Is it her or is it me?
There's 4 of them.
Sent by Dan Broderick to you.
Right, and I would have put them in exactly like that with no additions or subtractions.
is there any? And that's for the months of August, September, October, and November of 1989. So when you indicate that you were upset because Dan was keeping money out of your checks again, it did not have anything to do, at least with the month of November, October, September, August. There were no monies that had been taken out of the check from Dan Broderick for those months, correct?
It had to do with him fining me for supposedly scratching that picture that I had nothing to do with, and I was under the understanding that I had court orders that he was not allowed to fine me.
With respect to
those 4 months,
your
no.
statement that Dan was keeping money out of my checks again, and that's what you were so upset about on the one of the things that you were upset about on the morning of November the 5th.
Yes.
It is true, is it not, that he had not kept any money out of your check for November? Yes or no?
Right, right.
No, rephrase it.
He had not kept any money out of your check for November, correct?
Correct, we've already said that.
He had not kept any money out of
Right.
your check for October?
For those 4 months, he hadn't, but before that, he had, again, when there were court orders that said he wasn't supposed to do that.
Was this something that you did anything about back in June or July when you felt that it was a problem?
I called Walter Mond, who was my attorney at the time, and I said he is not allowed to do this, and he's only testing the system. Like he did last time with the fines. You know, the fines built up and built up and built up until I owed him $1,300. So I figured he was starting that process again of testing and testing how far he could get before I was forced to court to pay lawyers to get another court order to fix it again.
And it was clear
and I
that
was
he-
very upset.
Okay, and it's clear that he was not testing you in any way, shape, or form in August or September or October or November before November 5th, 1989.
I was just
With
saying
respect to those checks.
what I felt when he did it.
Okay.
And when I went to Walter Mond, I felt that he was setting me up to
And
take
this was-
advantage again.
This was something that you were still upset about on the morning of November the 5th?
On the morning of November 5th, it all came back to me what he had done before and what it seemed to me he was doing again, yes.
You also indicated that you were upset that morning because Dan had refused to let you see the children on Halloween, correct?
Yes.
And that's not true. You knew that that was not true, isn't it?
What are you referring to?
You knew that Sylvia Cavan, that Dan Broderick had given the boys the opportunity to go anywhere they wanted for Halloween.
No, that's not right. The boys and I, ahead of time, asked weeks ahead of time if they could spend Halloween with me, and Dan said no. Absolutely no.
And you didn't hear
For no reason.
Sylvia testify the last time that she was there when there was a discussion between the boys and Dan about what they wanted to do for Halloween?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Again, this is sustained.
You had had the boys for Halloween the year before in 1988, correct?
Yes, yes.
And this year, at least, you knew that they had plans to go, each of them had their own plans to go out with kids that were there in their neighborhood in Marsden Hills.
That's not correct anyway, but no, they didn't.
And they didn't do that on Halloween night?
That's subsequently what they ended up doing because Dan had no interest in them being home or trick-or-treating with them, and he let them spend the night at friends' homes that were not in Marsden Hills.
Is that something that you were thinking about on
Yes.
November the 5th?
Yes, because it was typical that he wouldn't let me have my children. The children wanted to be with me. I wanted to be with them. It was a special, memorable time for us. I made a big deal over everything and pictures and tradition. It was a tradition. And he had no interest in carrying on the tradition, but he had an interest in keeping them from me. And he wasn't careful about who they spent the night with or what they were doing. And I was very nervous about parental supervision on Halloween.
Now, you also indicated that that morning that you, of all the things that you were thinking about, one of them, again, was that you were upset with the decorator and the things that have been gone on with her. You've already talked about that. You also talked about the fact that the water heater blew up in your face over at the condo. Did Dan or Linda have anything to do with the water heater blowing up in your face? Did Dan or Linda Broderick have anything to do with any problems that you felt you were having with your decorator?
No.
You also indicated that you were upset about Kim and her finances in Tucson and the phone call that she had made to you on Tuesday, correct? That was the Tuesday before November the 5th.
I believe so, yes.
Had you sent her any money between the Tuesday that she called you and November the 5th when you killed Dan and Linda?
No, I didn't even know an address to send it. She didn't give me an address. She didn't have a phone and she didn't have an address.
Obviously, if you were concerned about her financial situation and you told her that you'd take care of it for her, right? That's what you
Yes,
testified
I always
to.
did.
Of course, killing yourself wasn't going to take care of that for Kim, was it?
He was going to take care of it for me, though.
Okay. You also said that you were upset in general about the children. You've already testified that they were getting older, that you had missed out on things with them, and that you wanted to spend more time with them, correct? You also testified that you were upset about the fact that you were getting older, that your birthday was coming up.
Yes.
And you said that you kept rereading the marriage encounter book.
Not that morning. I didn't reread it.
Okay. You had indicated that there were many times, over some period of time, I'm not sure, that where you kept rereading the marriage encounter book.
Yes.
Was that in November of 1989?
Not in the first 5 days of November, I don't believe so. No, I was moving. Maybe I did in the move.
Let me back up. You also indicated that you were upset that this would have been the 20th anniversary of your wedding, that you were married in 1969, and here it was 1989, and that would have been the 20th anniversary, and you had planned on your 20th anniversary to take a cruise, and here Dan and Linda went and took a cruise. Did
On
you
November
testify to that?
5th, that wasn't in my mind. That was concerning the date that he chose to get married in April of '89, which would have been the 20th anniversary of our marriage in April of '89, and he got married on the closest possible Saturday to our 20th wedding anniversary. Those things were happening in April of '89.
And did you feel that he did that intentionally, that he intentionally chose a specific date in April of 1989 just to jerk you around?
Well, just another little, yeah, there was no reason for him to have chosen that date above any other date, yes.
Well, how many times was it that you read and reread this marriage encounter book?
Over the years,
No, in 1989.
I just kept it where I would see it a lot, in the top drawer of this lingerie chest that I had. And actually, I think I did move the lingerie chest, so I probably did have it in my hands that week or earlier that week. And I've read it a lot of times, and I can probably quote it verbatim, parts of it.
And this was the marriage encounter that Dan had written to you, the book that he had written to you about what you felt were his promises, the promises that he had made to you and the promises that he had broken.
Yes, and I'm recalling now that the USC game is mentioned in there, and that is the last weekend that I would have touched it, I think, or read it.
Which would have been the week before you killed Dan and Linda Broderick.
I don't know when the SC game was. It's in October, maybe 3 weeks before, I think.
Not only was this the 20th anniversary of your wedding to Dan Broderick, but the weekend of November the 5th when you killed him was also the anniversary of your marriage encounter, which was also on November the 5th, correct?
Yes.
And that was something that you recognized as you read that marriage encounter book the week before you killed him?
No.
That was a marriage encounter book that had been written 13 years before, correct?
As I testified last time, I was
Excuse me,
unsure.
Had it been written in 1976?
Last year, I was not sure of the year or the date at all. It wasn't until we found the other one that the date came up.
And was that written 13 years before?
76, November 5th, 76. So is that 13 years before? Yes.
Now, you also testified that on that Friday, November the 3rd, that you did go to see your accountant, Mary Dietz.
I think that's what things say. That day, that Friday, yes. I think that's what the appointment was that day. Her stuff was still on the seat of my car, and you ended up with her stuff.
Well, you had testified that morning, before, that's why you didn't think you went shopping with Lee. That morning is when you went to see Mary Dietz, which was on the 3rd of November.
I believe that is what I did that morning, right.
And you talked to her about your financial situation. She didn't give you a big picture of gloom with respect to your financial situation, did she?
No?
Okay. In fact, there was reason to be optimistic about it. She talked to you about the fact that you could even hold on to your house at Calle de Cielo as well as the condo. You had enough money to hold on to both properties.
It was an introductory for both she and I meeting, and we discussed all different possibilities. She had computers. We needed more information, but It was an okay meeting. It was a first-time meeting, so we didn't come to any conclusions about anything.
So that wasn't something that you were tremendously depressed about then on November the 5th?
No, I wasn't depressed about it.
You were angry about it?
I didn't know about capital gains, is what I learned from her. I believe I learned that from her. And so I was going ahead with my plan to sell the house and move to the condo. And then she tells me about capital gains, which I don't really remember what she told me, but now that I should stay in the house and rent the condo.
And you worried about the fact that if you sold the house that you wouldn't clear anything more than $50,000 or $60,000.
I heard those two people testify to that, and I laughed because I had no idea, and neither did Mary Dietz, of how much I would have been able to sell my house for or how much I would have ended up with. So that those two people had opinions as to what I would have ended up with after the sale of my house is ridiculous. Because nobody could have told us that at that point. The house hadn't
When
been
you
sold.
talked to Mary Dietz, didn't she write down some figures on some pieces of paper about how, if you paid capital gains and if you deducted the improvements on your property, how much money you were going to recover?
I don't know if she made notes. She was going to do things on computers. You have the whole packet that I got from her that morning, and I never consulted it again because that morning was Friday, and I ended up in jail on Sunday. So if she made those notes, I didn't further investigate them.
So when Gail Forbes indicated that you were angry about it on Friday and that you had made this statement about only clearing $50,000 or $60,000, and when Helen Picard made the same statement that you were angry about the same thing on Saturday morning about only clearing $50,000 or $60,000, these were things that these two women were independently just coming up with?
Not independently, they did it together. They're very good friends, and I don't know where they got that from because that is not a fact. No one knew what I would sell anything for or what I would net or what I owed in taxes. I didn't know, Mary Dietz didn't know, and I don't know how they would have known. There were too many unknowns.
The next morning, you had the children on Friday, you picked the children up. The next morning on Saturday, you went to the condo on Morning Way, correct?
To pick up a soccer uniform is my recollection, yes.
And that's where you saw Helen Picard?
That's where she barged in on us, yes.
Okay. And after that, you went to a soccer game with the Reds?
Yes,
And
but I had to have gone somewhere first because somewhere Danny got lost there. So I either put him home or I put him somewhere else because I don't believe he was at the soccer game with me and Red.
After the soccer game, you then went back to the house and picked Danny up, so you had both boys, and that's when you went to the beach and you saw PJ Hathaway.
Yes.
And you had that conversation with PJ Hathaway where you were angry about your financial situation, and you were angry about Kim, and you made the statements that he testified to.
Why that? No, I didn't make all the statements he testified to. The conversation I did not talk about my divorce with PJ Hathaway. What came up was Kim. PJ knows Kim, and so Kim came up, not the divorce. And what Dan was supposedly, what Kim told me Dan was doing to Kim is what came up in that conversation, not the larger picture of a divorce.
Did you make any of the statements that PJ Hathaway testified to? Your statements about wanting to kill Dan?
I don't remember his precise words and stuff. It wouldn't have surprised me if I would have said, that son of a bitch, I want to kill him and stuff. It wouldn't surprise me if I said that because of what I felt he was doing to Kim. Yes, about what he was doing to Kim.
After that, you went grocery shopping for dinner, correct?
That's what my checkbook says, but we went somewhere. It could have been before the beach, for all I know. I don't remember.
And you invited Brad Wright over for dinner, and you cooked dinner, and Brad Wright came over for dinner, correct?
Right.
And Brad Wright testified that during dinner you were normal, you weren't crying, you weren't hysterical, you weren't depressed, you had a normal dinner, you watched TV after dinner, you didn't go to bed till between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, correct?
No, not correct. Brad says that he had a normal dinner and he watched TV and he went to bed at 9 and 10 o'clock. I didn't have any of those things. I don't remember dinner. I don't remember fixing it. It's my recollection, I went to bed around 6 or 6:30 and I don't remember watching TV at all.
You don't recall Brad Wright testifying that you went to bed between 9:30 and 10 o'clock?
That's what he thought, yeah.
And now you're saying that Brad Wright is mistaken about that?
I don't know when you asked him that. I don't...
They asked him that when he was on the stand.
No, I mean, what was the soonest time you asked him to restructure what we did that evening? I don't remember. All I remember is what I think I did. That was very upset and very depressed and very tired and dragging around. And I was always tired because I hadn't slept well, a single night's sleep in a very long time.
These are the ways that you're describing yourself that weekend, but it's not the way that other people were describing you, correct?
Other people would have perceived me differently, maybe.
So you went to bed Saturday night, Sunday morning. What time was it that you got up?
I got up several times during the night. I don't know what time it was that I got up and stayed up.
You indicated that when you got up and stayed up, that it was already starting to get light. That's what you said, correct?
I don't remember. All I remember is I went in the kitchen and I was kind of dragging around, and I don't know if I made coffee, but I sat on a bar stool and I started reading a newspaper. I don't know.
Where
if it
did you
was
get the newspaper?
I just say I don't know if it was that day's newspaper. I don't remember going out and getting it off the driveway. So what I'm thinking maybe when I'm trying to guess and piece things together is maybe Brad brought it in the night before he went to bed, or maybe it was a newspaper from a former day. I don't know.
Well, what time of the morning was it when you were sitting there in the kitchen reading the newspaper?
I don't know.
Was it
5 or
still
6?
dark?
I didn't look out the windows. I don't know. I had the light on.
How long did you read the newspaper?
I sat there and I kind of I didn't read the newspaper. I looked at it and nothing was going in my eyes. You know, I was flipping pages and stuff, so I really didn't read it. I was just doing something.
And then you said that you picked up the letter from Kathy Cafaro and you read that letter, correct?
Yes, there were letters that had arrived. A bunch of mail had arrived, and I was quiet, and so I had time to read the letter right.
Now, you previously testified that you had received that letter at least 2 or 3 days before, correct?
At least 2 or 3 days before Sunday. I don't know when I received it. It had to be Friday or Saturday.
Okay. Did you
Because it's
testify
dated
before?
November 2nd.
Right, and you testified before that you had received it at least a couple of days before, that you'd read it enough to know when you received it, that he was threatening contempt, jail, fines, etc. So you knew that was the gist of that letter when you received it 2 or 3 days before.
The earliest it could have possibly come would have been Friday the 3rd, being that it's dated the 2nd. So I wasn't clear on when it came. And when it came, I didn't read it. I looked at it and I saw what it was and I flipped it on the counter because it was the weekend already and I was busy.
Did you not testify before that you had had it a couple of days, 2 or 3 days I had the letter?
By the time Sunday came, yes, that's right.
And did you also not testify that you opened it up, that you read it, and that it was, as far as you were concerned, threatening contempt, threatening jail, threatening fines, threatening to haul me back into court, and that you read it enough on Friday to realize that?
I read it enough, yeah, looked at it, perused it enough to know what it was, yes.
Okay. Now, on Friday after you received that letter, it was clear to you that the letter did not come from Dan Broderick. It came from Kathy Cafaro
No.
and went to Walter Mond.
No, all I saw was a letter with Daniel T. Broderick, real large at the top. To me, that's a letter from Daniel Broderick. Whether Kathy Cafaro signs it or not, it's a letter from Dan Broderick because she's his employee and she wouldn't do anything that he didn't order her to do.
Well, if you read it enough to know that, at least as far as you were concerned, it was threatening jail, etc., then that's consistent with you complaining about that with Lee on that Friday as well, isn't it?
Yes?
And it's consistent with you complaining about that on Saturday with Helen Picard, that he was threatening to take you back to jail based on this letter that he'd sent you, correct?
I felt that he was threatening to do things right.
And on Friday, after you received this letter, did you call your attorney, Walter Mond?
No, I didn't read the letter. I threw it on the counter. I didn't do
Well,
anything.
you read it enough to know that in your mind he was threatening contempt and jail and fines. Did you call Walter Mond to ask him about this letter or what to do about it on Friday?
No.
Did you call him on Saturday?
No, I wouldn't. No, I'd never call him on a weekend.
This letter is for identification purposes. Been marked as People's 27. Just to make sure we're talking about the same letter. Is this the letter that you referred to, October 27th, 1989?
What account are we talking about?
The letter that Dan Broderick, you claim, was threatening jail and fine that you received on the Friday before November the 5th.
This is the letter that I wrote on, so this must be the letter. But it's the cover page that I thought said November 2nd.
Cover page says October 31st, correct?
Right.
I want to ask you about what it says in this letter. Your Honor, I have a poster board that says blow-up of the letter. I don't believe it needs to be marked, it's just a verbatim blow-up of the letter.
All right.
With respect to the first paragraph says, enclosed, please find a verbatim transcript of just a few of this week's obscene messages left on my client's answering machine by respondent. You will note that all 3 of these messages are directed to the children. Needless to say, my client and his wife are very upset that this type of behavior is still occurring, not to mention the effect it has on his sons. I am writing to elicit your help in getting respondent to stop this offensive conduct. Now that when you read that first paragraph, it's clear to you, obviously, that this was written by Kathy Cafaro to Walter Mon, in which she was asking Mr. Mon for some help to get you to stop leaving those messages, correct?
I've testified over and over and over. I did not read that letter like you just read it. I only got impressions from that page. The impression was it's from Daniel Broderick. I didn't know it was from Cafaro.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm not talking about now when you read it on Friday. You testified that you read it on Friday enough to know that you felt it was a threatening letter. Now I'm talking about when you sat down on Sunday morning and you had the time to actually sit and read it, to figure out whether or not it was threatening and what it was actually saying. And then you did read the full and complete letter on Sunday morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you read that first paragraph, it was clear to you at that point that this was a letter from Kathy Cafaro to Walter Mon that Walter Mon had forwarded to you, correct?
Your Honor, I have an objection, Your Honor. It's been asked and oral.
Was that not clear to you when you read that first paragraph?
I told you that even if it's signed Kathy Cafaro, that's from Dan Broderick.
It was clear to you that it had been sent to Mr. Mond. Mr. Mond is the one that sent it on to you. He sent the cover letter with it, correct?
It came in an envelope from Walter Mond's office.
You have the actual letter? It came in an envelope from Walter Mond's office. And it had a cover letter on it from Walter Mond. Here's the envelope from Walter Mond's office.
I'm sorry, I got the idea of November 2nd.
Here it is, People's 27.
I'm not sure if this is the envelope from that letter, but yeah, it would have been an envelope that looked just like that.
And there was a
2nd.
cover letter from Walter Mond that included the enclosure of the letter from Kathleen Cafaro, correct?
There was a different letter. This could be the wrong cover letter to this letter. There was a different letter from Kathleen Cafaro, the same, within a day or so.
This letter says, Dear Mr. Mond, correct? It's signed Kathleen Cafaro, correct?
Right.
Okay.
I think the other letter says the same 2 things.
Okay, and when you read this first paragraph, it was clear to you that she was requesting help from Mr. Mond to get you to stop leaving the obscene messages, correct?
I don't know if that's...
Was there anything you didn't understand about the first paragraph?
that I didn't understand about it? No,
Your Honor, I would just request she's going to show her the blow up, put it in a position where she can see.
What she's got. I've got the letter there in front of me. Didn't understand about the first paragraph.
No, I understood they were threatening to file contempts again because I was yelling at the phone machine because Linda was on the phone machine again. I had complained to Walter Mond about this being an ongoing problem, and I was hoping that he'd do something about
It
it.
is true that you had left messages on the machine to the children in which you were calling Linda again, correct?
Linda was not supposed to be on the answering machine.
Mrs. Broderick, is it true that you left messages on the machine, no matter whether you liked the fact that she was on it or not,
Absolutely.
where you called her a cunt,
Right,
and where you talked about we're all so thrilled that the little is back in town, etc.?
etc. Right.
Okay. There wasn't any necessity on your part to leave messages like that in order to leave a message for your children or to talk to your children, was there?
We've already gone over this a million times.
Okay,
I'm
then.
trying to
Mrs.
return
Broderick,
messages to
was
my
there a
son.
necessity for you to call Linda those words to say those things in order to leave a message for your children to return your call? Was there any reason you had to do that?
Your Honor, objection. It's argumentative. She's already answered that.
Overruled, Senator Cross, go ahead.
What do you want to know?
Is there any reason you had to continue to use that language that people had been asking you not to for years?
Because people have been asking her to stay off my kid's phone line for years, yes.
And this was Linda Broderick's phone in Linda Broderick's home.
That's what she wanted to think at this time, yes. And she then had the right, she thought, to keep me from contacting my kids, which was, she
We're
didn't
not
have
talking
that right.
about staying, not a lot of contact with your kids during this period of time.
Not
They
this
were-
period of time.
Let's go on to the next paragraph here. This is where he talks about the contempt. You should know that since Judge Howitt's final ruling of January 30th, 1989, respondent has committed at least 20 separate acts of contempt, of which we have documentary proof. Although my client would prefer to avoid filing contempt charges against respondent, he is prepared to do so if her odious behavior does not stop immediately. As you may know, respondent was ordered to pay $26,000 in penalties and was sentenced to 25 days in jail for various contempt violations in the past. I firmly believe that if my client and I are forced to seek the court's assistance in enforcing the restraining orders in existence, another jail sentence will be imposed. That's the paragraph that you're talking about, correct? That you felt, that upset you, that you felt was threatening contempt in jail. Is that correct?
Exactly. Another jail sentence will be imposed.
And it was clear to you that it said, although my client would prefer to avoid filing charges. It was clear to you at this point, no charges obviously had been filed, correct?
Not that I knew of.
And it was also clear that it says, I firmly believe that if my client and I are forced to file contempt charges, that another jail sentence will be imposed. Again, it was clear to you once you read the letter that no contempt charges had been filed, correct?
I already answered that, yes.
And obviously, you had control. You had control over whether or not contempt charges would be filed by simply not leaving the messages on the machine in which you referred to Linda as you referred to her. Correct?
I don't know what that question
Well, you
means.
had a choice. You had a choice of either continuing to do it or not doing it if you didn't want to go back to court, correct?
Not doing what? Not yelling at her to get off the machine?
Using the language that you used consistently on the machine. That was your choice, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was her choice to get on the machine for the sole purpose of driving me crazy, too.
All right? Let's assume that that's a fact. It was also your choice not to continue to leave those messages. No one was forcing you to do it. No one was holding you a gun to your head to make you say those things. It was your choice to do it or not, correct?
Right.
The third paragraph, the Brodericks would like respondent to know that the phone ringers have not been turned off on the phones in their home since the first day school started. Perhaps you should also tell her that every morning the boys feed the dogs in their backyard and therefore cannot hear the phones ringing at that time. This is where they were Monday morning when respondent called. On Wednesday morning, she called approximately 15 minutes after the boys had already been picked up for school by the bus. It's clear to you that they're attempting to explain that the ringers had not been turned off, that nobody was trying to prevent you from getting through to the boys. When you called, the boys were at school. They were gone. They weren't there. They couldn't immediately
This is
return your
lies.
call.
This is legal posturing. This is bullshit. This is after the fact. This is not true. Sylvia Cavan said that she told me when she came to work that the ringers were turned off again. These are lies. But it was the same thing going on again, and Sylvia already attested to that. 15 minutes after they left, that's not the truth. That's legal posturing.
Well, the messages that you left were left. One of them was left. One of them was left at 7:30 a.m.
Approximately, it says.
The last sentence, finally, I find respondent's actions completely inconsistent with the contentions of her psychotherapist that her emotional disturbance and mental disease are improving. The contrary appears to be the case. That's the sentence that made you the angriest, isn't it?
I was, yes, sick to death at this point of them carrying on the way they were always carrying on. that I
You
was
knew- you
crazy,
had-
that I was sick, that I was doing all these nutty things for no reason.
You had been seeing Dr. DeVos, you had been seeing Dr. Nelson, and you knew that they did feel that you had some emotional disturbance that was tied into your rage at Dan Broderick. That's why they sent you to a codependency group, because you could not give up your relationship with Dan Broderick. Isn't that true?
Absolutely not. I went to those people because I was having a literal, as real as you can get, beyond the brink, nervous breakdown of being manipulated and pushed through the courts and forced to fight everything in courts with lawyers where I could never get anything done.
The only reason
And that's
that you
why I went there.
The only reason that you went to that codependency group is because you were told by your attorney that if you didn't, that he wouldn't represent you, that he wouldn't try to move forward for custody, that you had to do something like that. Isn't that true?
No.
You didn't make fun of that codependency group, talk down about them to other people?
No, I didn't talk down about them. I didn't think I belonged there because those women were still living with the alcoholic. I was not living with them anymore. I didn't see the relevancy of me. I did not have to deal with him on a personal daily basis because I didn't live under the same roof with him anymore.
Well, I thought
So
you
I
just
went
said
to
the
other
only reason you
programs.
went was to get help, and now you're saying you didn't think you needed help.
I needed help dealing with the legal assault that I felt that I was under all the time. I wasn't living under the same roof, which is why I
And
quit
what kind
alimony.
of legal assault had there been in October of 1989, in September, in August, in July, in June, in May, in April? What kind of legal assault had there been on you?
In the summer, nothing happened because I had the boys. Before that, I had Walter Mond, and Dan started taking the fines out again, and he was fighting that I would get custody with Walter Mond, not in...
You hadn't
in
filed the
Kansas.
motion for custody until September.
I hired Walter in February. I don't know what he did.
That was his legal assault on you because you had filed a motion in court?
No, because he was fighting it, that he wouldn't agree to anything. He kept telling people, supposedly, that's what we'd heard in this courtroom, that he was going to give me the boys, but his actions proved totally different.
Dr. DeVos was under the impression that you were no longer using any bad language with the children, and that's why he felt that your emotional disturbance was improving. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
Didn't you tell Dr. DeVos in your meetings with him that you weren't using that kind of language with the kids anymore?
The last phone calls with that kind of language were years before this because of Linda on the machines.
But didn't you tell him you weren't using that language at all in front of the children anymore? And the fact was that you were. You were still using it constantly.
I always called Dan.
Inappropriate, you shouldn't be doing that with the kids. And you told him you weren't doing it anymore, didn't you?
I don't think so.
That's not why he was under the impression that things were improving, because you had told him that you weren't using that language anymore?
No, he was under the impression things were improving because of the summer, and I had the boys, and he saw how we got along so well, and he spoke to the boys and knew how much they wanted to be with me. And
you
there was
also
no
told
reason
him-
they shouldn't be with me.
You also told him you were not using that language anymore.
I don't think I would have lied if I was using it, or maybe I wasn't at the time. I don't know.
You didn't tell him anything about having the gun in your pocket either, or showing the gun to the boys, did you? Did you tell Dr. DeVos anything about that?
If he asked me, I would have told him anything. If Danny mentioned it to Dr. DeVos and Dr. DeVos mentioned me, we would have discussed it.
You were upset because you claimed Dan, well, obviously here the suggestion that's being made that your emotional disturbance was not improving was a suggestion that was being made by Kathy Cafaro, correct?
I told you that, no, this letter is from Dan Broderick. The fact that he didn't sign it meant nothing to me. He would have had to approve every word in it.
Well, you heard Kathy Cafaro testify that she felt that contempt action should have been filed against you all summer long, correct? And it was Dan who was...
All summer long for what?
All summer long for making the phone calls, for not returning rent.
Oh, I know she thought that they should have done something about the red thing. But what all summer long?
You felt that it was inappropriate for Mr. Broderick to suggest that you had mental disturbance, but it was fine for you to suggest to everybody in the world that he had mental disturbance. Is that what you're saying?
He never had any mental disturbance. He was just vicious, evil, and mean.
But you told everybody, you said all the time.
That he was crazy?
A raving maniac.
Yeah, I thought he would, but he never had it. He was never, his mind wasn't affected what's the word I'm looking for? Biologically crazy. He was just, the way he was acting was crazy.
Well, you're saying you were all upset because he would say to people that you were crazy or that you were doing crazy things. You said the same things about him all the time. In your letter to Dr. Dess.
Not until way, way, way late when it appeared to me that he was insane, that he was carrying on like this legally. I thought he was insane. Back in 83, 84, 85. 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, when he started telling me I was crazy in 83 for suspecting his affair. It was a hammer, 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 hammer all those years. And he wasn't insinuating I was acting crazy, because I wasn't acting crazy. I wasn't doing anything. I was just innocently saying, what about this problem I have with thinking you're screwing this girl at the office? And his answer was, you were crazy. I wasn't acting crazy. I just had very serious
When somebody
questions.
says you're crazy, that's like saying a denial, right? It's not saying you're insane. It's not. He wasn't hiding things in rooms and making you think that they weren't there. He wasn't making you think you were having hallucinations. He
No,
wasn't drugging you at night.
No.
When you confronted him with an affair, he said you're crazy. No, it's not true. He wasn't driving you crazy.
For instance, the day that I burnt the clothes and stuff, it was pretty real to me what I saw and what I thought happened, and he would tell me that I didn't see, feel, or anything that I thought.
That's right. You're right. He said it's not going on. It didn't happen.
And you ought to
But he
go get
wasn't
help.
driving you
You're
crazy,
sick.
was he?
You ought to go get help. What's sick about saying, wait a
Do you
minute?
think that after you slit your wrists, at least according to you, after you slit the wrists and you took every pill in the house, you don't think that it was reasonable for him to say, maybe you need to see someone about that?
I went to someone the next day. It had nothing to do with dancing.
Well, you just said
I
he's
was
the one
so
that sent you.
upset and nervous at the time. No, this had been going on before then. This had been going on for months before then, that I was crazy and I was sick and my wheels were coming off and I needed help.
At some point, you began calling him raving maniac, pathologically sick, mentally deranged as well, correct? It was okay
In
for you to call him that.
1989, I thought he was those things. I thought he was crazy. But there was no end to this, that he was just nuts. Because he threatened this would never be over until one of us is gone, and I didn't see any point to it going on.
So you decided to put an end to it by killing him.
Well, that's not true.
You wrote on that letter, you wrote some things on that letter that morning, you said. When was it that you did that?
I don't know. I know there was another letter there that I wrote to Kathleen Cafaro, trying, again, guessing and putting things backwards. I wrote that letter, would have written that letter first, maybe on that morning, I don't know. But I know I wrote this and then left the house.
Well, okay, that's my question. Which did you write first? Did you write this letter to Kathleen Cafaro, or did you write on that letter there?
I don't even know if I wrote that morning.
You testified last time you wrote the two of them within moments of each other.
Well, what I testified to is I'm not clear about the events. That's really, I can guess, and I know that was sitting there. I don't remember writing that letter, and I don't know what that letter says. And I only know what this says because I've seen it since.
Did you not testify last time that you didn't know which one came first, but they were written moments of one another as you sat there at the kitchen counter?
I'm guessing at that, yes. That's what I just said now. I know I wrote this one last.
What you started to say now was that you didn't know when you wrote these letters. And isn't it true that you said last time that they were written moments of each other as you sat there at the counter in the kitchen?
If that's what I said last time, that's what I said last time. I don't
Is that
remember
true?
now. I don't remember now when I wrote them.
Does it refresh your recollection to know that you said last time that they were written moments of each other?
Right now it doesn't, but if I remembered better last year, maybe I did. Maybe that's when it happened. I don't remember that letter as much as I remember this one.
When you wrote this letter, which is People's Exhibit 29, let me just have you identify it. Is this the letter that you wrote to Kathy Cafaro that morning?
Okay.
And this is a It's on a yellow tablet, a 2.5 page letter that you sat down and you wrote to Kathy Cafaro, correct?
I don't know how those pages got torn like that. I don't know.
How did those pages get torn?
I don't know. I
The
wouldn't
bottom of
have-
the page is torn
I wouldn't
up.
have written that and then torn off 3 pages like that. I don't know. Maybe someone took a telephone message or something. I don't know if that's the end of that letter.
You addressed the letter to Ms. Cafaro, correct?
Right.
So
Because it would have been a
obviously-
response, a legal response to this.
You weren't responding to Dan Broderick, you were responding to Ms. Cafaro because you knew it was Ms. Cafaro who wrote that letter.
I knew she signed this letter, right?
Yeah, are you sure you didn't write this letter back on Friday when you received that letter?
What I'm telling you is I don't remember that letter. I remember this one, writing this one that morning. I don't remember that letter.
You have no recollection of sitting down and writing this letter?
I'm sorry, I don't. But if last year I said I wrote it moments before this, that'd work. I
Were
don't
you
know.
sitting at the same place when you wrote it? Were you sitting right there?
If I don't remember writing it, how would I remember where I was sitting when I wrote it? I think I was standing on the other side of the kitchen counter from the bar stools when I read this letter and wrote this one. I don't remember writing that letter.
Would you have ripped off the bottom of this letter before you went to go see Mary Dietz for your appointment on Friday?
I have no idea.
If you take a look at what's been marked as People's 32 with some photographs. Are these some photographs of your counter?
They appear to be that, yes.
And is there a photograph in D here of that letter that you were writing to Kathy Cafaro?
I don't know if you think it is. Maybe it is. Is it surprisingly? Is it? I
can't answer your
Well, get me the letter so I can compare it, please, because I can't read in this picture what this says. Severely, it looks like that page right there, yes.
So there's a picture of this letter on this tab, People's 29, that was sitting on your counter, and on top of it is a ripped-off page
That's not a
sitting on
ripped off
top that
page.
says Mary Dietz appointment 9:30 on Friday, correct?
Yes, but first off, this is not a ripped off page. This is a full page that has been taken off a legal pad that's folded in half. There are no torn edges on that page.
And it's sitting on top of this letter with some kind of paperweight on top of it, correct?
Yes, but I don't know when these pictures were taken yet. What are
Okay,
you
so are
trying
you
to
saying
say?
that on Sunday morning, when you wrote this letter on this tablet, that you also put another piece of paper on top of it with an appointment for Mary Dietz that you had on Friday, and you put a paperweight on top of it before you left the house?
No, I'm not saying any of those things.
So
I
what
don't-
you're saying is, this had to have been written back before you had your meeting on Friday with Mary Dietz.
No.
How
This
did
is
how did this letter that says Mary Dietz appointment 9:30 on Friday, how'd that get on top of it?
It's a piece of paper that says that. It doesn't mean that this is on Friday or that I needed that piece of paper. And whoever was taking these pictures and moving these papers around, when I made the phone calls on Sunday morning, I sent people to find the suicide note and they couldn't find it. I don't know. There it is. There's the suicide note in this picture.
Okay.
That does not
You had
indicate
indicated, by the way,
anything on
that
Friday.
you had indicated that your house that weekend or that week or couple of weeks before this happened had been cleaned spick and span like a model home.
That's right.
Because it was on the market.
That's correct.
And nobody was living there, nobody's sleeping there,
exactly
nobody's
right.
eating there.
That's right.
Does this counter look like it's spick and span and nobody's eating there?
This is exactly what I was talking about. That counter has that weekend's mail and that weekend's junk on that counter. The rest of the house was, see, all the other counters, everything is perfect, and that's why I didn't want to be around the house. It's only that one spot, and that is also where the phone is in the house and where all the mail and the bills were that I scooped into the car in a cardboard box is all that kitchen bills
Did you do
and
that
mail.
that
and
Sunday
everything.
morning?
No. I had a cardboard box in the car with that kind of junk. But that stuff, I would have done it when I brought the boys home and cleaned the house up for Monday.
When you wrote this letter to Kathy Cafaro, you end it with the sentence, "I'm really sick of being his victim. If anyone in this family has mental disease, it sure is him." Correct? So when you were done writing this letter, you had decided you weren't going to be his victim anymore. You were going to make him your victim.
I don't remember writing that letter, so I couldn't have made any choices like that.
This is your handwriting, isn't it?
Yes.
And you did say, "I am really sick of being your victim."
I was really sick of being victimized, yes.
Obviously, if you killed yourself, you would have been his victim. Killing yourself would have continued to have been his victim. Would have been exactly like you have said before, exactly what he would have wanted. You would have been out of his life, he would have had his money, he would have had Linda, he would have had the kids, and you would have been gone. You had no intention of giving him the satisfaction of killing yourself, did you?
But I don't know what the question is.
You had no intention of killing yourself.
No, that's not true. And he wouldn't have, if I killed myself, he wouldn't have, I mean, I wouldn't have been his victim, I would have done it to myself.
You have specifically talked about that claim of suicide. You told Amy Wallace, for example, after you tried it back in 1983, you swore to yourself, "I swore to myself I'm not going to do it again because that's what he wanted." Correct?
I swore to myself in '83 that I wouldn't do it again.
No, when you were talking to Amy Wallace in 1990, and you were talking about whether or not you had rejected the idea of suicide that morning.
From 1987
Mrs.
on.
Broderick, did you
I'm
say...
trying to answer.
The question is, did you say to Amy Wallace, "I swore to myself I'm not going to do it again after 1983 because that's what he wanted"?
It was the thought of what I did back then that kept me from doing it again and again when I kept wanting to do it in '87 and '88 and '89 when
And
I...
that's why you told her you rejected the idea of suicide that morning as well.
No.
You indicated that after writing on that letter, that you decided to leave the house to go to the beach to get some air, correct?
Just get out of the house, right?
To get out of the house because you felt like you just needed to breathe, you needed some air. That was what you were going to do at that point, get out of the house and go to the beach, correct?
I wasn't thinking real clearly. I tried to explain that everything came tumbling down. I didn't know where I was going or what I was doing.
Didn't
I
you
just wrote this note that said I couldn't take it anymore, and I went out of the house.
Didn't you testify specifically that you left the house to go to the beach to get some air?
Right, because I felt like I was dying and being caved in, and
Now, obviously, you had choices about how to do that. You lived less than a mile from the beach. You could have walked out of the house and walked down to the beach to get some air, correct?
I was too depressed and enervated to do that.
Okay, so it made more sense to you if you were so depressed that you had such a hard time handling anything, it made more sense to you to get into a car and drive than to just leave the house and take a walk down to the beach, which is something that you often did.
I often did that in the early time in the house in '85. I used to run out of the house and run on the beach and run home, and then I would walk to the beach and walk on the beach and walk home, and then I drove to the beach. As I got more and more depressed, I would drive to the beach, walk on the beach, and drive home. Then I drove to the beach, sat on a bench, and drove home, and that's the stage I was in that day. I would have driven to the beach, sat on the same bench I always sat on, right near the Sea Lodge, and gone home again. I was too depressed to move.
Okay, so that was what you were going to do when you left the house. You were going to get in the car, you were going to drive to the beach. You were going to, are you saying now you were going to sit on a bench instead of take on the beach? Was that your intent?
I thought so. I didn't know what I was doing. I thought I'd go out of the house, and I thought I'd get some air. And then I thought I'd go down to the beach to
Where
get some air.
did you get the keys before you got into the car?
The keys were in the car on the seat with all the other junk that was scooped into
The
boxes.
keys to drive the car.
Are in the car.
The keys that went to the Suburban or in the car? So how did you have your gun in the purse locked in the car if your keys were in the car?
Maybe the car wasn't locked. Maybe the keys were on the counter.
But I thought you
don't know.
locked the car because you were concerned about the safety of the gun, and you locked the car because the gun was in the car.
I locked the car a lot. I don't
But
remember.
you didn't lock it that morning, did you? And you
I don't
hadn't locked it
remember.
the night before either, had you?
I don't know. If I had the key, if the car was locked, the keys would have been right on this kitchen counter where everything else in the whole house was.
Well, did you pick up the keys in order to go out and get into your car to drive the car?
If the keys were on the kitchen counter, I would have picked them up and gone out and gotten in the car.
Okay. And you got in the
But I
car
don't
and you
remember.
headed towards the beach. You testified that you headed towards the beach, correct?
Right.
Okay, now where were you when you made the decision to not go to the beach and to go to Dan Broderick's house instead?
I don't know. I don't know at what point I made that, but I know I went out of my street and around and down to where you would have had to turn right to go to where I go to the Sea Lodge and stuff, and I went straight to Dan's house. So I had either made it before that turn or right at that turn.
So you're talking about less than 2 blocks.
No.
Before you have to turn right off of your street on Calle de Cielo?
To go where?
Well, how far away from your house are you talking about that you made the decision to go to Dan Broderick's house instead of to go to the beach?
1.5 miles or 2 miles, I think.
Well, it's less than a mile to the beach.
Straight down to a different spot on the beach, yes. The bench that I sat on, that I would go to and sit on, the bench is in front of a hotel called the Sea Lodge, which is not the closest point of the beach to my house.
And how far away is that bench on the Sea Lodge then from your house?
You go down this, you turn left again, you go along, you get to a light, you turn right, and you go straight down to the beach. 2 miles.
And where were you when you made the decision to...
No.
Well, you indicated that you remembered making certain turns on the way down there. What's the last recollection you have of how far you got to the beach before you made the decision to go?
No, I just told you.
That's not his argument.
Overruled, can answer that.
I just told you, knowing, sitting here now, how you get from A to B. That morning, I wasn't consciously thinking of turn left, turn right, turn this, turn that. And I don't know when I decided to go to Dan's house. Obviously, I decided somewhere in La Jolla to go to Dan's house.
So somewhere in La Jolla, somewhere between your house and between the beach, which is 1 mile to 1.5 miles away, you made the decision that rather than going to the beach to get some air, you would go to Dan Broderick's house to confront him, correct?
Well, that and a lot of other things is because then I thought when I got to the beach, I'd sit on the bench and just blow my brains out.
Well, that's not what you testified before. You testified that if you were going to blow your brains out, you were going to make sure and do that in front of Dan and Linda.
That was all going on in my head at the same time. I thought, I was just couldn't stand it. I was going to go to the beach and I was going to blow my brains out. And then right away, the thought was, no, don't do that. That's not a good idea. Go talk to Dan. And why would you go down to the beach and blow? It was all happening at once.
So you made it, even though obviously thoughts are always going through people's brains.
Not like this.
You made the decision at some point, rather than going to the beach to blow your brains out, you wanted to go to Dan Broderick's house to blow your brains out.
There were so many thoughts going on in my head at once that I've already testified that I didn't even see where I was going, and it was not a normal thinking process. It was not anyone thinking of then I'll do this and then I'll do that.
Didn't you specifically testify that you decided you were going to go to his house, you were going to confront him about the situation with the boys, and that if he didn't give you the boys, tell you he was going to give you the boys, then you were going to blow your brains out? Okay. So you hadn't made the decision to kill yourself until you made the decision to go over to Dan's house and confront him. There wasn't any need to kill yourself. You indicated yourself that you didn't want to do it for the boys. So it wasn't until you made the decision to go and confront Dan Broderick that you then decided, if he's not going to give me what I want, then I'm going to kill myself.
Your Honor,
That's not the way it went.
Sustained.
That's
Isn't
not
it
the way
true
went.
that you testified that you were going to go over to his house and confront him, and if he didn't give you the boys or tell you that you could have what you wanted, then you were going to blow your brains out?
That was the next thought after, don't go to the beach and sit on the bench and blow your brains out. Try again to end this, to get the kids right.
Okay. And when was it that you checked to make sure that you had the gun in your purse so that you could blow your brains out?
I didn't check to make sure I had the gun in my purse. I knew the gun was in my purse.
So you
I never
just-
checked it.
So you drove all the way over to Dan Broderick's house, all the way from La Jolla to Marsden Hills, with the plan or the intent of possibly killing yourself, and you never checked to make sure that you had a gun to kill yourself?
I wouldn't have had to check it. The purse was there, the gun was there. I wouldn't have had to check it. The purse is large. I mean, the purse was there.
So you never turned and looked to make sure you had the gun or to make sure that the gun was loaded? You just knew
No.
that it was there?
If the purse was there, the gun was there. If the gun was there, the gun was loaded.
And where were the keys, Kim's keys, that you used in order to get into Dan Broderick's house?
They were either flat on the seat of the car or in that cardboard box that had all the bills and all the junk that I had cleared off the kitchen counter that looked just like that previous.
And the
to
fact is that you knew that those keys were Kim's keys, and you found them, didn't you?
No, I didn't know they were Kim's keys.
You knew that Kim had lost her keys a couple of weeks before.
I thought it was longer than a couple of weeks before. I thought it was before she left for Arizona.
Which had only been a couple of weeks before. And the week before she left Arizona, you knew that she had lost her keys, correct?
I knew she lost her keys, but I'd never seen what her keys looked like.
You knew that she had lost her keys and she had actually asked you to look for the keys for her at your house, correct?
No, because she wasn't at my house that I knew of. I mean,
Did she ask you to look for them in your car?
the day she was in my car and getting out and had to climb over a fence or do something weird, she told me she lost her keys. And they weren't...
She'd been over to your house for quite a bit for that whole prior week. Whether it was that day or not, she'd been spending some time over at your house. And didn't she ask you that when you got back to the house to please look for her keys?
I don't remember that she asked me to look for her keys, because when I saw Kim a lot that week, what I was doing was going to her apartment.
Mrs. Broderick, if you could
She
just-
wasn't at my house.
Did she ever ask you to look for the keys back at her house?
No, there was no
Okay.
one, in fact, there was no one looking for keys at my house.
You knew that she had lost her keys, period.
On one day, at her apartment, she told me she had to climb over a fence or something because she lost her keys.
And where
I didn't
did you find
think a
these
lot
keys
about
in
it.
the house?
I found them later on a piece in the dining room. I don't know what to call it. It's a piece of wooden furniture, and it has a mirror behind it, and they were on that.
And you found these set of keys, and it didn't occur to you at the time that those keys were Kim's, who had lost her keys the week before.
No, because Kim was not looking for her keys. She had moved out of the apartment that she lost the keys for. She was living in Arizona, and no one was looking for any keys.
Whose keys did you think they were?
I didn't think whose keys they were. I didn't care whose keys they were.
Well, you're in your own home, and you find a set of keys, and you have no idea who these keys belong to, and you didn't think or you didn't care whose keys they might be?
I had a collection of sunglasses, lighters, keys, even wallets that were left at our house. I kept them all in the kitchen there. If anyone was looking for them, they'd come looking for them. No one was looking for anything at that time.
Keys are obviously very important to people, right? They have car keys, they have house keys. They're important, and you found this set of keys, and it didn't occur to you that they might belong. To somebody else, or that they might belong to Kim.
Yes. At that time, Kim was not looking for those keys because she was living... No one was looking for those keys, sorry.
Piece of paper.
Perhaps, Your Honor, this might be a good time for a break since she's changing paper.
I've got to put that in the record anyway, but
Okay.
we can take the break, that's fine. Ready to go? We'll take our afternoon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes until 10 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition.
Thank you, Your Honor. You indicated that you first found these keys, Kim's keys, in the dining room, on a table in the dining room, correct?
It wasn't a table, it was a little piece of furniture.
A little piece of furniture in the dining room. Isn't it true that you told Amy Wallace in an interview in March of 1990 that Maria had found the keys behind a chair?
No, I told her I found them on the thing in the dining room, and I assumed that Maria found them on the floor or something, but Maria doesn't remember that, and I don't know where they came from.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at an article dated March 3rd, 28th, 1990, about what you said about the keys?
This is not a quote of mine, and it's somebody's paraphrase. Betty had a drink keys her maid found behind a chair in her house. That could have been where they came from.
Didn't you tell Amy Wallace that you had a ring of keys that your maid had found behind a chair in your house?
I could have told her that's where I thought they came from, but where I found them was first on this dining room thing, and I didn't know where they came from.
The fact of the matter is that at the preliminary hearing, your daughter had testified about losing the keys. After the preliminary hearing, Amy Wallace had asked you about it. You told her that Maria had found the keys behind a chair in her house. And then when you found out that Maria denied that and had no knowledge of that, that's when you changed your story to say now you found them in the dining room.
Maria doesn't deny it.
There's the same.
Maria didn't deny it.
But you were just surmising, you were just making this up when you talked to Amy Wallace and told her that Maria had found them behind a chair in your house?
I was guessing, yes, and Maria said that it's a big house and she, cleans it all the time, and she doesn't even remember if she found them or not. I don't know where they came from.
So when Amy Wallace asked you where the keys came from, you didn't say, I don't know where they came from, it's a big house. You said, Maria found them behind a chair in the house, didn't you?
I guessed that that's where they came from. I didn't know where they came from.
How
Darn it!
did the keys
Darn it! Darn it! Darn it!
that you...
Darn it! I was muted. Crap. I keep doing that. I keep doing that when I'm eating and the dogs are barking and then I forget to unmute. Her poor lawyer. He's trying to get questions. He's objecting to questions so she won't answer them. And she's answering them anyway. And they're going on the record. She just can't help herself. She has got to tell her stupid lies and deceptions and her side of the story. And her poor lawyer is doing his best to keep stuff out of the record, and she's just answering the questions anyway.
you found in your house, how did those end up in your car?
Because when I found them in the dining room and I was cleaning up the house for all the moving stuff, they ended up in the kitchen, and everything on the kitchen counter ended up in cardboard boxes in the car.
Okay, so you're moving from your house moving to a correct?
Oh, so I was muted earlier too then when I was talking about the keys. She finds keys. And she doesn't know whose they are. Nobody's looking for keys. But she takes them with her to Dan's house and she knows that they're going to unlock Dan's door. That's amazing. How does that happen? She just finds keys, and is she like, what are they called? Touch nails? Where you can just touch an object and know who it belongs to? Did she touch it and get like a vision of the house or something? Yeah, Nichelle, I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right. She would have been talking in circles like this too, trying to say, oh no, not that time, but this time, and blah, 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 and yeah. It's probably... It's probably a good thing Donna Adelson didn't testify, because it would have been just like this. I still am amazed that the first jury was hung, because the prosecutor keeps referring back to the other trial. So obviously she testified in the previous trial too. I don't know how any person with a brain can look at this and believe anything she says. She can't even keep her lies straight.
And you're indicating that you had no idea who these keys belonged to, but you were going to put them in a box and you were going to move them over to the condo.
I just cleaned the junk off the kitchen counter. It never actually moved into the condo. It was just a box of junk. The box didn't move into the condo. It had all kinds of junk in it.
Okay, and the keys were in this box of junk that you were moving into the condo, correct?
Yes, bills and mail and what would have been on that kitchen counter swooped into a box.
And how is it that the keys got out of that box that you were moving to the condo, sitting up right next to you on the seat in the car?
The box was next to me on the seat of the car.
Okay. And so when you were driving over to Dan Broderick's house, how is it that you fished through this box to find these keys to get into his house?
I didn't fish through the box. I just put my hand in the box and took the keys out.
And you just put your hand in the box. Were you looking for the keys, or did you just put your hand in the box and lo and behold, there are some keys?
We have pictures of the box. Most of the things in the box are paper goods. The keys would have been right at the bottom.
Why?
And there were, what?
So the keys were underneath a bunch of paper goods in this box, and you, when you got to Dan Broderick's house, you fished through that box to find those keys?
I didn't have to fish through any box. I don't remember exactly how the papers were arranged, but the keys were right there and I just picked them up. I didn't have to look for them.
And why did you just pick these keys up that you had no idea what they belonged to?
Because they had a funny looking key on the key ring.
So when was it that you saw the funny looking key on the key ring?
I knew about that Dan had a funny looking key from a long, long time before. When I found that key ring, it had a funny looking key. But I threw it in the kitchen and I didn't think about it.
And so when you found this key ring, after knowing that Kim's keys were lost the week before, and it had a funny looking key on it that was consistent with Dan Broderick's house, it still didn't occur to you that these were Kim's keys.
Kim's keys were not only lost the week before, they were lost a long time before that.
We've talked about that. Her testimony was that it was the week before she left for Tucson. Let's say it was 2 weeks before. Let's say it was 3 weeks before. When you saw these keys, when you knew her keys were lost, when you saw this funny, distinct-looking key, it still didn't occur to you that these were her keys.
When I saw those keys, I didn't think whose keys they were or anything. I told you what I did. I put them in the kitchen, I scooped them in the box. If anyone was asking me, had I seen any unidentified keys around, I would have thought, oh yeah, there are those keys. Nobody was looking for those keys. Kim didn't need those keys.
When did you decide to look for those keys in this box in your car that morning?
When did I decide to look? I told you, I just picked them up and brought them with me to try. I didn't decide to look for them. They were right there.
Well, so you get over to Dan Broderick's house and you decide at that point to just pick up some keys that are at the bottom of a box, just to take them with you on the off chance that they might open the door to Dan Broderick's house?
This box is only this deep. It's a little box. It wasn't like digging through anything. I picked up the keys and took them with me, thinking that a long time ago I knew Dan had a funny key. That's a funny key. I didn't know if it was the same funny key or if it would work at all. It looks like a funny key.
And you said that there was a whole bunch of other keys and sunglasses and all sorts of stuff that was on this table that you scooped into this box when you were moving into the condo? Was all that junk in that box too?
No.
Well, you said that there were a whole bunch of people had left keys and sunglasses and stuff.
Over the years, there were all kinds of miscellaneous things left at the house, and I'd always put them on the kitchen counter. And if, after months and months and months went by that nobody took the stuff, we'd just throw it away.
But you didn't throw
Not
these
at that day.
away, did you?
They hadn't been sitting around for months and months, and nobody was looking for them.
Okay, they'd only been sitting around for a couple
They
of weeks.
probably would have
then,
ended
hadn't
up thrown away if I didn't know who they belonged to. Yeah, they would have ended up thrown away.
So as you're driving over to Dan Broderick's house, the gun just happens to be there in the purse right next to you, and the keys just happen to be there in a box right next to you, correct?
The purse was on the floor.
And was the gun sitting on the top of the purse, or was it unbulged up in the purse?
There's a special compartment in the purse. If you want to get it, I'll show you. 2 open sections where sunglasses and wallets and all the stuff that are in those bags that were in that purse are stuffed in these sections. And those sections kind of fill up and meet each other. And then there's a third section with a zipper, and there was nothing but the gun in there.
And so when you got over to the house, you picked up your purse, obviously, and you unzipped this zippered pouch, and you got the gun out of the purse, correct?
I don't remember doing it, but obviously I got the gun out of the purse.
And at that point, when you got to Dan Broderick's house, you had decided to confront him, correct?
To talk to him, right? To
Well,
make
that
him,
was
make
your
him
word.
talk to me.
And your words were to confront him. You wanted to confront him about the children, correct?
I don't know if I use that exact word, but I wanted to talk to him about
What
getting-
exactly did you expect to accomplish by confronting him on that Sunday morning at 5:30 in the morning?
I wanted him to give me the kids.
Okay? And so you felt that by breaking into the house and confronting him in his bedroom at 5:30 in the morning, that he was going to be inclined to think at that point that you ought to get the kids?
He was going to be inclined to listen to me.
Okay? And in fact, that's what you testified as to why you took the gun, to make him listen to you, right?
Right.
Okay, it didn't have anything to do at that point with wanting to kill yourself. You took the gun initially because you wanted to make him listen to you.
I took the gun into the house to make him listen to me. If he wouldn't listen to me, I was going to kill myself.
You took the gun as a show of force, were your words?
So that he couldn't say, you've got 10 seconds to get off this property or I'm going to call the police. Or Linda couldn't yell like she used to yell out the window. You want me to call the police?
And did you think that by pointing a gun at him and forcing him to listen to you and forcing him to tell you that he was going to give you the kids, did you think that he was genuinely going to be inclined then to truly give you the kids after you confronted him in that manner?
I thought so. I thought I could make him see how serious I was and that I really wanted the kids like now. No more playing games.
You didn't go in the front door of the house, correct? You
I
admitted
don't
that.
think so. Yeah, right.
You went directly to the back of the house, and you intentionally went in the back door of the house because you didn't want to wake him. You wanted to sneak.
Call the police before I saw him. Right.
You wanted to tell him so that you could catch him off guard to make sure that he couldn't
Didn't
do
call the
it.
police. Right.
And that's why you snuck in the back, and that's why you snuck up the stairs, and that's why you went down the hallway, and that's why you went through the TV room and snuck through the back door of the room, correct?
I guess.
Or were you carrying that you took the gun out of your purse? You didn't take the purse with you to go into the house, correct?
I think so. Right. Just the gun.
I mean, that was the choice that you made. You obviously had the choice. You could have taken the purse. Could have taken the purse up there and tried to and pointed it at him. You chose instead to take the gun and make sure that you had that gun in your hand, correct?
I took the gun. Right.
And you had the keys in order to get into the house in the other hand, correct?
I don't remember what was in which hand.
Okay, well, you were obviously carrying a gun and you were carrying keys, right? Were you carrying them both in the same hand, do you think?
No, probably not. But I don't know which was which, and I don't really, remember this that clearly. I told you I didn't remember if I went to the front door.
When you went around the back and into the back door of their bedroom, did you open the door in order to enter the bedroom, or was the door already open?
The door to the bedroom was, I believe, ajar. I don't remember turning something and opening it.
So you walked into the bedroom without having to turn anything, without having to do anything to the door. You walked into the
Right.
bedroom. And you did enter into the bedroom, correct?
It seemed to me just barely. I opened the door and stepped into the room.
Well, we've had some testimony about the fact that in order to accomplish the shot that you made, for example, that went into the wall, that you had to enter the bedroom looking at a diagram that's been marked, people 6 and 3. You had to enter the bedroom to the approximate position that the X is marked on here, correct?
That's not my recollection, but if that's what you say, that's okay with me. I don't remember. I just remember opening the door and stepping into the room.
Okay, well, obviously you had to take more than one step into the room. There's a nightstand here, there's a lamp on the nightstand. One step wouldn't have done it. You had to take several steps into the room in order to get into a position to make the shots that you made at Dan and Linda, correct?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling Dr. DeFrancesco when you had an interview with her that you didn't even go into the room at all?
No?
You remember telling DeFrancesca, when I opened the door, I never saw them just open the door. I wasn't even in the room. Linda moved and I shot.
All I have are impressions of what happened. The
Mrs. Broderick,
impression,
did you tell Dr. DeFrancesca that you weren't even in the room, that you opened the door, you weren't even in the room, Linda moved and you shot?
I don't remember being in where you say I was in. I opened the door and stepped into the room. I didn't enter the room. But I wasn't outside the room.
Did you tell Dr. DeFrancesca I wasn't even in the room? Linda moved and I shot.
If I told her that, I meant I didn't walk into the room. I entered the room. But I wasn't outside the room.
Well, obviously entering the room, you didn't crawl into the room. If you entered the room, you walked into the room, didn't you? You had to take several steps.
Can I demonstrate what I did, what I think? It's like, it's the same thing, but it's not putting these several steps into the room. It's opening the door, stepping into the room.
Okay, well, there's a difference between stepping in the room and saying, I wasn't even in the room. I
Right.
opened the door and I wasn't even in the room.
See how big the room is? I didn't walk into the room. Opened the door and took one step into the room, or it was just that motion. I didn't walk into the room.
And then you indicated that Linda moved and you fired the gun and there was one big explosion. Remember, one big noise and one big explosion, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you testified last time before the jury? And Your Honor, perhaps so that she can see this and the jury can as well, perhaps Mrs. Broderick could just stand over there.
Certainly, go ahead, man, you can stand up where the photographer is. For the record, you stipulate my reporter does not have to take down the tape.
Yes, sir.
First thing you remember?
No, I remember the noise of the gun.
How many times do you remember the gun going off?
I remember the real loud noise 5 times, but I didn't clearly remember it then. I mean, I just remember the noise.
And how?
You can step back. Isn't it true that you testified the last time that you remembered the 5 shots? Like you just demonstrated there?
That was the only way I could demonstrate that it was one noise. It was not 5 separate noises. It
When
was
you were
one
asked,
noise.
well, last time whether you remembered the shots, you testified specifically that you remembered all 5 shots. When
Can you read the whole answer?
It speaks for itself. Just rephrase your question.
this time you never did indicate that you remembered hearing all 5 shots. You said that you heard one big noise, it was one big explosion,
It's
correct?
exactly the same as I said on that tape, that's all I
Your
remembered was
testimony
one
there is
noise.
exactly the same as you testified here.
Yes, if you want to play it again, it says, I didn't remember then the 5 noises, but after hearing other people testify and knowing now intellectually that there are 5 bullets in that gun, it had to have sounded like that, but I did it like that. That's the fastest you can do 5 separate noises and have it come out one noise. It was just one noise on that morning.
You also testified last time, you never testified that anyone yelled, call the police, did you?
Did anybody ask me that?
Yes, they did ask you that. This time you testified that Linda moved and Linda yelled, call the police. The last time when you were asked, did anyone say anything? You said, I don't know. You never testified, never said anything during your testimony last time about anyone yelling, call the police, did you?
I don't remember anyone talking to me at all. I just remember that noise coming out. She didn't say it to me or anything.
We're not talking about whether she said it to you. We're talking about whether or not she yelled, "Call the police," which is what you testified to this time. Last time when you were asked that question, you said, "I don't know whether anybody said anything."
The thing is, this whole thing was such an impression to me that that's what I remember.
By this year to make you remember suddenly that someone yelled, "Call the police"?
I thought I said that last year.
Volume 5, page 40.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
Did you say anything when you were testifying about the shootings last time about anyone yelling, "Call the police"?
Said I didn't know. What do you think?
You can read as much of this transcript as you want. Did you say anywhere in there about anyone yelling, "Call the police"?
I mean, that's what happened.
Isn't it true that you did not testify to that last time?
I don't remember. If I know it came out in the trial last year. I don't know if I said it. That's what you were
But you're
saying.
the only one that's alive that's still alive that was in that room, and you're the only one that could have testified.
They
about
moved,
it.
I moved, and it was over.
And that's exactly what you testified to last time. That's what happened. They moved, I moved, and it was over. You
That's
said nothing about anybody yelling, "Call the police," did you?
But up above here, I knew that Dan was going for the phone because Linda said, "Call the police." Dan was going
Mrs. Broderick, there doesn't say anything there about Linda saying, "Call the police," does it? Now,
No, it doesn't say that right there.
doesn't say it anywhere in that transcript.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This year, when she was asked what happened when she went in the room, there's no difference in her testimony.
It's argumentative. You both can argue this later. Proper cross, go ahead.
You didn't say anything in your testimony last time about you screaming, about you having one big scream and going, "Ah." There was no testimony about that the last time you testified,
I
was there?
still don't know if I made any noise. I know I had this sensation of screaming. I don't know if I screamed stop or no or just screamed. And I don't know if a single sound came out. It was just a sensation.
And you never testified about any sensation or any not knowing whether you made a noise or not last time, did you?
I don't remember you asking me a thing about what went on in that room.
When you were
last year.
asked a question by anyone to describe of the shootings, isn't it true that you said nothing about you screaming?
I don't remember if I said it last year or not. It's the same story. I can.
Is it true that you said nothing last time that you testified about hearing the gun click after you shot all 5 shots? Testified to that this time, that you don't recall ever hearing the gun clicking. That was a suggestion or a question that was asked of you by Mr. Early, but you did not ever hear the gun click after the 5 shots, did you?
I don't know what was going on. I heard this humongous noise and what seemed like a flash or something, and the gun was empty. I don't have any recollection of doing this for the first shot, for the 5 shots, or thereafter when the gun was empty. But the gun was empty.
You didn't testify last time about when on the drive over there feeling like your eyeballs were turned backwards or the whole world was inside your head, or you weren't seeing where you were going, or you were filled with darkness and crazy thoughts. You didn't say anything about that either last time, did you?
It's the same what was going on. Maybe I'm explaining it better this year because
Maybe
I
you're
am so
embellishing
much
it better
better.
this year?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This
Standings
argument.
argumentative.
You know what? Her answers deserve it.
You
though.
did see Dan and Linda on the bed when you entered the room, correct?
I have no recollection of seeing them at all.
Well, how would you know whether Linda or Dan moved if you didn't see them?
I know now who was where, and I know that I had the impression then that she was closest to me. I don't remember seeing her.
Well, you can't have an impression about something unless you saw it. You testified that when you went into the room, Linda moved towards Dan and Dan moved towards the phone. Did you see that or not?
I don't know what I saw then and what I know now from pictures and testimony and what happened later. My
When you
impression
didn't
then,
excuse me, you didn't qualify your testimony at all when you were asked that question before.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's all argumentative. If she can point out where she cross-examined and asked her that, fine.
She's talking about this trial.
I'm talking about this trial. It was your testimony that went in the room. Linda moved. Linda yelled, "Call the police." She moved towards Dan. Dan moved towards the phone. Did that happen?
That's the impression of the whole thing that I had then and that I have now.
So you saw that happen, correct?
I don't remember seeing Linda or Dan at all. It was just blurred.
How do you know that Linda moved towards Dan and Dan moved towards the phone? You didn't see it.
Well, that's a pretty good impression of something you didn't see.
Because all I'm trying to do is explain what I thought happened then. Is that Linda, who was closest to me, that I know now from pictures, moved toward Dan, and Dan moved toward the phone, and she yelled, "Call the police," and that's what was going on there, and that's how I knew the phone was over there.
If you had any impression whatsoever about the fact that they were moving, it is true that they were moving away from you, correct?
Yes?
And what about moving away from you was so frightening or startling that it caused you to start shooting your gun?
When I entered the room, I was about to say something to them. They said first, and they started moving, and I just panicked. It was not a thought process.
You brought the gun for a show of force. You brought the gun to make him listen
talk
to
to
you.
him, right.
But when you entered the room, you didn't use the gun.
Your Honor, I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
Overruled.
Good call!
For a show of force. You didn't use the gun to say, "Hold it, I want to talk to you, Buster." You shot.
I didn't have a chance.
You didn't have a chance? What do you mean you didn't have a chance?
Because it all happened so fast. I'm telling you, it wasn't a thought process. I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was over that fast.
Obviously, it wasn't over that fast. It took 5 shots for you to shoot these people, correct? And it could not have happened like that, could it?
Well, when I was, later with a watch, counting how fast you can go to 5, that's 1.5 seconds.
That's not how you
that
testified
fast.
on that tape. You didn't, did you?
No, that's what that other man did.
Oh, Joel, I have a new one. Wiggles sent me a new one.
Are you like a crazy person?
When you pulled the trigger, obviously that was a voluntary action on your part. You voluntarily pulled the trigger.
I don't remember voluntarily pulling the trigger,
Well,
no.
Okay, we have 2 different kinds of actions that people can be involved in. One is involuntary, like your heart beating or your pupils dilating. We don't have any control over that. When somebody pulls a trigger, you have control over that. It's your brain telling your finger to pull the trigger, right?
Your Honor, the question, that's argumentative.
Sustained. Sustained.
Well, are you suggesting that you had some sort of epileptic fit that made your finger go pull on that trigger, or did you voluntarily pull the trigger?
Your Honor, objection. She's testified, has been asked and answered.
No, overruled. You can answer that.
I was in a totally altered state of consciousness. I've already testified. I didn't remember driving there. I was scared to death at confronting Dan Broderick, which I always was, because he scared me. I walked into the room. I testified that it was dark because it appeared that way to me. I moved, they moved, the gun went off when I just tensed like that. I don't remember pulling the trigger once, twice, 3, 4. I don't remember pulling the trigger at all.
Are you saying that you just tensed like that once, and you
the gun
just
went
tensed like that twice, and you just tensed like that 3 times, and you tensed like that 4 times?
I went, and I don't know if a noise came out, but I just had this screaming kind of sensation and a tensing, and I don't remember doing that even once.
That's the way I feel too, Wiggles. I feel like she walked in there and just stood there and stared at him for a few minutes before she did anything. I don't know why. I just have that feeling in my head that she was just kind of gloating at the fact that she could even sneak in there while they were asleep, and just thought, what a stupid asshole you are, you know, and just savored the moment before she even pulled the trigger. That's how I imagine this. Judy.
But you do know that you did do it, whether you remember it
Yes,
or
now I
not.
know.
You voluntarily pulled the trigger when you pointed at Linda's chest, didn't you?
It was a reflex action on my part. I didn't even
Where was
point
the
it.
gun? Where was the gun when you walked into the room? How were you holding the gun?
I don't remember. It must
Well,
have
were
been
you
in my
holding
hand.
it, pointing at them as you walked into the gun, into the room?
I don't think so. I think
So
it must
you
have
had-
been in my right hand.
And how was it when it was in your right hand? Were you walking in it with it down to your side?
Again, I didn't even walk in. I entered. That's how fast.
When you entered the room, how were you holding the gun?
I would have assumed. Don't.
And so when
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She's asking you now to assume and speculate.
Overruled, you can answer that.
the reflex action didn't make the gun go off.
How is she speculating? She did it. She went in the room. She shot the gun. Asking her what she did is not speculation. She was there. She did it. I don't understand that objection, Mr. Early. It is not speculation.
The floor did it.
No, I went like that.
So you pulled the gun up and you pointed it at Linda to shoot her, didn't
I
you?
didn't point it at anything in particular.
Was the gun pointed at Linda's chest when it shot her?
I don't know. I'm telling you, it was dark. I didn't see Linda. I couldn't have pointed it at anybody's chest.
You do remember pulling the trigger.
No, I don't.
Did you tell Dr. DeFrancesca you remember pulling the trigger?
Not that I remember telling her, because I don't remember pulling the trigger.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her notes? This sentence here?
I never saw them. I just opened the
Mrs.
door.
Broderick, you know that you're not supposed to read it out loud to yourself. Out loud. Could you please read it to yourself?
Just this far.
This sentence, does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you remembered pulling the trigger?
It says I remember pulling once. But I
Well, do you
don't-
remember pulling the trigger?
No, I don't remember my finger pulling a trigger. I
Did you tell
remember
Doc-
tensing up
Did you tell Dr. DeFrancesca that you remembered pulling the trigger?
once. That's what that says there. I remember tensing up once. I don't remember moving my finger.
And when you tensed once and you shot Linda, you obviously had to then change your aim in order to shoot Dan. Dan was not in the same position that Linda was in when you shot her, was he?
I don't know. I didn't see them. It was dark. That's what that says there on that paper. I didn't see them. It was dark.
Okay, you were the one that was in the room. You were the one that was shooting that gun, correct?
Yes.
And when you shot Linda, she was on the bed and you shot her in the chest, correct?
I didn't know that then.
Oh, are you denying that you did that?
Not now. At this point, no.
And are you denying that when you shot Dan, you had to change your aim to shoot Dan because he's on the other side of the bed?
I know I did not move the gun. I did not move the gun. It
Did
was
you
a
feel the-
one-time thing.
Did you feel the recoil of the gun?
Consciously, no. You know, I know that
Are
it
you-
probably bounced around a little because that's what guns do.
Are you saying that you did not move the gun in order to shoot Dan Broderick in the back?
I'm saying I never moved the gun. I walked in, and when I went like that, I did not move, I did not change aim or move the gun. If the
And so
gun
was the
moved because
bed
it went off,
moving?
excuse me?
Was the bed moving
Of
so that
course
they
not.
could get in position?
No, they were moving. The gun didn't move and the bed didn't move.
When you pointed the gun at Linda and shot her, or when the gun was pointed at Linda and the bullet went into her body, you obviously were not intending to kill yourself at that time, were you?
I never pointed the gun at Linda.
When the gun was pointed at her and you flinched and shot, according to your testimony, you obviously were not intending to kill yourself at that time.
At that exact moment, no.
You weren't intending to kill yourself at any of those 5 shots that you pointed at Dan, Linda, and the correct?
After it was over, I thought of killing myself, and there were no bullets left in the gun. That's all I remember.
Well, you had testified that you were going to confront him, and if the confrontation got away from you and they're yelling, call the police, the confrontation isn't working. But that gun never came up to your head, did it? It went to their bodies, didn't it?
It was a reflex action. There were no thoughts involved in this.
After you shot them, you didn't immediately leave the room, did you?
Yes, I did.
You went over around the bed and you pulled the phone out of the wall before you left the room.
Right, and immediately left the room.
Well, after you shot them, you didn't immediately leave the room by either going out the door that you had come in, which was the closest, or by the other door, correct? That's not the immediate thing that you did after shooting them, was it?
I went to get the phone.
Okay. You went around the bed, all around the bed, through here where there's this armoire where Dan is lying on the floor in order to get the phone, correct?
I don't remember that piece of furniture there. All I remember is going to get the phone. I don't even know if it was on the floor. I think it was on the floor.
The armoire obviously was there, and it was open, right? And Dan was on the floor, and you had to walk through this area where Dan was reaching for the phone in order to grab the phone and pull it out of the wall, didn't you?
I don't know. I don't know.
The phone was on this nightstand right next to the bed, wasn't it?
No.
It was on the floor.
Yes.
Okay, and where was it on the floor? Was it on the floor right next to Dan's body?
I did
Where was
not
the
know.
phone?
I don't know.
Well, you said it was on the floor.
I'm thinking it was on the floor. For some reason, I'm thinking it was on the floor.
You testified that you picked up the phone because Dan was reaching for the phone, and you ripped it out of the wall. Where were you standing when you picked up the phone and ripped it out of the wall?
Somewhere over there.
Somewhere over in this area by Dan Broderick where he was lying, correct?
I don't know. The phone
Or
had...
were you standing at the end of the bed?
I don't know. The phone had a very, very long cord on it. I could have gotten the cord first and pulled the phone to me.
If the phone is on this nightstand next to the bed,
But it wasn't-
plugged into this wall, the cord is not anywhere out here, is it?
I don't believe the phone was on the nightstand.
It's been asked and answered.
She's uncrossed.
The phone, I don't believe the phone was on the nightstand. I'm sorry. I think it was on the floor.
The reason you pulled the phone out was because Dan was reaching for the phone.
I didn't want him to call the police.
And before you pulled the phone out, you hit him with your gun on the hand when he was reaching for the phone, didn't you?
No, he didn't. No.
You hit him.
No.
Did you tell Dr. DeFrancesca? Dan was on the floor, puts his hands up, okay, on me, hit him on the hand because I didn't get him.
I don't remember saying that.
Did you hit Mr. Broderick when he was reaching for the phone on the ground over there?
No.
Okay, he did put his hands up and say, okay, you got me, didn't he?
I know that I told Lily that day and everything, but I don't remember him sitting up in bed and saying anything like that at all.
Well, you didn't just tell Lily that. After there was testimony by Lee at the preliminary hearing, you called up Amy Wallace to correct the testimony, didn't you?
I told other people that day that that's what happened, but I don't remember that that's what happened.
Okay, so you don't remember it now, but you are saying that that's what happened, that Dan did put his hands up when you came around the bed there and said, okay, you got me. And that's when you hit him, and that's when you grabbed the phone.
Your Honor,
I
objection
don't-
is argumentative.
Sustained. It's compound.
Did you hit him on the hand when you walked around the bed there?
I don't remember seeing Dan at all. Or Linda. I mean, I just don't, I didn't see them.
You told Patty Monahan when you made a phone call that morning that you could hear Dan Broderick gurgling in his own blood.
That's not No, Patty Monahan did not say that. Patty Monahan doesn't even remember me saying that because I didn't say that.
Patty Monahan told Jerry Thatcher immediately that morning, after hearing you say that you had said you heard Dan gurgling in his own blood.
But Jerry Thatcher didn't remember that till 8 months later.
Well,
Patty
we're not-
Monahan
Mrs.
and
Broderick.
I don't remember that happening. Jerry Thatcher's the only one in the earth that thinks he remembers that happen, and he didn't remember it till 8 months later.
Where do you get the 8 months later
I
business?
thought that's what happened at the last trial when he said that.
Well, he was interviewed by an investigator many, many months before that, only a few months after these events.
Well, how many months after
Well,
these
Patty
events did he
Monahan told the
remember
same
that?
thing to Sue Sparrow, too, that day, didn't she?
Not that I
Your Honor,
know.
objection, and we know this is improper, we know it is.
How is that?
It's not improper, Mr. What's
May
basic?
we approach the bench, Your
No, I'm
Honor?
just telling you your legal basis for your objection.
It assumes facts, not evidence, Your Honor.
She's on cross. I assume she has good faith belief that that statement was made to Ms. Sparrow.
No,
Is it-
Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Sure. Go ahead.
It is true that in order to pull the phone out of the wall, you would have had to have been over in the vicinity of Dan Broderick's body. And it is true that after he was shot, he would have been gurgling in his own blood. So that statement is consistent with something that you might have said to Patty Monahan, isn't it?
Not at all, no. I wouldn't have known. I had no idea that anybody was shot or that, there was nobody gurgling any blood. No.
After unloading 5 bullets of that gun into their bed, you had no idea that anybody was shot.
No, and that's exactly what I told everyone that day. It was dark, the gun went off, I had no idea if anyone was shot.
What you said to Patty
I thought
Monahan-
Dan was after me.
Well, but Dan obviously wasn't. If Dan hadn't have been shot, he'd been up on his feet and he would have been after you.
I
and
thought he
didn't.
was after me, which is why I got in the car and didn't go home because I thought he was after me.
And if Linda had yelled, "Call the police," before, and you've shot 5 bullets, and you didn't hit her, you don't think she would have been yelling, "Call the police," before you could have gotten out of that room or something?
I'm not with you on that.
After you shot them, you had to walk all the way around the bed over here to get the phone, and Linda wasn't yelling anymore, "Call the police." Linda wasn't screaming. Linda wasn't doing anything.
I wasn't even in that room a half a minute total. I didn't know, nobody had time to do anything. I didn't know what.
If they had time to yell, "Call the
I just
police,"
got
as soon
out
as
of
you
there.
came in the room, they had time to yell, "Call the police," or scream or do something when you're coming around the bed to pull the phone out of the wall.
Maybe they were, I don't know.
But they weren't, and that's why you knew they'd been shot.
You don't know that they weren't. I don't know that they weren't. Maybe they were. All I know is I got that phone and got out of there fast. And I thought he was after me, which explains my behavior after that.
But he didn't chase you down the stairs, did he? He didn't
I
chase
didn't
you
know
out
he
the
wasn't
door?
chasing me down the stairs. I didn't know that.
You told Amy Wallace that the shooting was simple. There was no pain, there was no blood, it was simple. Did you make that statement to Amy Wallace?
That had to do with people saying that Dan and Linda were the victims and that I didn't feel that they suffered as much as all of these years. But that was after I read in the newspapers like everybody else and everything what happened. That was a long time after.
And you said there was no pain and there was no blood and it was simple, correct?
That's what I have been told later.
And what makes you think that there's no pain involved when a bullet goes crashing through your body?
Because I heard in this courtroom that it was instant death or something.
You heard in this courtroom that it wasn't instant death for Dan Broderick, and you made that statement back in March of 1990, before the trial.
I heard from legal people or something that they were both dead and that it was instant. That was my impression, that it was instant.
There was no pain, there was no blood. You obviously didn't stay around long enough to see all the blood that was draining from their bodies.
I wasn't in the room a half minute. I didn't see anything. That's correct. I have not seen anything.
How was it that you picked up that phone and pulled it out of the wall?
I don't know. I told you I don't know if I grabbed the cord and pulled the phone to me or picked up the phone. I just know that happened because I was just getting out of there.
You had a gun in hand, you had keys in the other hand. What did you do with the gun and the keys in order to get that phone and pull it out of the wall?
I don't know.
Did you put them in your pocket? Did you set it down on the floor? Did you set it on the bed?
I don't remember. These were not There wasn't time to make decisions and think about what you were doing with anything.
But you had to do something with those things in your hands, right? You couldn't just pick up that phone and pull it out with a gun and keys in your hand.
Maybe I could. I don't know. Maybe I could.
You took the gun with you when you left. You took the keys with you when you left. You went and you got in your car. You put the gun back in your purse, didn't you?
No. It was
Well,
on
when
the
you went
seat of
over
the
to-
car.
When you went over to Lee's house and you walked into Lee's house carrying your purse, the gun was in the purse.
When I went into Lee's house, I put the gun in the
When
purse.
was it that you put the gun in the purse?
When I went into Lee's house in Pacific Beach.
Well, what had you done with the gun when you went back to the car?
It was on the seat of the car.
And why did you feel the need to put it back in your purse in order to go into Lee's house?
I didn't put it back in the zipper compartment of the purse. I just stuffed it in the opening because I didn't think it was right to leave it on the seat. I
Well, you
brought it
left
into
your
Lee's
purse
house.
with the gun on the seat of the car all the time, you said. That's where you left your gun.
Concealed in the area. The gun was not concealed in the purse. It was just stuck in the open compartment. In fact, it doesn't even fit like that. So the minute I got in the house, it was on the coffee table next to her purses. I mean, next to my purse.
We've already talked about the fact that after you were arrested, you had quite a bit of contact with the press and the media in the weeks following your arrest, correct?
I don't know the exact dates, but yes,
And that was voluntary contact on your part. In fact, you enjoyed the attention that you were getting from the press media, didn't you?
I don't know that I enjoyed the attention. I told you I called them to correct the very many factual errors that were coming out in the press, and it really offended me, and I thought that I should tell them the truth. And that's how I got in touch with
Did you
them.
like the attention that you were getting from the press? Did you blossom under the attention from the press?
Blossom in Las Colinas, no, I didn't blossom.
Did you have to correct things when you gave an interview for 2020 and when you gave an interview to People magazine and when you gave an interview to Mirabella magazine and when you gave an interview to Ladies Home Journal and when you gave an interview to the Los Angeles Times and the San Diego Union? Were all of those in order so that you could correct misconceptions?
All of those with the exception of the one LA Times story were after the first trial and toward this trial, and it wasn't, I don't think it was correcting anything at that point because I felt I'd corrected it during the first trial. But the Amy Wallace story, I thought I was correcting. When she went and printed her supposed correction of the story, it had as many or more errors in her final version. So it seems stupid of me. I didn't call any more to the press to correct errors because they not only didn't correct.
Yeah, well, she's not doing a very good job of keeping it up because she can't keep her lies straight.
Correct them, they made more. And it never got corrected, and it got told wrong. That LA Times story was awful, and it was not the story. And it had more mistakes in it than the original.
You talked to Amy Wallace on many occasions until she wrote angry at the article because you didn't think it was favorable.
See?
That you refused to talk to her anymore, correct?
Right. Why talk? I talked to her to correct things. The article comes out, and it had more mistakes than ever were in the beginning.
And
Why
you felt-
bother talking?
You felt that your attorney at the time was not handling the press correctly after you entered Las Colinas. You wrote that Mark Wolf has made 2 court appearances for me. He was terrible at each of them. Late, fumbling, unimpressive. He's really botching handling the press as well. Not to worry, I'll take care of it.
I don't remember writing that, but I remember Mark Wolf hired a PR firm in the beginning of this case, and I was not comfortable with a PR firm.
And did you write, is this your handwriting?
I'm seeing a pattern here. She doesn't remember anything that the prosecutor says happens, and she has a different version of it. Are you seeing a pattern here? I'm seeing a pattern.
Writing that says he really is botching handling the press as well. Not to worry, I'll take care of it.
And I fired the PR person, that's right.
And you took care of it.
Fired him, right.
That card that you sent, that Maria Peralta testified that she sent to you, that she testified that you had requested, what did you do with that card?
I was disgusted and horrified at that card the moment I opened it, and I wrote you that note that says, "Look what I'm subjected to being kept here in Las Colinas." And I sent it to you.
And it's your testimony that you did not request that card to be sent to you from under parole. Is that correct?
Absolutely not.
May I have marked as well? May I have a letter inside an envelope?
People's 110.
And so when she got out of custody just on her own, she decided to send that card to you?
She was trying to be friendly with me from the day she says she met me because I was a media figure, and she was trying to establish contact with me. I never wrote her back. I never answered it, and I was freaked out by that letter. I was absolutely freaked out about it, and I sent it to you because look what you're subjecting me to, people like her.
She did say, I hope you like the card. After all, I did promise you one just like mine.
I don't care what she said. She was trying to sell her story to the press, and thank God I didn't write her.
You also told Amy Wallace after these killings that you felt that you had only one choice, his funeral or mine. Make it his funeral, correct?
You're saying I said that?
You said
Absolutely.
I had only one choice, his funeral or mine.
And that's the end of my quote, right?
Yes, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And so you obviously made the choice to make it his funeral.
Does that, no, that has to do with my mom and stuff, and it has to do with my mom, and I said, Mom, you don't understand that, it was him or me on that day. It was him or me.
And you
I
made the
wouldn't.
choice to make it him.
That's what turned out. It was not a conscious choice. No, I was intending.
Was that your word, choice? It was my choice, his funeral or mine?
Excuse me?
Isn't that your word, choice, that you made the choice? What she
I
doesn't
think what I
understand is
actually
had only
said-
one choice, his funeral or mine.
I don't remember. It was to my mother that I said that on the phone, and I said, Mom, what you don't understand is it was him or me.
You also wrote a letter to a friend from jail where you said, whatever the future holds, I'll be okay. I've chosen the path of peace, and I finally have it.
I don't remember saying that, but it's been more peaceful for me being in jail, yes. I'm not as afraid that he's after me all the time.
I have no further questions.
After recess, sorry.
Appeared to be.
Just want to make sure we agree on something for the days. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess. So this time we'll be in recess until, tomorrow we'll be waiting in the hall. We'll be in recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition. See you at 9:30.
Okay, we're on the home stretch. This is the last part of hers. Hour and 12 minutes.
The reason for the delay, you probably already know that, but in case you don't, I'm telling you that. Before we begin the redirect examination of Mrs. Broderick, there are two comments I'd like to make to you, ladies and gentlemen. First is that on cross-examination, the defendant was asked about voluntary abortions that she had not been asked about by her attorney on direct examination. The reason for that is that there had been a pretrial ruling where I found such testimony to be irrelevant to any issue involved in this case. Her failure to testify regarding the abortion should not be viewed by you as an attempt by her to hide the fact that she did have the abortions, but rather was consistent with my ruling. The ruling with regard to the diaries, reference was made to the diaries during the defendant's testimony, inferring that they may contain relevant evidence that defense counsel was being prevented from presenting to you. That is not the case. Both counsel can present relevant portions of the diary. They can also present other portions of the diary that are necessary to put the relevant part in proper context. Neither party is trying to hide any relevant evidence from you, nor are they being prevented from presenting any relevant evidence. With that, Mrs. Broderick, you're still under oath. Mr. Early, you may proceed.
you were asked some questions about your testimony last year and your testimony this year. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Last year, you testified for approximately 3.5 days, which were contained in 3 volumes of transcripts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the questions about what happened in the bedroom covered 2 of those pages, about 10 questions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there was no questions asked at all about that by the prosecutor, Ms. Wells, was there?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. You've indicated that you were asked some questions about different shows in different newspapers, 2020 People, Amy Wallace, some other newspapers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Are those people that you contacted? Did they contact you?
No, I never contacted anyone first. They all sought to contact me.
Okay. And on those shows, for instance, Kim Broderick was on 2020 People, in newspapers, in press conferences that she gave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection to leading questions, Your Honor,
Sustained.
Okay.
and to relevance.
Sustained.
Were there other people who were the Amy Wallace had a movie contract with some people from Friends of Dan Broderick's that were collaborating in that.
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant and states facts not known.
Sustained.
Well, have you participated with anybody in some kind of movie or anything else? Or any kind of movie or book rights or anything else?
I'm aware of these things happening. I've not been in contact or given my consent or cooperation to any of those things, no.
Yeah. Now, at the time, when was the first time that you had contact with the press? Who was that you had contact with?
I don't remember specifically. What I remember is all kinds of people attacked the visitor window, the first visits I had. They wrote me letters.
No, excuse me. I'm talking about the first time ever in regards to the divorce. What was the first time? There was mention of a reader interview. Do you remember that?
Right.
Was there some contact with the Reader magazine?
Yes, they contacted me about a story.
Okay. Did you contact those writers about a story?
No.
Okay. And was there a story written originally?
Yes, they interviewed me and Dan and Linda, and they were doing a story on what was going on in this divorce in 1987 or 88, I don't remember.
At some point in time, was there a letter that you wrote where there was a problem getting that letter printed in the Reader?
Yes.
And what was the problem with that?
Is that Dan threatened to sue the reader if they had anything to do with me or used my name or did anything about what was going on.
Okay. Was there a time that you were invited to speak before some group that, as to number of men and women were asked to about what was happening in the divorce system?
It was a press conference called about people that were having problems in the legal system, not just divorce.
Okay. And you invited to speak at that?
Yes.
Did you say?
Yes, I did.
And
Both on TV and in the newspapers.
And what happened to your segment?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Dan threatened to sue the TVs or the newspapers if they put my face or my name on anything or linked him with me, and so I was not allowed to have a name or a face. I was not, in the newspaper, I was a nameless, faceless housewife whose husband was a president of a local bar. I wasn't Betty Broderick, whose husband, Dan, was president of the San Diego County Bar Association. Everyone else covered had a name and dates and facts. I wasn't allowed to have a name.
Now, I take it that through the pendency of this trial, you've sat through preliminary hearings, sat through a first trial, and sat through this trial, is that correct?
Yes, I had to.
Okay, so you've heard various pieces of evidence and various witnesses testified through the whole proceedings.
That's correct.
Okay. There was some testimony as to some hearings that were had, some contempt hearings that were had in 1987 and some more that were in 1988. Remember
Yes.
being questioned about
Yes.
that? Okay. Did the subject of keeping, of Linda's voice not being on the phone, was that brought up?
Yes.
And was there an order each time by the judge to Mr. Broderick about Linda's voice being on the kid's answering machine?
Yes.
Okay. And in March, or the last hearing in 1988, was there an order by the court on the restraining order that restrained Linda's voice from being on the answering machine?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any suggestions by the court of if that was a problem, putting another phone line in?
Yes.
You referred to that order was given, wasn't it?
Yes. If I can have a photo mark that this defendant's next order, Your Honor.
The triple J.
Yes, and it appears to be a picture below a counter, some drawers are open, some items in the drawer. And I'm showing you what's been marked JJJ for identification. Do you recognize those drawers and where that is?
Those are parts of two of my desk drawers right at home.
Countertop in the kitchen, is that black countertop?
Yes.
And is the card that you referred to, that holy card, is that in there?
Yes.
Okay, and is it the blue card that's in there?
Now, do you want me to read it?
Well, is that the blue card that's in there?
Yes.
Okay. And what did that card say?
Objection, Your Honor. That was beyond scope of redirect. It's already been testified to.
Been asked and answered, also sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I did ask to reopen at the end of my questioning. It was said I could just go through it now. I'd request.
So, no, I disagree.
So I told me to reopen at the end to go through this. Question is,
Simply offer the photograph. Simply there's no objection to that, but there's already been questions asked about what it said.
I thought he wanted to put the card in also. Maybe I'm mistaken.
No, Your Honor, just a photograph.
There's already been some testimony as to what it said, as I recall.
Okay. The marriage encounters that we have marked here, one is yours and one is Mr. Broderick's.
Correct.
Okay. Was yours When was yours finally located?
I don't know particularly when, but we didn't have it at the time of the last trial.
Okay. And there's a date in your marriage encounter, is that correct?
Yes.
And was there a date in Mr. Broderick's?
There's a vague notation in the back of Dan's. And last year we tried to ascertain the exact weekend of the marriage encounter and we couldn't. This year, since we found mine, we can.
There was marked into evidence a letter to
Certainly.
Judge Joseph. And you were shown the fourth page of that letter, is that correct?
Yes.
I'll go back. In 1987, there was a proposal made, settlement proposal made by you to Mr. Broderick through your attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive a response on that?
For a long time, we didn't get any response, and then
Did you receive a response?
ultimately, yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I would like Mark for identification. Next in order. What? Oh, I don't have that.
Triple K,
Yes,
and it's a one-page document.
yes.
So much.
Showing you what has been marked as triple K. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the discussion that was had, at least to that proposal by you?
Excuse me?
That was what?
The answer, the response to our proposal for a settlement, yes.
Okay. When you were, last year, when you were testifying in custody, did you have any visitors at the jail in the evening?
Yes.
Okay, and who would visit you at the jail in the evening?
You would.
Okay. And did we discuss your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened during those discussions?
Your Honor, excuse me, if we can approach the sidebar.
I think maybe we better, Mr. Ridley.
I approached my client.
Yes.
Broderick, I'm going to ask you some questions about the clothes that you wore at the last trial. And I'm just going to ask you about there was a decision by you at the last trial to wear particular items of clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
After the trial began?
Yes.
Okay. And without going into any conversations you might have had with other people, what was that decision? Why did you make that decision to wear certain clothes?
Because the clothes that I had to be not show the dirt and not wrinkle, and had to be warm because of the conditions that I have to be in every single day with the chains and the handcuffs and being transported at 5 in the morning till 8 at night and sitting on benches and handcuffed. And
there was a question asked about during the marriage. I think the term was, did Dan squander any money? You indicated that no, he didn't. How were the money decisions made during those early years of marriage?
Overruled, you can answer that.
Dan controlled the money and the loans and the purse strings, and I got $25 a week for food and stuff when we were poor. Does that answer your question?
Did he do anything with what he thought was discretionary money during that time?
He had the things that I didn't do.
And was that something that, how did you feel about that?
Well, I was having babies every year, and I was home with the babies, and I didn't really want to go out and do all that stuff, but nobody ever gave me money and said, here, why don't you go do something? I thought we were poor, and I didn't think we had any money to do anything, so I didn't do anything.
The district attorney asked you some questions about Mr. Broderick, about the funeral, and there's some comments you made, you were upset.
Okay, guys, I gotta share this. Because this made me happy. And there hasn't been a lot that's made me happy in the last couple days. Okay, so the other day, everybody was giving Snoop Dogg a bunch of crap because I guess he took his 6-year-old grandson to see Lightyear in the movie theater, and all that happened was that his grandson asked him how 2 women had a baby together. And Snoop Dogg came out and said that in Snoop Dogg's ineloquent way of speaking, said that he was not prepared to have that discussion with his 6-year-old grandson when he took him to see a Disney movie. But the way Snoop said it, a lot of people got upset. So, somebody said, I must agree that pushing that kind of stuff on kids is not the best idea. But kids also need to learn that people are different. People have fun no matter what. We are all his children, but you also can't force religion on people. It's ironic. So I was feeling snarky that day. So I said, That's not what irony is, Alanis. So the guy replied back to me, or woman, I don't know who, the name is Yellow. The person's name is Yellow. The reply back was, whatever, I'm not Einstein's prince. That made my day. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I just had to share that. I thought that was hilarious. I don't know if I'm having a bad day, if I was mad at people coming down on Snoop Dogg about that. I don't know, because this is days ago. I don't even know where my head was, but I was just like, that's not irony. Like, that's not what irony is. What? Okay, let's go back to this other crazy person. Oh, now StreamYard's not going to do anything. Uh-oh, I broke it. Wiggles. Uh-oh, I broke it. It won't go back. Ugh.
Mr. Broderick made.
No, excuse me, I object. I attempted to answer this question.
She did go into some of them were objected.
Matters will feel differently, so ahead and answer.
At the trial, well, early, he would have divorced early except for Catholic views. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence. There was no...
Frame your question, Mr. Earl. Let me see what your question is.
Did you have some problems as to Mr. Broderick, how he was portraying himself?
Yes.
Sustained.
Was there a public persona for Mr. Broderick?
Very definitely, yes.
And was there ways he liked to be perceived by people, such as the judge or the public?
At which point in time? No, I used to be part of the image.
I know, but after the divorce and after the separation, did you disagree with what his public image was?
Yes, I thought it was hypocritical
And why was that?
and false because he was portrayed at the time of the funeral and by his friends as a Catholic family man with traditional family values, and he was buried in a Catholic cathedral, and I just thought it was very hypocritical and false.
Why did you think that?
Because Dan never stepped foot in a Catholic church while I was married to him, and he was very much against the Catholic Church, and he even put it in writing in the marriage encounter, and he discouraged me from putting the kids in Catholic school and having first communions and baptisms and things. So I thought it was phony.
Objection, Your Honor. There's been a pretrial ruling on this.
It's irrelevant.
Your Honor, can I,
It's in the marriage encounter book, but you're going to put that in, so just go on to something else.
Your Honor, excuse me. Can we approach Psycho?
All right.
Your Honor, we have an encounter book that was marked as defense X for identification. And I do have copies for the typed copies of the encounter for the jury. I'd like to be able to ask if they be read at this time.
All right. Defendant X has received an evidence, and you can distribute the copies of that to the jurors. Have my deal. Go ahead, Mr. Roy.
I'm going to just, Your Honor, I have marked as, this is a 4-page letter that is written on San Diego County Sheriff's Department with the heading of that. It's on paper. It appears to be from the jail.
Is there a date on it?
6/1/87.
Fine, so marked.
Yeah. Mrs. Broderick, remember seeing the other, the page, there was a page 4 of a letter?
Yes.
Just looking at LLL for identification, can you tell me whether that was, whether that's the whole letter, including the 4th page?
Yes.
You were asked some questions in regards to
The marriage encounter thing was a thing at I guess her church, because she said he never stepped inside a church. It was a weekend thing where they went to, and they had these notebooks, and she had to write down everything she expected in a marriage, and he had to write down everything that he expected in a marriage, and then they were to trade books and look at what he wrote. And his deal was that he wanted to be successful, have money, and get settled with this certain amount of money and a certain amount of success, and then he would be a good husband and father and a nice person, and then she would get all the things that she wanted: a good husband, a good father, a nice person, and all of the things that she wanted, trips or time spent at home or whatever it was she had in her book, that she would get all of that when he got all the success and the money and the stuff that he wanted. But she needed to be patient. So that was basically their one and only marriage encounter thing that they did to try to fix their marriage before all of the bad stuff started, which is BS if you ask me, because that's not how you fix a marriage. That should have been a red flag right there, that there was nothing that could fix the marriage.
before we go to that, if I may withdraw that question, during the pendency of this case, when you refer to legal mail, what are you referring to as far as legal mail?
Anything that came to my house was legal mail to me.
Okay.
Legal papers to me.
So when you were getting the letters from Dan on his stationery with his letterhead,
It was legal paper to me, right.
and were you getting those, were you getting a large number of those, including the court paperwork?
Yes,
And were you getting that from, okay, what time did your mail get there?
in the afternoon.
Okay. So in the afternoon, when the mail arrived, can you give us an estimate of how many times you would get something that had to do with the case?
It appeared to me hundreds of times over the year's duration. There was a question in regards to the fine, February 1988. Do you remember that? Remember her asking you about the fine? I'm not exactly sure which date or which fine you're talking about.
Okay, in February of 1988, there was a hearing that you called a dog hearing.
Okay.
And there was a fine.
Yes, now I remember.
And the district attorney question you and say, isn't it true that that fine was not imposed at that time? Remember?
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's
Showing you what has been marked as MM for identification.
Is it triple M or just double M?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize that letter?
Yes.
Okay. And that letter is dated what?
March 1st, 1988.
Okay. And is that a a support payment letter?
Yes.
And is there anything deducted on that letter in regards to a fine?
Yes, fine to the County of San Diego,
And how much is deducted?
$1,000.
And that was by Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. Your memory is that that was court ordered at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the district attorney showed you some checks in August, September, October, and November of 1989, is that correct? Those checks
Yes.
that she showed you, the deposit slips? Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. In July of 1989, did you pay?
No, Dan kept money up.
Okay. And was there any court?
There was a court order against him keeping money out.
Okay. Well, if the court ordered, for instance, the $1,000 he kept money out, that was because it was a court order for you to pay a fine, is that correct?
That was a fine imposed by the court on me. The other fines were fines imposed by him on me. And he was not to do that.
Did you have any court hearings on those fines?
Of course not, no.
The district attorney went through a number of checks that you were writing in regards to money that you were spending, is that correct?
Yes?
Okay. Now, in 1986 and 1987, the community property, as far as properties, land, bank accounts, who had control over those?
Dan?
And during a period of time,
Oh, come on.
Mr. Broderick was writing over $1 million worth of checks.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying in states facts not known.
Sustained.
Okay. During that period of time, was anyone writing checks and spending your community property?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, that's what I'm bringing, is the facts and evidence.
Well, the community property hadn't been decided or split yet, Mr. Early.
Well, did you find out later that somebody was writing, spending,
Paying debts and paying community debts.
It's permissible. You can answer that just yes or no.
Yes.
were you consulted about whether that property should be kept, or where that property should go, or whether it should be sold, or what should be done with that money?
No, not at all.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the continuing foundational manner in which he's asking foundational questions.
Oh, overrules. He's just focusing our attention in an area. Go ahead, Mr. Early.
There was some questions that were asked about assets that you were suspicious of or worried about.
Yes.
Okay. Was there any property or that was bought just before separation, and a change just after separation.
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a residence in Pennsylvania that Dan and Larry were buying together. And it was just, they were buying it together, and then they undid the deal, and then they did the deal again where it was Dan's, but he knew it was half Larry's and half Dan's.
Now, before Dan left, whose property was it? Before February of 1985. I mean, who was buying it?
Dan and Larry were buying it together, 50-50.
Okay. And was there money that went before the split up that went to the purchase of the property?
Yes, Dan, the money that Dan used to buy community.
And then after he left, did the title or the arrangement with,
Yes.
and how did that change?
Is the Dan, Larry and Dan, and the third party that Dan owned 50% with Larry, but the paperwork only showed that Larry owned it all.
And did that money then become a loan to Larry?
Yes, on paper.
There was some testimony about, or some questions asked about Robert Tahula. Remember that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a police report or incident report at any time about that?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, while he's checking his notes, it would be my intention to go through till the noon recess unless one of the jurors feel the need of recess. If you do, signify now by raising your hand. All right, seeing no hands raised, go ahead, Mr. Early.
Okay. There were some questions asked about problems with money in 1987 between you and Dan, and you were shown some checks in deposit slips. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were there And I would like 3 letters. I believe they can just be marked as one exhibit.
All right, defense triple N.
They are a letter from Daniel Broderick on August 31st, another letter on June 8th from Ms. Smith, and a letter on August 26th of '87 from Ms. Smith.
Yeah, they're all 1987 letters. Mr. All 1987?
Yes, they're all 1987.
All right, so marked.
Showing you these 3 letters marked double handwriting application. Do you recognize those letters?
Yes.
If you go through all 3 of them.
Yes.
And during 87, starting at the beginning of it, were there problems with both Tricia Smith and you getting money?
Yes.
In 19, there was problems with what you termed you thought tactics or foot dragging with her.
Yes.
Write letters about that?
Yes. She always complained that he wasn't cooperating.
I can have another 3-page letter, Your Honor, marked for identification. It appears to be, it's a letter on Tricia Smith's stationery dated June 15th,
1987?
88.
1988, all right, so
Wait,
marked.
It's 88.
So marked.
I'm sorry, it's January 15th. Did I say?
Yes.
And was that written in response to problems that they were having?
Yes, she says it's her one last final demand.
There were questions asked about the court hearings being closed. You remember that?
Yes.
In the hearings in February and I believe it was March of 1988. It may have been May of 1988. Yes, March, February, and May of 1988. Were there discussions about whether the courtroom and the file was closed?
Between whom?
Did the judge indicate that it was his belief that the courtroom had been closed and the files had been closed?
Yes, and yes, that's everyone's belief all along.
There were some questions asked about things that you were doing. Did you think about them harming the children? Remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything to protect the children in 83 and 85 from an affair that was going on?
Did everything.
Asked and answered.
Overruled the property.
And it states facts not known. Assumes facts not known.
Well, he's asking her, did she do that? Did she do anything?
It
Yes or no?
assumes that there was an affair going on in 83 and 84. There's no facts to that yet.
Well, your Hunter. I would, well,
That's within the possible range. Go ahead, you can answer that yes or no. Did you do anything?
Yes, I did everything to protect them from it. They didn't know from me.
Was Mr. Broderick doing anything to protect his family unit from disintegrating when he was having an affair?
No?
Okay. Did you learn that Mr. Broderick had bought various gifts for Linda Kolkena while the two of you were still married?
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection.
A condominium.
You're saying beyond scope and irrelevant.
Sustained.
But you indicated that you were upset about Mr. Broderick and the community money and how he was spending it. Was there anything that you were upset about in relation to things that you found out that he was buying?
84 and before the divorce in 85 were community property monies ill spent on my behalf. Those dollars were half mine that were spent on Linda that bought her a house, a car, fur coats, and jewelry. And that was my money. Half my money.
The question as to, remember the question as to Mr. Broderick? You were shown a letter and asked if Mr. Broderick was trying to make the split up in the divorce easy for the children? Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did in those letters and Mr. Broderick's comments, did he ever mention that he talked to somebody about having you killed and how much it would cost and how it would be protected? Did he ever bring that up to you?
No.
Was he having those conversations to protect the children?
No, obviously not.
The You indicated that there were some rumors that you thought were being spread about you. Is that correct?
I knew. Yeah, it got back to me.
Did you ever a contempt hearing that in 1989, beginning of October, that you had broken into Mr. Broderick in the middle of the night and confronted them in their bedroom?
No.
Okay. Did that happen?
No.
Yeah. Did you was telling that to people? Questions asked about the divorce file, about you being the one who stole it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the divorce file was found sometime by the court after you were arrested. You know that, don't you? That sometime it resurfaced through the court.
I've been told that.
Okay. They didn't let you out of jail to go give somebody the court file back, did they?
No.
I'd like to have a tape marked next to Mark. I've done triple P.
You've listened to the tapes of your conversations or that statements that you made over the telephone, is that correct?
Yes.
And the tape conversations that you heard on the telephone, that the message, those weren't always, were they always complete? Were those all the messages you ever left at that house?
No, they're not even one part of 1% of the messages that were left over the years at the house. They're just on a very few days for specific reasons.
you were in jail in 1987, did you find out anything about?
Yes, I found out there wasn't a record of me being there.
And how did you find that out?
A friend of mine was very, very upset and concerned that I had been put in jail, and she called a pastor at her church who works in the jails, and he came to the jail and tried to see me, and I was not on the computer. He said,
Now, there was a hearings at the contempt hearings, 1987. And there was a hearing on the 2nd and a hearing on the 28th. Is that correct?
yes,
Now, a hearing is where there was evidence taken.
yes,
Were there other hearings that were set?
oh yes, lots.
And were those hearings and including those who continued?
Shoot.
Actually, no. Updated Connor. Letterhead of Mitchell, Ashworth, Kenny, Berry.
What year?
1986.
All right, somewhere, triple Q.
Now, the hearing that you had in front of Napoleon Jones, it was actually in 87, is that correct? 86, Mr. Hargrove was a lawyer, and by 87, you had Tricia Smith.
But they were both Judge Jones, I believe.
Okay. The, showing you what has been marked as QQQ for identification, there was, that was in regards to a contempt hearing, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was one of the first contempt hearings that was set on the day it asked to be set on the day of your reconsideration. Is that correct?
yes,
And that hearing, as well as others, were continued for some period of time. Some of them were continued to other dates.
Yes, I was totally confused by it. It seemed I was always under threat of something happening at that time, and I'd show up in court and then it would be put off, or he wouldn't show up, or...
Eventually, were some of on the hearing dates we have, was there a number of different hearings that were consolidated at one time?
Yes, it appears so, yes.
You indicated that that at some point in your life there was some point in this process the depression took over, or became a predominant part. Do you remember when that was?
There was aggression of all sorts of different feelings. The really deep depression started till well into 87.
And what was it that brought that upon? What had happened that led finally to that?
It was a whole string of emotional reactions from 1983. A plethora of feelings of, when the affair first started, that was a set of upset and betrayal and lies and things like that. And then we went into the separation and more lies, and then I got angry about that. And then we got into the legal assault, and I thought he was just so unfair and so brutal with the sale of the house and with the bifurcation and the sole custody of the children, and then cutting me off the money and throwing me in jail. That I was, by that point, was just like finished. I couldn't stand it anymore. So then when I had Tricia Smith in the beginning, I thought maybe she would do something. But as the months and the months and the months and the money went out the window and my life went on and nothing got done, is when I got really, really depressed, because I didn't know how to get any satisfaction anywhere. And as we've described, and looking for help in the press and in the legal system, I just couldn't do anything. And that's when the stress translated into total depression. And that's what got worse from the end of 87 through 88 and into 89, was that I was screaming and yelling and flailing around and trying to get something settled, and I just couldn't get it settled. And I just got real, real depressed. I internalized it.
Objective this time. Questions?
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Do you want to start your cross, or excuse me, your recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll take our noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. There's another matter. The attorneys could be here at 1:15, so we can take up the other matter.
This may, well, maybe, perhaps without the reporter, we get some more.
We'll take our noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you. No form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you. Mrs. Broderick is present. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, his client asked a question with regard to whether or not Daniel Broderick had hired someone to attempt to kill her. As I've told you before, statement of evidence. There's no evidence before you that such a statement is true, and in fact the defendant herself was not aware of such an assertion. Even the mere allegation is not relevant to these proceedings. I instruct you to disregard that statement, treat it as though you never heard it. The question and answer are stricken from the record. You're still under oath, Ms. Broderick. Cross-examine Ms. Wells.
This marriage encounter book that you've referred to, the portion that was written by Dan Broderick. Mrs. Broderick, did you rip any pages out of here?
No.
Are there any pages?
I don't know. There could have been another volume. I don't know.
Well, when you read from page follow, at the end of one sentence, for example, at the end of the first page that you have here,
question?
To me, one element of happiness is my assessment of what the import of my death will be, particularly on you, Kim, and Lee. Daniel T. the Fourth is still too young for it to matter, but also on everyone. Then it goes, son. I am disappointed in myself for these shortcomings. Obviously, there's a page missing. Did you rip that page out?
Is it missing from the handwritten copy?
Yes.
I don't know. I didn't have any pages out.
At the end, one worldly goal, one will, and it goes to, then tell her it's too late. There's obviously another page missing.
I don't know if there is another page missing. I don't know. I didn't tear any pages out.
You will agree, though, that it appears that there are pages missing from that book because the sentences don't flow, correct?
I don't know if that's, I don't know. I'd have to read the whole thing in a row. If it doesn't, I don't know what's wrong with it.
And you've already testified that you felt that during this marriage encounter back in 1976, that you felt that Dan, at the time, that he was being sincere when he wrote this, that you felt that you were both being sincere at the time when you wrote
That was the point of the week, and I can only testify that I was being sincere. I hoped and thought that he definitely was.
And when he talked about the financial things that he wanted, I thought that you had described that he had indicated how he wanted all of these financial things for himself. Doesn't he say in here that what he wants includes, for example, the financial security to buy a piano for Kim if she wants one, to buy a microwave, a camera, whatever you want, when you want it. That's why he wanted financial security.
Yes, and that's what upset me, is because he promised us that it was for us as well as for him, that we had to wait longer, and he was doing this for us, and that's what really upset me.
Okay, but he was indicating that he was doing it for you, the kids, as well as for himself. It wasn't just
For us as a family, yeah. Yes, definitely.
You also indicate that spoken publicly on behalf of this HALT group. Is that correct?
Not on behalf of them, it was to them. It was
To the HALT
their
group.
thing, yes.
Okay, and then did you also speak publicly at another hearing, at the gender bias hearing before Superior Court?
That was entirely different. That didn't have anything to do with HALT.
Okay, but that was a public hearing that you went to, that you spoke about what you felt were the injustices in the system, and that was transcribed. It was a matter of public record. It was, in fact, in a big public room with a lot of people, right?
Yes, I just went as an individual person to that. It had nothing to do with any organization or anything.
Right, but you stated you were married to Dan Broderick, and it is also true that before the Reader article was written, that Dan Broderick gave a full interview to the Reader, to the author of the Reader, correct?
He gave a full interview, I gave a full interview, and then the article that was supposed to come out of those interviews was never written.
Well, there was an article that did come out of those interviews in January of 1989, wasn't there?
There is an article that, because I remember he said it'll never be over till one of us was gone, in a Reader article, but it wasn't the article that we were interviewed to do. It was a much shorter thing.
May I have Marcus People's Exhibit 112, purport to be an article from the Reader?
Pre-marked at 111?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, fine. Reader articles marked People's 112.
And this was what month?
If you would just take a look at this article, and just to yourself, please, take a look at the article and see if that refreshes your recollection about the article that was written in January of 1989.
Yes, this is concerning something entirely different from what the interviews were about. This is about the people that tried to open the trial during the trial to the public and things, and that's about the trial not being open to the public. That's about the situation, which is the biggest deal about.
And Dan gave a full, complete interview to the writers of that, and then when it was going to be published, there was concern by the psychologists, by Dr. Ruth Broad, by Dr. Sparta, by Dr. Karen Phillips, these letters that you already identified, correct?
I don't know.
Marked as People's Exhibit 101?
I've never read these letters, and I don't know when they wrote them or why they wrote them. I know that when the article was supposed to be printed, that's all I know.
Okay. Well, what you testified to is that he threatened to sue them because he didn't have any information.
Factually had two lawyers threaten to sue the newspaper, that they went ahead with that article. he would sue them out of business because it would be an invasion of privacy for them.
Was there not a recommendation, in fact, a plea on behalf of all of these psychologists for them not?
I'm not a party. I was not party to any of those communications, and I was not aware of that.
You don't answer the question.
Oh, sorry.
You were aware, obviously, that when a marriage breaks up, there's community property, and both sides split the community property, as well as both sides are responsible for community debts.
That's
Correct?
exactly what I thought, yes.
Okay.
And that's not what happened.
And you didn't continue to pay on any community debts after the separation? Excuse me. if
There
you-
were no community debts that you're talking about.
Well, did you make any payment on community debts for the day of separation?
No.
Simply a question on any community debts.
Do you have an objection to that question?
Yes, Your Honor, I assume facts, not evidence.
Or on both those grounds?
Did you
Yes,
make
that-
any payments on any community debts after the date of separation? Yes or no?
I don't know what you're defining as a community debt. If you would be more
Any
specific.
outgoing obligations, for example, payments on mortgages, payments on taxes, payments on investments that have to be made? Did you make any payments, yes or no?
I don't know. I did not make any payments.
Thank you. And property, the residence that you talked about, the property that Dan and Larry bought in Pennsylvania at some point, or he lent some money to Larry, that was their parents' property. Their parents were in financial trouble. They were getting ready to lose their house, and they bought the home for their parents so that they could live in the home that they had been living in all along. Isn't that not true?
I wouldn't know if anything that you said is true. I don't know any of that.
Well,
All I
you
know
knew
is
that
that
they
Dan-
bought a residence in Pennsylvania, and you're saying that you didn't know that it was their home they were buying?
Oh, I knew that's the name of the property, but I don't know that anyone was in financial trouble, or I don't know what you just said about those things. You know that they were 50-50 property.
For their parents? You didn't know anything
I don't know
about
the arrangements of why they bought it.
that? You made an offer, or your attorney, Tricia Smith, made an offer sometime 1987.
Yes.
In that offer, in 1987, there was no request for any change of children. You made no request for any change of custody. It was included in that offer that custody remained the same, correct?
I don't know. I haven't seen that offer since 1987. If it's around somewhere and that's what it says, that's fine with me.
Okay. Indicated that there was some trouble by Tricia Smith in getting the financial in July of 1987 by Dan Broderick, in which there were questions about all of his financial documents and all of that kind of stuff, right?
I wasn't a party to the deposition. I was aware there was a deposition taken.
Your Honor, at least at this point, I'd like to at least have marked as equals next in order a deposition of Daniel T. Broderick dated July 20th, 1987.
All right, so marked, 113.
Out here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know why we couldn't You're hearing me on the transcript?
You also testified that that Dan Broderick had bought a house for Linda and had bought a car for Linda 4 years separation. You don't know evidence that shows that, do you?
I do know evidence that shows that.
You have financial documents or documents that show that Dan Broderick bought Linda or bought a car for Linda?
We have financial documents that show that time where she had no other of income in the world, but he did not put his name on those papers.
Well, so she was working for Dan Broderick as a paralegal and obviously making a salary, and she bought a condominium on her salary, and you're saying that Dan Broderick bought it for her?
Exactly, yes.
And you indicated that Linda was spreading rumors about you, that you had broken into the house in the middle of the night and confronted them on an earlier occasion. How were you aware of that alleged rumor?
I don't remember that one, but I heard a lot of rumors of what you're saying about me.
You testified about that rumor.
I definitely heard that rumor, but I don't remember specifically when or from who, or I know she told people that.
Isn't it true that you did break into their house and confront them?
No, of course not. No, because obviously Dan would have had me arrested or filed a report or done something. Didn't do anything.
And you, at this point, you had no election whatsoever of who would have...
That I heard who she told it to. She told it to Marshall Cockett, who I don't know. But he's an attorney.
And you also indicated that after your arrest on this incident, obviously you were in custody, and at some point the divorce file, or at least a portion of the divorce file, was discovered. Obviously you couldn't have put it back into evidence because you were in custody. It's also clear that obviously Dan Broderick could not have done it because he was dead, right?
I don't know if it's ever been found. I've never looked at it in courtroom last year during the last trial that it had been found, supposedly. I've never verified if that is the file or if it's been found or what's in it or anything. I don't know.
Okay. May I have marked as People's Exhibit 111, Your Honor? A series of 1, 2, 3, 4 deposit slips.
So marked.
If you could just take a look at and identify them, please, as your deposits.
Yes?
And those are your deposit slips for April, May, June, and July of 1989.
May, June, and July of 1980, correct.
And in one of the months when Dan Broderick didn't send you the full $16,000, he sent you $15,000, $15,903, and that was because you had, when you dropped off the kids one day, you had driven across his property and over some lights and destroyed the lights on his property.
And his line. I didn't do that. I scratched in the picture, I think. I don't know. It was minor fines, but they were fines, and to me, he was starting and testing me.
With respect to the one of the exhibits was shown you about the $1,000 fines. That was not a fine that Dan Broderick was imposing. That was a fine that the court had ordered to be imposed, correct?
That's exactly what I said, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure there's no misunderstanding. For example, in this payment, March 15, 1988, there was a court-ordered fine of $1,000 that the court ordered Mr. Broderick to pay on your, correct?
Right.
Okay. So he wasn't just all by himself deducting $1,000 from your support. The court had ordered him to do that based on your findings of contempt.
Which I thought were a bunch of hogwash, yes, and these fines were court imposed, but the other ones were not.
And Tricia Smith did, at least at one point, acknowledge to the court that she had received all the discovery from Dan Broderick.
But I'm aware of exactly the contrary, according to those letters, which was dated off the case, that it's final and last, whatever. Request for
What's the
document.
date of that letter?
I don't have it sitting here right now, but I had it a minute ago. Do you have the letter?
Okay, counsel's indicated stipulate the date was January 15, 1988. February 24, 1988. Did she have that she had received all at that point?
I don't remember. Is that just an oral thing?
Yes.
I don't remember. Did she say that he delivered it that day?
That she had received the
That
remaining
day.
discovery that day.
That day, right.
In February of 1988.
Right, after she wrote that letter.
I have no further questions at this point, Your Honor.
Mr. Ehrlich?
The district attorney asked about whether you had been making any payments on community property, remember that?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you had been making hundreds of thousands of dollars of payments.
Your Honor, counsel's testifying, that's not...
So argumentative abstained.
During the, did you ever get charged for making, during that period of time, did you get charged for the community debts?
Yes.
Okay.
But I
Now-
got charged for more than community debts.
Okay, so you were paying in 1986 and 87 and 88, you were paying community debts.
Your Honor, the community was paying community debts.
Objections?
Did you have any possession of the community in?
I'm having a problem with the words here. If we can straighten out the words, maybe I can straighten out what I think I'm saying here.
The Epstein credits, were you paying, did you have control of the community to decide which debts will be paid and which items will be sold and which should be kept and not kept?
No, I had no control or knowledge of any financial.
I have no further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Witness speaking excused?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Broderick. Just leave them there, the bailiff will get them. Thank you. The next witness is one we need to discuss something about a few minutes.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need to take up a matter outside your presence that should take 10 minutes or less. So we'll be in a brief recess.
Your Honor, it may take a little longer than that.
You think it'll take longer than that?
I think it's maybe half an hour.
Well, they're the lawyers. All right, maybe it'll take us a half hour.
Your Honor, maybe if it's not an inconvenience, maybe if they could just be downstairs in 15 or 20 minutes on the fourth floor, and then if we're done sooner, we can break this. That's fine. Well, they'll be the last witness of the day, so.
All right, we'll be in recess. I'll give you a time certain, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 2:45, but if you all happen to be in the same area and we're through sooner, I'll send my bailiff down for you. Please remember the admonition.
Okay, we're done. We did it. We made it through all of her testimony. Man, look, my eyes are still swollen. Yeah, I think in the 90s, I like it, but in the 90s, they had clothes like that. They would be like 2 layers. So I think it was like a white sweater with the black sweater on top of it. And the black had like holes cut out of the shoulders with the white sweater underneath it. I think that's what that was. But without being able to get like a super good look at it, I couldn't tell. So, okay. I have an eye appointment Monday, like in the middle of the day, because it's the only time I can make it. So, and I don't know if any new trials are starting on Monday. So, if a new trial's starting on Monday, then I will come home and start, well, depending on what time I get home. I don't know. Because this is my diabetic eye checkup. And I think I'm going to get like my vision checked too, but I'm not sure. And also, this is the doctor that did my cataract surgery. So I think it's going to be like a cataract checkup too. So I don't know how long it's going to last. It's been so long since I've seen that, I don't even remember. What kid are you talking about? In other words, long story. Yes, Wiggles is right. I have lost it. Long story short, I don't know if I'm gonna stream. Yeah, trifecta appointment. Diabetic, cataract, and vision. I don't know how long it's gonna take, basically. So I don't know if I'm gonna stream Monday. But if a new trial starts and I get home before 3 or around 3, I'll try to get us caught up as far as I can. But other than that, I won't be streaming on Monday. Because my appointment's at 12. Oh, that kid. Okay. Yeah. Because the appointment's at 12:45. It's smack dab in the middle of the day, and I couldn't make it any other time. So I'm sorry about that. I couldn't help it. And I've got to get new glasses because I can't see at all without them, and I'm having trouble seeing with them now. So I need new glasses bad. Can't afford new glasses right now, but we'll figure out a way to get them. We'll figure it out because I gotta see. Okay, guys, I will see you. I'm just about to say I'll see you Monday. No, I might see you Monday. I will absolutely see you on Tuesday. You guys have a wonderful weekend. I love each and every one of you. And these past, how many days have we been listening to her? 3 now? Have been fun, kinda, in a weird way. And I love you guys so much. Thank you for being my friends, and thank you for being here. And remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye.